Duke Luke Staten, a man famous for inheriting a title at a young age. He was rich and famous, so there were always terrible rumors about him, which were well spread at social banquets. Many discussed him because they felt a sense of fear as soon as he entered the throne room. Duke Staten was a monster without blood or tears, who amazed and frightened everyone with his image. And on this day, the maid informed her mistress that the young mistress's future husband had come to see her. A beautiful girl in a wedding dress sat and waited for her groom. She could not do anything about it. It was her parents' choice. After the wedding day, in the Duchy of Staten, everything was calm. It was an ordinary day for them. Nadia Marcia Lancaster, Duchess of Staten, was the new mistress of this house, whom their master had recently brought into the house. She was so scared that she couldn't stop shaking, and because of her nerves, Nadia thought only about sweets. She also didn't understand why the Duke decided to choose the Baron's daughter. What was the meaning of his actions? Such a question arose in her head. The girl never wanted such a misfortune. Her brother tried to protect her, but her father believed that Nadia should have a fiancé. In fact, if he had been from any other ducal family, they would have had the courage to refuse. But there was no point in arguing with the man who proposed to her, because he was known for his cruelty. Therefore, Nadia's family still had to accept the Duke's offer and marry their daughter to him. Her fiancé is a 2-meter monster who eats children and loves to kill. That's how she imagined him. The Duke, about whom there were such rumors, chose her, although they were not acquainted. This frightened the young lady. She thought that maybe he should have seen her face first, but Nadia was so scared that she couldn't even look at him. She was also not mentally prepared and had absolutely no idea how to talk to him. But the Duke was already approaching. The sound of his feet could be heard. Nadia became more and more worried. She didn't know what to expect from him, how to greet him, what to say. The young lady knew nothing about him except rumors. But it was too late to run. Luke entered the bedroom, wanting to visit his wife. Nadia didn't know what to do at that moment, because she didn't believe that he would come to the bedroom. Being in the same room with this beast was unbearably scary. She was shaking like an autumn leaf in the wind. The Duke did not show his face. She did not even know what he looked like. Clutching her heart, she tried to calm down and put her thoughts in order. Nadia closed her eyes and concentrated, wanting to stop being nervous about the situation. Looking at him, she saw the monster she had married without consent. Opening one eye, Nadia still dared to look at the man who stood in front of her. It was so dark in the room that she couldn't even make out the face of her new husband. So she wondered if the rumors that were circulating about the Duke were true. Standing opposite the Duke, Nadia noticed that the man in front of her was taller than 2 meters. She was also struck by how hairy he was, an image completely unsuitable for a gentleman. Standing in front of him, she opened her eyes wide, looking at her husband completely and entirely. The girl saw a man in front of her, covered in hair, his beard reaching his chest, and his bangs covering his eyes. Seeing his image, she believed the rumors that this was not a man, but a real monster. Out of fear and worry, she unexpectedly began to hiccup, which made her even more worried. Trembling all over, the heroine thought that now her life would come to an end, because the man was so frightening. Nadia was also worried at this point that she was hiccuping and thus demonstrating her terrible manners. Looking at him, she understood that the Duke could not be offended by such behavior. Tears appeared in her eyes. She did not understand what to do, because all this time, the head of the house stood silently in front of her. Thoughts arose in her head that for such behavior, Nadia could be kicked out of the house on the very first day. What's worse is that he might insult her parents for raising their daughter poorly. Her face turned red from excitement. She couldn't utter a word, so Nadia just stood with her head bowed in front of her husband. Yet curiosity was above all else, which is why she raised her eyes upward, wanting to look at the Duke once more. And again, his monstrous image scared her to the point of losing her pulse. It seemed that she couldn't look at him at all. This stern look just said that it would kill her. The heroine kept thinking that she wanted to escape, so she began to gradually move back. Suddenly, the Duke opened his mouth and raised his hand. His words were unclear and difficult to understand, and Nadia wondered what her husband had said. Were these really words about her imminent death? But Luke noticed a bottle of wine flying after Nadia, so he just wanted to warn her. Turning around, the girl noticed that a bottle was flying at her, but she did not have time to react. Therefore, the Duke hastened to help his wife, wanting to protect her from inevitable injuries. Taking her by the waist with his hand, the man pulled the girl, who looked very light, towards him. Thus, he was able to save Nadia from injury and also look her straight in the eyes for the first time. The couple looked at each other without taking their eyes off each other. It seemed that this romantic atmosphere would last for a long time. From the Duke's point of view, Nadia appeared before him as a beautiful flower that needed care and affection. But Nadia did not see the Duke as beautiful as he saw her. Before her was a real monster with burning eyes. Out of fear, the heroine suddenly began to scream throughout the room, thereby confusing her husband. The scream was so loud that even the maids passing by the room heard it. Butler Allen hurried to ask the servants what the noise was, but the girls did not know. They only informed him that the lady had screamed from the room, which had confused the head butler. So Allen immediately rushed to find out what had happened, addressing his lordship through the door. Knocking on the bedroom door, he wanted to know what the young master was doing that was making the lady scream. The door was open, so the man dared to look into the newlyweds' room. What he saw shocked him so much that he stopped breathing and didn't know what to say. After all, he saw how the lady, all covered in blood, lay in the Duke's arms. And the image of the gentleman was so crazy that it seemed he killed his wife on the first night. It really did look suspicious. No matter how you look at it, it would be difficult to justify. Allen didn't know what to say at a moment like this. His face said that he expected this. Luke, the Duke of the estate, decided to put Nadia to bed. But at that moment, Allen turned to him. The head butler wanted to know how the master made Nadia lose consciousness on the very first day. While the young gentleman was making excuses to the butler, Nadia began to come to her senses and make some sounds. In order not to disturb her sleep, Allen suggested that the young gentleman leave the bedroom and talk. Sitting at his desk, Luke explained what had happened that night. Allen said he understood the Duchess because she married a man knowing only his name. The whole situation put a lot of pressure on her, and perhaps she fainted due to guilt. But Luke, slamming his fist on the table, said that it was not his fault that Nadia fainted. This behavior of the young master made Allen start shaking. It seemed that now he should worry about his life. Looking down and raising his fist, Luke noticed the large dent his punch had left on the table. Remembering everything that had happened in the bedroom not so long ago, he analyzed the situation. He wondered if he could really frighten his wife so much with just his appearance. Thinking about this, he asked the head butler if it was really that scary. In fact, Luke didn't immediately realize what his temperament was either. Standing in front of his parents' grave, he listened to other people speak about him. Many of those present said what a cruel child he was. Left alone at such a young age, Staten could only look forward to a bleak future. Suddenly, someone called the young master, so the boy turned around. Grandpa shouted loudly and said that Luke was the only remaining heir of Staten. The old man could not lose his grandson, because he did not want his great line to be interrupted. Therefore, he decided to inform the young master that from this day on, the old man would personally take charge of his training. The grandfather told the boy that if he didn't want to be weak, he had to be a monster. These were the words Luke remembered every time he sat down at the table of the head of the family. Allen decided to clarify whether the gentleman needed his opinion regarding his appearance. Luke confirmed the butler's words and decided to listen to his opinion. The head butler decided to say honestly that the gentleman looked like a bear standing on his hind legs. From these words, a picture began to appear in Luke's head of how he was frightening the young girl with his image. Allen realized that he had said too much, so he decided to correct the situation by calling the gentleman a wild beast. Luke didn't care what others thought of him, but he didn't want his wife to see him as a monster. The main palace was so touched by these words that it began to worry. So Allen, a man who was popular with the opposite sex, decided to help the master. Perhaps there was a way out. For starters, Allen decided to ask the Duke a few questions. Allen asked what kind of person Nadia was, and this question made Luke think hard. He couldn't answer anything, which made the butler very surprised. Had the Duke really not even spoken to her before making the proposal? This was not good enough, so Allen decided to lower the difficulty of the questions by asking the lady's name. Timidly, with tenderness in his voice, the Duke called her name, Nadia. He couldn't help but feel embarrassed, because in fact, this girl attracted him very much. But Allen was only scared by this, because he realized that the Duke had married a man he didn't even know. It was more like a kidnapping. Luke said that he had little time, and could not linger in the capital. The Countess was embarrassed when she first met the Duke. She can constantly lose consciousness like that. Although it was already late, Alan decided to suggest that the Duke get closer to his wife and invite her to dinner. He also offered to meet with a skilled barber to shave his beard. It was a good idea, but the Duke was very embarrassed. This was not easy for him. But this time, Luke decided to trust his butler and do as he said. Although the man felt awkward, he did not expect that Nadia would accept him immediately after he picked her up. Looking at his engagement ring, Luke hoped that he could build a good relationship with Nadia. 3 months ago, Luke was in Lammenstord, the capital of the empire, on an errand. Seeing Luke holding his head, the man asked why he looked so tired. He suggested that it might be because of the alcohol, but it was strange since they had been drinking together. Luke turned to the crown prince, Leonard, and said that he was a monster. Looking at Luke, Leonard noted that with age, the Duke was becoming more brutal. But Luke didn't understand what these words meant, so he wondered. Leonard recalled that when they were growing up together in the capital, they were such cuties. But when Luke left for the duchy, he became a completely different person. Luke liked being in his native land, so he asked the crown prince to let him go. Leonard did not want this, because if Luke returned, they would lose contact again. Suddenly, Leonard decided to invite Luke to celebrate his birthday. The Duke was irritated by such a proposal, as he wanted to scream at the crown prince's charming birthday. But Luke could not answer the crown prince like that, since he must serve the empire loyally. Leonard constantly mentions their strange friendship to annoy the Duke. The crown prince, holding a glass in his hands, wondered why Luke did not want to stay in the capital. Walking behind Luke, Leonard told him how beautiful the capital was, but the Duke was not interested. Continuing the conversation, the crown prince asked many questions, finally reaching the question of marriage. This infuriated Luke even more, because he did not understand why Leonard would suddenly talk about something like this. Leonard himself was not married, but sooner or later it will happen. It's just that no one has caught on yet. But Luke had no reason to do this. Perhaps he was afraid to get married, the crown prince suggested. Turning away, Luke held back his emotions and tried not to fall for the provocation, but as soon as Leonard started talking about his parents, he immediately lowered his head and began to address Leonard as His Majesty. Luke said that even without pressure from the crown prince, the Duchy of Staten would never disobey an imperial order. The duchy remains the lands of the empire, and Luke will answer the call of the imperial family at any moment. Luke assured the crown prince that his family posed no threat and asked him not to provoke him any further. Having said what he should not have said, the Duke departed, leaving Leonard alone. The capital of Lammenstord, like a fragile flower, has a banquet every evening, and the number of social events is so numerous that it takes your breath away. Luke was not used to spending time like this. He felt so stupid being in the capital, and he understood that if he stayed in such a place, he would go crazy. Suddenly, he was noticed by a lady passing by, who at first did not notice who was in the distance. But as soon as she saw that it was the very same Duke about whom there were terrible rumors, she began to scream. In front of her, she saw a man, or someone who looked like a man, but the lady could not understand whether it was a person at all. Seeing the dead body, which looked more like a bear, the lady screamed for someone to help her. Luke didn't care, because if someone reported something like that, he would just have to confirm their identity. Now, the Duke just wanted to rest, bask in the sun, and lie on the soft grass. But suddenly, opening one eye, he saw a beautiful image before him, a girl who addressed him in a respectful tone and did not try to run away. What struck Luke most was that someone had asked how he was feeling. He didn't take his eyes off her, because for the first time, he was addressed as a human being. Nadia, with her innocent image, gentle voice, and unprecedented beauty, conquered the Duke's icy heart. Luke couldn't utter a word. He just looked at this magnificent girl. What attracted him so much with her incredible tenderness and beauty? He couldn't believe that something like this could happen to him. Maybe it was a dream. So Luke began to rub his eyes. Suddenly, Nadia's sister approached, but Luke only hid, not wanting to show his face. Turning to her sister, Nadia asked whether it was worth calling a doctor, but the girl only shook her head. Listening to the girl's dialogue, Luke became very embarrassed and mentally asked to be left alone. In a city of prejudices, he never expected to meet someone so kind. Looking at the beautiful girl with a kind soul, he did not believe that something like this could happen to him. More and more people began to gather around, and Luke realized that the situation could only get worse. Then, this shocking news could spread throughout the empire, and rumors about the terrible Duke could worsen his situation. Luke knew that such news could only bring shame to his family, so he couldn't allow it. But the innocent maiden held his hands and asked him to wait just a little longer. Holding a handkerchief in her hands, the girl reported that her sister had gone to get a doctor. The Duke was frightened by this news, so he moved away and said that he was fine. While examining the man, the girl did not understand why he was refusing help. Luke continued to insist on his own and convinced the innocent girl that he was okay. But when he raised his eyes and saw the girl up close, he was struck by her appearance. Nadia said that dehydration is very dangerous, so she wanted to help the gentleman somehow. With a smile on her face, the girl offered her scarf to someone in need. Timidly, Luke reached out to take the handkerchief and still couldn't believe that all this was happening to him. And at the moment when their hands touched, he was so embarrassed that he involuntarily began to show emotions. And then, deciding to hide his face, he ran away from the girl who offered him help. Nadia ran after the man, wondering where he was going. Seeing his condition, she did not want the gentleman to torture himself like that. But Luke couldn't stand such a rush of feelings, so he took a wider step and began to speed up in order to escape from the girl. Having hidden himself, he was finally able to breathe freely. He needed to put his thoughts in order. Luke thought about the girl calling him master. He had never experienced anything like that in his life. No one had ever addressed him like that. Everyone whispered behind his back and called him a beast. Nadia's sister had already arrived with the doctor, but the victim was not there. And all this time, the Duke was thinking about how a girl with such a gentle voice showed him such affection and care. These thoughts tormented him. He did not believe that something like this could happen to him. Holding the handkerchief in his hands and looking at the intricate embroidery, Luke thought that perhaps this was the girl's favorite handkerchief. But even so, she was able to give this scarf to some stranger. These thoughts did not give him peace. This means that not all people in the capital are like Leonard. There are also those who do not seek personal gain in others. The girl who appeared in front of Luke today was completely different from those he saw in his childhood. Looking at her, Luke clearly saw her kind and gentle look, so he believed that she was not like everyone else. Grabbing the hair on his head, the Duke did not understand why. The more he thought about the girl, the faster his heart beat. Looking closely at the scarf, Luke noticed letters on the embroidery. Thus, the man who ran away from the lady who tried to help him learned her name. Pressing the handkerchief to his lips and inhaling its aroma, he said her name in a gentle tone. Remembering her face, he thought only about how he could meet her again. Late in the evening, Luke decided to come to the Crown Prince's palace. While Leonard was busy with his art, he wondered why Luke had come to him so late. After all, 3 days ago, the Duke left so confidently, so the Crown Prince was interested in why Luke had come to him. But suddenly, the Duke began to speak and said that he needed advice on how to approach women. Leonard replied that this was certainly the case, since he was a prince and had to deal with women. Upon hearing the answer, Luke asked sharply how to treat a woman he liked. This question stunned the prince. He did not expect to hear such a thing from someone who had behaved so harshly a couple of days ago. Thinking that he had imagined it all, Leonard continued to make art. But Luke decided not to give up trying to find out what to do in such a case, so he approached the prince and asked the question again. Leonard tensed, realizing that he had not heard correctly, so he decided to find out who the lady was who had stolen the beast's heart. When Luke started talking about him, his tone softened, and he said that he only knew her name. The Crown Prince was so surprised, and at the same time happy, that he could not help but laugh. While Leonard laughed at this madness, Luke exuded an ominous aura. The Duke was embarrassed by the Crown Prince's behavior, and asked that this be taken more seriously. But Leonard couldn't hold back tears of joy for his friend, while Luke continued to ask for help. He wanted to know how he could meet her again, and what to do when he saw her. It is not surprising that the Duke did not know how to communicate with women, because all his life he was taught to fight. Leonard decided to help the Duke, and first of all, the Crown Prince wanted to know what Luke wanted from the girl. The Duke was not prepared for such a question, so he was very surprised. The Crown Prince was interested in why Luke wanted to meet the young lady, for fun, or for a relationship. Luke answered the question immediately, because he thought it would be a good idea to continue the relationship. Then, Leonard said that the Duke only needed to do one thing: propose to her, which surprised Luke greatly. The Crown Prince noticed the Duke's reaction, so he immediately began to say that he did not expect to see a player of hearts in front of him. But Luke was too naive. His heart was touched by the girl's kindness, so he fell for Leonard's provocation. The prince continued his game, pressing on her sore spot, saying that since she was a beauty, she most likely already had a partner. These thoughts made Luke think he could not allow this, as he wanted to become closer with Nadia. And yet, all these thoughts confused Luke, since he believed that they needed to get to know each other better first. After some time of reflection, the Duke was able to make the right decision for himself. Smiling, Leonard wondered what Luke would do now. He couldn't just leave this question like that. Although the Duke had made his decision, there were still some doubts in his mind. 3 months later, while in his own estate, Luke reflected on the prince's words and wondered what he had meant. Luke was glad that they were able to get married so quickly, but he thought that if Nadia was unhappy, what was the point? As he walked down the corridor, he noticed a maid approaching him. Anya, the head maid and former nanny to Luke, was the Duke's eyes and ears on the estate. She informed the Duke that he needed to come to his wife as soon as possible. After all, Nadia was only getting worse. She hadn't come to her senses for a whole day, so Luke immediately hurried to Nadia and, standing in front of the door, prepared to enter the room. Entering the room, the Duke asked the doctor about his wife's condition. The doctor said that Nadia was not in the best condition, but all that was left was to wait and see what would happen tomorrow. Luke looked tenderly at the lady of his heart and touched her hands. He looked at the engagement ring he had given her, with a black diamond. The Duke blamed himself for what happened to Nadia, because she always worried about him. It's no wonder she got so sick. Taking the ring off her finger, the Duke apologized to the girl. The man looked at her with guilty eyes, because nothing depended on him. Everything didn't turn out the best way, and now the innocent girl has to suffer. Coming to her senses, Nadia heard water dripping directly into the basin. She was very surprised by this, because she didn't expect that someone in this house would look after her and look after her. She remembered her wonderful family, feeling their warmth and care. But after examining the place where she was, the girl realized that this was not her home. And at this very moment, that same evil bear from the rumors is courting her. Seeing the evil man, Nadia was very scared again. She could not do anything about her fear. Fully awake, the girl fell out of bed, thinking it was a nightmare. Cindy and Wendy, Nadia's maids, did not expect to see their mistress in such a position, so they were very surprised. They heard screams, so they decided to enter the room to find out what happened. Assuming that the city was under threat, Wendy began to scream, but Nadia left her, saying that everything was fine. And again, from great fear, the young lady began to hiccup incessantly. The maids began to figure out what these sounds were and came to the conclusion that their mistress was hungry. Nadia was so ashamed of her body's reaction that she wanted to hide. They offered to cook the girl something to eat, but Nadia only asked them to leave. Looking away, the heroine wondered if this was really the life of a duchess. Such hospitality. From the very first night, everything is terrible, and it has been like this for a month now. Every day, Nadia is served delicious food. Everyone takes care of her, but she still feels uncomfortable. Being in such a spacious place, she couldn't shake the feeling that she was in a prison. A warm breeze penetrated the room and fluttered the heroine's hair. The sun shone straight into her eyes. That morning, she noticed that her ring was missing, so Nadia thought that the Duke was planning something terrible. The girl was still worried about the fact that she lost consciousness on her wedding night. Perhaps the Duke was angry about this. One of the maids noticed that something was bothering the mistress, so she turned to her. Nadia asked where the Duke was now, to which Cindy replied that the gentleman was now in his office. But when the maid suggested calling the Duke, Nadia immediately rejected the idea. Due to excitement, she accidentally knocked over a cup of tea that was standing on the edge of the table. The Duchess was very frightened when she dropped and broke the cup. She should not have been so careless. At this point, Nadia said that she could not see the Duke. She was so excited. After such a mistake, she thought that she could not allow herself to see the Duke, and just thinking about it made the girl worry. An idea came to her mind to write a letter to her parents so that they could help her apologize to the Duke. And also, Nadia thought that maybe she could destroy the marriage. Late at night, when the moon illuminated the mansion and everyone was already asleep, Alan, while searching for information, noticed someone running past unnoticed. Noticing this, the head butler saw light wavy hair. Even though the Duchess had hoped to remain unnoticed, Alan still recognized her. Coming closer, the man asked what the Duchess was doing here and why there were no maids with her. Nadia didn't want to tell the whole story of her escape, so she simply said that she wanted to write a letter. She also told the head butler that there were so many rooms in the estate that it was difficult for her to find paper. Alan was embarrassed by the gentle image of the lady, and he also thought that it was dangerous for her to walk around so late at night alone. The man, looking at the lady, did not know what to do, but he remembered that the Duke allowed the girl to do what she wanted. And yet, Alan decided to lend a helping hand and offer to find Nadia some paper for her. The wood was already burning in the fireplace. The warmth filled the room, and the sound of smoldering wood created coziness. Alan sat opposite the lady and, slightly covering his face with a book, looked at her. At this time, Nadia was only thinking about whether the maids would be punished if they found out that she had deliberately escaped from the room. Suddenly, Alan turned to the lady, thereby catching her off guard and frightening her. The head butler was interested in why Nadia had left the maids, but the girl was afraid of this very question. Holding the pen in her hand, she didn't know how to answer this question, so she began to become noticeably nervous. Alan understood that the lady was worried, so he tried to calm her down a little. After all, his lordship asked to pay more attention to her, and Nadia was very surprised by this news. The head butler recalled asking the Duke where he was going. The Duke came to Nadia every night, but left at dawn, as he did not want to frighten her again. The girl was very surprised, because she did not expect that the Duke would not be angry with her. They hadn't seen each other for a whole month, so the heroine thought that the Duke had been angry with her all this time. It was difficult for her to imagine how such a man could show love and affection. It was just that his appearance was a little frightening and repulsive, so such a thought seemed strange to her. Suddenly, Alan invited the Duchess to meet her husband, which surprised the girl. Noticing the mark left by the ring, the head butler reported that a new ring had already been delivered. Luke noticed that Nadia had sensitive skin on her hands, so he ordered a new ring in the right size. He was attentive and caring, although no one saw it. His nature was warm and gentle. Nadia couldn't even imagine that a person who looks like a monster could be like that. She had no idea what kind of person he was, or what was on his mind, all of which made her wonder. But now she understood that before leaving the estate, Nadia had not recognized the Duke at all. She stood up abruptly, leaving Alan puzzled. The head butler wanted to know what the girl was going to do. Therefore, Nadia said that she would do as Alan said. She needed to get to know the Duke before drawing conclusions. Crumpling the piece of paper on which she had just written a message to her father, she made a firm decision that she would go to the Duke right now, so she asked Alan to take her to Luke. At this time, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled in the Duke's room and over his estate. With a serious face, Luke looked at important papers and considered decisions. The Duke recalled that Alan asked Jay's opinion, which was to do everything at random. All this time, Luke was developing a strategy to get closer to Nadia. The Duke always collected accurate information to develop a strategy. But what to do in this case? This is not a war. Feelings turned out to be much more complex than wars, which is what the gentleman suffered from. Looking at the Duke, Anna admired Luke's strength, but at this rate, he would destroy the entire estate. All this time, Luke was waiting for the hairdresser to arrive. He had been very impatient lately, so he firmly decided that if the barber did not arrive tomorrow, he would shave himself. Anna said that she would call Jay, so that the gentleman could ask himself when the hairdresser would arrive. Putting his jacket aside, the Duke said that Anna could go free. Luke himself noticed that the last month had become more irritable because he understood that all this time, Nadia had been alone. Looking at his reflection in the window, he hoped that the girl would not be afraid of him when she shaved. Luke is afraid that Nadia might pass out again when she sees him. But suddenly, Jay's voice interrupted his stream of depressive thoughts. Jay stood outside the door and heard the gentleman shouting through the door, asking where the butler was. Opening the door abruptly, Luke continued to shout at the butler, who promised to bring a good hairdresser. Nadia didn't expect to hear such screams as soon as the doors opened. Noticing his wife next to the butler, Luke was immediately dumbfounded. He didn't expect this. Standing in front of the gentleman, Nadia said that she was his wife, and then smiled softly. There was a fireplace burning in the room, warming everyone in this space. Looking around, the heroine noticed that this room was completely different from hers. Luke, with a heavy heart, turned to the girl, which attracted her attention. The Duke reported that the room was not entirely comfortable, but he still decided to offer to sit down and talk. This made Nadia's head spin, but she wasn't going to back down, so she agreed. She was so worried that she didn't even know what to talk about. To lighten the mood, Luke decided to offer his wife a drink. Even though the alcohol was too strong for a lady, he had nothing else. But Nadia did not refuse, and happily accepted the Duke's offer. She was very thirsty, so as soon as the Duke handed her a glass, the girl decided to try the drink. Suddenly, she started coughing and shaking, which scared Luke greatly. Putting the glass aside, the girl began to hiccup violently again, which made her feel embarrassed. The Duke immediately decided to call someone to bring water, but she stopped the Duke because everything was fine. Although there was a burning sensation in her stomach, the drink relaxed her. So Nadia decided to continue drinking, which greatly surprised Luke. Having drunk a glass of wine and placed it on the table, Nadia was ready to speak, so she turned to the Duke. She said that she came because she wanted to talk to him in person. The Duchess also apologized for not doing it sooner, but she just couldn't do it. Reaching out his hand to her, Luke wanted to calm his wife down and tell her that she had nothing to apologize for. Trembling all over, she told how she had fainted on her wedding night, so perhaps the Duke was angry with her. The heroine explained that all this was due to excitement and not due to fear of her husband. She closed her eyes while making excuses, hoping that she would be understood and forgiven. But when the Duke said that he was not angry with her, she was very surprised, because she did not understand why the Duke did not come to her then. Feeling ashamed, Luke put his hand to his face, realizing that he couldn't explain the situation. Observing her husband's reaction, Nadia assumed that she had annoyed him, and that was why she was upset. But she asked him to be honest with her and answer all her questions so that there would be no misunderstandings between them. All in tears, the girl wanted to know the truth, even if it hurt her heart and soul. Noticing his wife's reaction, Luke immediately turned around and began to calm his woman down. He told Nadia that he would not hate her no matter what she did. Such were the deep feelings Luke had for her. Her tears streamed down her cheeks. She said that all this time she had only been disgraced, so she would understand if the Duke wanted to divorce her. And also, everyone said that the Duke didn't care who his wife would be. He just wanted to get married, so he chose someone to propose to. Everything looked exactly like this in the eyes of a naive girl who knew nothing about her betrothed before marriage. Extending his hand, Luke convinced the girl that all this was not true, that these were just rumors that quickly spread. Kneeling before her, the Duke said that he truly loved the girl, and that was why he proposed to her. These words touched the heroine so much that her tears stopped flowing from surprise. She did not expect this. Looking at him, Nadia wondered why Luke left her when she became his wife. Tears ran down her cheeks and dripped right onto the Duke's palm. The girl did not understand why Luke did this. Nadia was already thinking that the Duke wanted to divorce her, but Luke quickly dispelled these thoughts. Looking into her eyes and drying her tears, the Duke convinced the girl that he would not allow such a thing to happen. He apologized for leaving her alone so unceremoniously. Luke wanted to give Nadia time to get used to it. The Duke reported that he had not even thought about divorce and was not at all angry, which surprised the girl. Nadia looked at him with her green eyes and saw a completely different person in front of her. These touches seemed so familiar to her, as if she had already felt them somewhere. Then the girl remembered that in her dream, she had already felt similar warmth and care. Touching Luke's hands, Nadia wondered if the Duke had been in her room. Luke, with a soft smile on his face, said that once, when Nadia was sick, he could not leave her alone. The Duke apologized because he thought he had been rude, but Nadia only shook her head. Crying, she gently touched his hand, realizing that the memories of that night were not a dream. Nadia realized that at night the Duke was nearby and changed the towels, taking care of her. He cared about her because she was his wife. These thoughts warmed her soul and heart. Luke was addressing Nadia, but the girl, sweating from embarrassment, listened to her husband. The Duke asked her to address him by name, because Nadia said that they were now a couple. Nadia began to feel even more embarrassed by these words, but the Duke suggested that she return to the room, as it was already late. Grasping the Duke's sleeve with her fingertips, the girl wondered whether she had to go back. She lowered her head, not knowing if this question would be too impudent of her. The Duke was surprised by such behavior of the lady of his heart. He did not expect such a thing. But Nadia continued, because since they were a couple, they should go to bed together. Luke was extremely confused by such words. He could not even imagine that their relationship would take such a turn so quickly. Looking at his wife, Luke agreed. But first, he asked to wait, because I completely forgot about the ring I had prepared for Nadia. The girl didn't understand why Luke suddenly started talking about the ring. Was it really a sign that he wanted a divorce? Holding the box in his hands, the Duke announced that he had ordered a ring that would perfectly suit his wife. Nadia was surprised by this, as she did not expect Luke to be so attentive to her. Getting down on one knee, even though it was already late, Luke offered the lady of his heart a ring. Embarrassed by this, the man asked if Nadia would accept his proposal. But Nadia held out her hand, thinking that Jade was right. The Duke really did care about her. Looking at the ring, she didn't think that a person with such an appearance could be so sensitive. At first, Nadia was afraid of her husband, because she believed the rumors that circulated about the Duke, the Beast. But now she knew that he would never, ever harm her. She also noticed that the body was very heavy, as Nadia had relaxed. Luke noticed the girl's condition, so he asked how she was feeling, to which Nadia responded positively. Nadia stood up abruptly and headed towards the bed, saying that she needed to lie down. The exam for the newlyweds begins. Luke's wife goes to bed. What is the correct answer? Say goodnight and leave the room, or lie down next to her. Sitting down on Luke's bed, Nadia, greatly relaxed, turned to the Duke. Rubbing her eyes, the girl asked if her husband was tired, and she also offered to lie down next to him. Luke clearly didn't expect this, so he was puzzled by this question. He didn't know what to do in such a situation. Addressing Nadia, the Duke said that spouses do not have to sleep in the same bed. Touching her husband's hand, Nadia claimed that her parents had it like that. Besides, she hadn't fully gotten used to the estate yet, so she felt lonely when she slept. Luke was very embarrassed by such a request, but he knew that he could not refuse his wife. Standing in front of her, Luke asked if the girl knew what a married couple did when they slept together. Nadia became shy, and therefore began to worry more and more. She was preparing to answer her husband's question, which he had just asked her. Folding her hands in front of her chest, the girl replied that a married couple hugs when they go to bed together. Hearing this, the man immediately moved away. He didn't think that Nadia was so innocent. Luke was clearly upset by the answer. He felt ashamed for having completely different thoughts. Holding his trembling hand, Nadia understood that Luke was tired too, so she dragged him to bed. She insisted that he needed to sleep, because then he would definitely feel better. The girl sweetly tried to persuade the man to sleep together, and Luke, like a true gentleman, could not refuse the lady. Looking at Nadia, the Duke was embarrassed and thought that he had gone mad. The man reproached himself for such dirty thoughts about his completely innocent wife. Lying in the same bed, Nadia pressed herself tightly against her husband. Luke could barely contain himself. He tried to distract himself with thoughts of mountain ranges and ceremonial music, but this was incredibly difficult for him because everything inside him was raging and burning. The next morning, Nadia woke up as if nothing had happened and lost her beautiful eyes. Looking around, she noticed that the Duke was not nearby. Nadia wanted to know where her husband was now, because last night he was definitely hugging her. Now Luke is her husband, so she can safely call him by his first name. This thought made her very happy, warmed her heart. Nadia enjoyed the fact that she now had a husband. Just one word, but so much joy. She couldn't believe that she felt both awkward and good at the same time. The new ring looked great on her hand. It seemed like everything was perfect now. The only man close to her was her friend James, Anderson's brother. Such a sudden marriage was difficult and scary for Nadia. But at the same time, despite Luke's appearance, he understood her and even apologized to her. And Nadia was madly in love with the Duke's pleasant-to-the-ear voice. Wrapped in a blanket, she kept imagining what a wonderful husband she had. But suddenly, the maid's voice distracted Nadia from her beautiful thoughts. Wendy and Cindy announced that breakfast was ready, and also asked if the lady would like to take a bath before breakfast. Nadia didn't expect the maids to come so quickly. She was confused, so she asked to wait. The heroine felt ashamed that yesterday she had deceived the maids and left the room without their knowledge. Upon entering the room, the maids inquired about the mistress's well-being, to which Nadia replied that she was in an incredibly good mood. Wendy started talking about yesterday's escape, but Cindy immediately stopped her. Nadia explained that she wanted to return to the room yesterday, but was so tired that she stayed in the Duke's office. The heroine also said that at first she was scared because she didn't know the mansion, but the Duke reassured her. Wendy began to inquire about the lady's personal life again, but Cindy quickly covered her mouth with her hand. The embarrassed lady looked at the maids with a look of incomprehension in her eyes. Holding the cutlery in her hands, Nadia was surprised that the maids were so kind to her. The heroine realized that her maids were actually good. She just didn't have time to get to know them well. And if she wants to be good friends with everyone, Nadia should start with them. Having eaten her fill, the heroine suggested having some tea together, thinking that she was beginning to consider this place her home. Meanwhile, at the entrance to Luke's office, Jade was rushing towards the master. The man walking next to Jade wondered if there was any good news as he noticed the head butler's high spirits. The butler replied that, of course, there was, which is why he brought the hairdresser. Hearing the morning news, the head butler considered the arrival of the Duchess to be a great gift for them. Jade was overjoyed that the married couple was finally sleeping in the same room. He was interested in what had happened between them, since the Duke still hadn't shaved. Standing in the master's office, Jade asked how it had come to this that Luke was finally sleeping with his wife. The head butler congratulated the Duke on this achievement, but Luke himself responded somewhat sluggishly. Sitting at his desk, Luke asked to be taken to the training ground right now. Jade didn't understand the reason for such a rush, since it was still early in the morning. But all night, Luke could not sleep, as he held back his thoughts, feeling guilty for them. He was also angry at Jade, who had been talking about the Duke's wedding night all morning. The girls sitting in the next room suddenly heard a scream, but Jade, after hearing the whole story of the Duke's first night, couldn't contain his emotions. The butler did not make a big deal out of this issue and asked the gentleman to calm down, as he had good news. Luke barely got up from the table and walked slowly towards the butler, waiting for what he would say. As he grabbed his sword, the veins stood out on his hand, and you could see how angry he was. Hearing that Jade had invited the best hairdresser, Luke asked again. The Duke stood before the people like a bear, frightening them with his mere appearance. The head butler understood that the situation was getting complicated. He sensed what the Duke wanted to do. Luke, holding the blade in his hands, asked Jade to step aside, as he wanted to punish the insolent man who had lost consciousness. The butler tried to stop the Duke, but it seemed that all his attempts were in vain. Grabbing the Duke's hand, Jade tried to calm Luke down, as he believed that this was not the right thing to do. But he failed to stop the Duke, who rushed straight ahead. Turning around and looking at Jade, Luke asked her not to look for any more hairdressers. Since they cannot even bear the sight of the Duke, they immediately faint. Thus, the whole day passed, and evening had already arrived. Nadia was doing her usual thing, embroidering a beautiful design on a scarf. The maid said it was time to sleep, but she asked if the Duchess would like to sit up a little longer. Looking away, Nadia realized that sacrificing sleep was not the best idea. So she told the maid that it was time to finish work and go to bed to rest. But she was afraid that the Duke would not come to her this time either. After that night, Luke avoided Nadia for the whole week. As she went to bed, Nadia thought that perhaps she really was a burden to the Duke. The girl was drunk at the time, so she assumed that something had happened that she didn't remember. Clutching the blanket with her hand, Nadia worried and thought about what she had done wrong. She didn't understand what was going on, because that night, Nadia clearly remembered that the Duke was sincere. Lying in bed, she didn't want to be alone, so she felt very sad. The maids turned around as they noticed something strange. The sounds from the mistress's room attracted them. One of the sisters noticed that the Duchess had left the room, but they did not know what to do. They decided not to disturb the lady, but simply to spy on her from around the corner. Looking at the beautiful Nadia, who kept turning around, the girls assumed that the lady was going to the Duke. At this time, the Duke sat at his desk and languidly reasoned. He kept thinking whether he should hide from Nadia, since a whole week had already passed. It seemed to him that they had become closer since their last meeting, but apparently this was not the case. Looking at his reflection, he understood that he could not show himself to his wife in such a guise. This time, the beard was already missing a piece, which only frightened the Duke, and he believed that he could not appear to Nadia in such a state. He blamed himself for not listening to Jade and deciding to cut off part of his beard with a blade himself. But suddenly, Luke heard Nadia's gentle voice asking if he was in the room. Standing in front of the door, Nadia heard the Duke asking her to wait a minute. After some time, the Duke allowed them to enter the room, and Nadia faithfully obeyed him. Luke kept thinking about why Nadia came to his office. Maybe it was a dream. Luke wondered why Nadia had come to him. Looking away, the girl apologized, as she assumed that she might have interfered with the Duke's work. In his mind, Luke was already thinking about the fact that Nadia had come to see him, which made him feel embarrassed. Pressing her hand to her chest and looking down at the floor, she spoke about how she had been very worried. While Luke was feeling very awkward, Nadia was worried about what the Duke might think of her. Nadia talked about how she really loves to embroider, but lately, she has been doing it so often that she no longer knows what to do with herself. Every day, sitting at her embroidery, she looked out the window and thought about the Duke. Luke didn't expect to hear that. He couldn't even imagine that all this time he made Nadia feel lonely. And Nadia said that the duchy was beautiful, but it didn't have everything that the capital had. Plus, she doesn't know anyone, so she has to spend a lot of time alone. Luke felt awkward. He couldn't believe he hadn't thought of her. Nadia was interested in what she could do, what a duchess should do on the estate. The Duke reported that the estate was run by a butler and headmaid, but there was something that only Nadia could do. Extending his hand, Ludi said that if something important happened in the estate, Nadia would make the decision. She was his wife. Her desires were his desires. Nadia was incredibly happy with these words. The girl thanked her husband, which made Luke feel very embarrassed, but he still covered his shame with the book. In his mind, Luke compared Nadia to a cute hamster who always made him happy with her appearance. Nadia thanked her husband for listening to her, but admitted that she came for another reason. Holding his hand, the girl said that she was always alone, so she wanted to meet the Duke in person. Looking at Luke, a slight blush appeared on her cheeks, because she said that she missed him. Luke was so embarrassed by this that he immediately put the book aside, showing all his dignity. Looking down, the Duke began to notice and wonder about something. In this light, Nadia's shirt became so light that Luke noticed how thin she was. He looked at Nadia with wide eyes and wondered if it had always been like this. Suddenly, Nadia started screaming because she noticed something on the Duke's face. She saw the Duke's nose start to bleed, so she was very scared. Luke said he was fine, but seeing Nadia's look, he knew she was very worried. Coming closer, Nadia wiped the blood from the Duke's face with her hand. Luke didn't expect this turn of events and didn't understand how it happened. Looking at the Duke's face, Nadia noticed scars. She wondered where they came from on his face, so Luke started talking about his attempts to shave his beard. But he was afraid that his wife would be frightened of him in this form, so he tried to hide his beard behind a book. And Luke also remembered how much work he had, while Nadia told him that he shouldn't have done that. Looking at the Duke, Nadia said that now Luke was her husband, and she was not afraid of him. The Duke did not expect that his wife was so beautiful in soul. He liked literally everything about her, but he promised that next time he would find another hairdresser, as he wanted to match Nadia. While Luke was talking about this, Nadia was already getting out the first aid kit to treat her husband's wounds. Nadia wondered why Luke decided to shave himself, to which the man replied that everyone was afraid of him. The girl asked if anyone would help Luke with this, and if he would promise not to make such independent decisions again. She said she wasn't a professional hairdresser, but Nadia could help Luke with that. The Duke did not expect that Nadia herself would take the initiative and decide to offer help. Next to Miss Anna, there was a man who was addressing her and asking her about her. Jerinos wanted to know if Anna had noticed that the Duke had been acting strangely lately, but Miss Anna answered positively. She also sees changes in the gentleman's behavior. Lately, things have gotten worse. Every day, the gentleman fights with the knights. And also, a rumor began to spread that it was he who was making these animal sounds. The maid and Jerinos wanted to get into the Duke's office, but Jade stopped them. Jade stood in front of the office entrance and asked to give what Anna and Jerinos were holding. The head butler overheard the maids talking about the master asking for shaving supplies. The Duke had to be stopped before he shaved his beard. But it was too late. Everyone was very surprised, because they didn't expect to see the gentleman in such a form. Luke was very angry because he realized why his transformation took so long. Did Jade decide to disobey the master's order? Which made the Duke very angry. While the servants were imagining the polar bear, Luke insistently demanded shaving supplies. He was burning with desire to get what he asked for, so he immediately headed towards the head butler. Jade grabbed the shaving equipment tighter, saying that he could no longer give the master a sharp blade. but the angry Duke demanded his own, since he was already mature for such things. The maid Anna put on her glasses to watch this drama, and Gerinos was also delighted with the plot. Suddenly, Nadia came out of the office, looking for Luke, which made the Duke freeze. Noticing this picture, the girl wondered what her husband was doing, whether he was really fighting with his advisor. Pretending to be friendly, Luke said he was simply helping Jade, who had almost fallen. Nadia was glad to see such a wonderful husband who would always help his servants. The Duke announced that Nadia would help him shave, which surprised Jade greatly. The Duchess said she was not a professional in this matter, but she helped her father and brother, so she could help Luke. Jade didn't recognize the Duke. He was so nice and calm, and the butler also said that he brought shaving supplies. While others were touched by this picture, Jade was the only one who did not believe what was happening. That day, Jade was convinced that his worries about their relationship were in vain. The head butler also realized that it was better not to interfere in the Duke's relationship. His coarse hair fell to the floor. Luke was transformed before our eyes. He became a different person. The sharp blade cut across his face, removing thick, coarse hair. Nadia shaved confidently and carefully, and it couldn't be said that she did it rarely. The girl said that when she helped her father and brother at home, it was like a game for her, but now, for some reason, it felt different. The man who seemed big and scary, for some reason looks like this, that she is completely immersed in the process and does not notice how Luke is transformed before her eyes. And for some reason, such a simple action felt somehow intimate to her. Having finished her work, Nadia looked at the Duke with a smile on her face, who looked completely different. Everything was ready, so she took a towel to wipe off the excess foam from her face. Luke looked down. He didn't know if he looked worse or better, but he wanted his wife to like him. Anna, seeing the gentleman like this, was amazed, since he looked very much like his father. Nadia began to stare at the Duke, as she had not been able to see his face during the process. Looking at the Duke, the girl was very surprised. Her pupils dilated. Meanwhile, Luke thanked Nadia for her help, saying that he couldn't have coped without his wife. Nadia couldn't immediately recognize her husband, so she moved away a few meters. She needed time to accept him as he was. So, Luke decided to take the initiative and approach Nadia, thinking that she was uncomfortable. But Nadia only fell to the floor and began screaming again. His wife's behavior puzzled the Duke. An alarmed Luke asked if everything was okay, to which Nadia replied positively. The girl didn't know what to do. The man in front of her was completely different from Luke. It was as if she was seeing him for the first time, so she was very excited when she saw the man extending his hand to her. The Duke apologized to his wife, because he didn't think it would be so strange. Nadia replied that everything was fine. It was just very unusual for her to see him like this. But, looking at his face, she enjoyed his new image, which she herself helped to create. Holding Luke tightly by his shirt, her heart was beating so fast that she couldn't calm down. Looking at her husband, she was worried that the Duke would misunderstand her. But desire was stronger than thoughts, so she tenderly kissed the Duke on the cheek. Luke didn't expect this, so he was surprised and quickly blushed with embarrassment. Afterwards, stepping aside, the girl claimed that it was not strange. The Duke froze in anticipation of what his wife would say, because her appearance was so beautiful. At this time, Nadia, blushing with embarrassment, said that the Duke looked delightful. Unable to bear the embarrassment, the girl turned around abruptly and went to her bedroom. The Duke didn't know what to say, so he turned to the headmaid. He wanted to know if Anna had seen this painting, but the woman did not understand what the Duke was talking about. Luke couldn't believe that such a kind and wonderful person could exist in the world. The maid did not understand what was so special about the kiss, since she assumed that the gentlemen were doing something more. But the Duke did not understand what Anna was talking about, because Nadia kissed him for the first time. Miss Anna was very surprised by this, as she knew about the night the Duke had spent with his wife in the same bed. Embarrassed, Luke thought of no one but Nadia, who had just kissed him on the cheek. The maid was horrified to realize that the Duke and his wife had nothing going on, but Luke informed her that he had no intention of harming his innocent wife. And Miss Anna was also amazed at how Luke claimed that if Nadia wanted, he would be content with kisses for the rest of his life. This is how this couple amazed with all their innocence and sincerity. Anna left the room, and Jade was already waiting for her, inquiring about the condition of his lordship. Holding her head, she said that everything was fine with the Duke, but the problem was something else. She asked to gather all the closest people, as an urgent meeting needed to be held. Jade was surprised by Anna's command, but she continued to insist that a meeting should be held, since the Duke and his wife knew nothing about the marriage. Miss Anna was afraid that at this rate, she would never see the Duke's heirs. And for now, the Duke's wife is desperately avoiding this. You need to find a way to casually talk to her about married life. One day, in a beautiful garden, in a gazebo standing in the middle, Nadia enjoyed the dessert for which she was criticized, causing her to shake all over. The girl with the short hair thought that the lady sitting in front of her had already eaten enough. Reina, the Viscount's daughter, believed that Nadia was not the one to tell her what to do and how to do it. The girl continued to tell Nadia directly that she had gained weight. Emphasizing this, she asked the young gentleman's opinion, which he did not dare to answer. He noted that Nadia looked like a child, especially when she ate so quickly. Reina continued her attempts to ridicule the heroine, even though it seemed futile. The girl also noted that Nadia still doesn't have a fiancé, so she could end up an old maid, she thought. Nadia woke up from this nightmare, opening her eyes abruptly. Her breathing quickened, and she was covered in cold sweat. At first, she didn't believe it was a dream, because she didn't notice how she fell asleep. The Duchess waited for Luke because she wanted to sleep in the same bed with him. Hearing the sounds, she turned to the Duke, to which Luke turned around, looking at Nadia. The girl immediately corrected herself, because now the Duke was her husband, and she could address him by name. It was unusual for her, but she still called Luke by name, which caused the man to smile, looking kindly at his wife. Luke apologized for waking Nadia. The girl said that she woke up from hunger, and the Duke immediately said that he would call the maids. Nadia was surprised by this and immediately decided to change her mind, saying that everything was fine. Holding her husband by the sleeve, she wanted to say that if he ate at night, he would get fat. Listening to this, Luke did not understand what Nadia was talking about, as he thought she had a great figure. But Nadia thought she was a little plump. That's what her parents and friends said, so she tried to eat less. Looking at the girl, the Duke decided to say that Nadia looked great, and she didn't need to worry about such things. The Duchess became embarrassed, and thanking him, began to laugh. She was counting at that moment. And Luke kept thinking about asking Leonard to teach him how to give compliments. The Duke asked if Nadia was going to sleep, to which the girl answered negatively. Luke extended his hand, indicating that he would bring her something to eat. The girl was extremely surprised by the Duke's actions. She had previously been scolded for eating too much, but Luke said that, looking at his wife, he also wanted to eat. Touching the strawberries with cutlery, Nadia said that she used to want to have friends in the capital. She said that in reality, she didn't have many friends, and they were all from childhood. Nadia wondered if Luke knew the children of Viscount Million, but he believed that since they were his wife's friends, he should remember them. It was strange, because Nadia's friends were supposed to come to the wedding, but he didn't see them on the guest list. Nadia asked abruptly if Luke liked desserts. Although the Duke did not like sweets, Luke obediently ate them from the hand of his beloved wife. With a soft smile on his face, he replied that he really liked desserts. Hearing this, Nadia suggested going to the kitchen and cooking something tasty. Although the heroine was not good at it, she really enjoyed cooking. Luke thought Nadia was perfect and decided to let the word out to the kitchen that the Duchess could rule there. The Duke noticed that Nadia ate a lot of sweets, but the most important thing for him was that she was happy. He looked straight at her face and enjoyed how Nadia devoured the cakes. Luke couldn't enjoy the view and was ready to watch it for an eternity. Looking at her lips, he thought about what it would be like to kiss those soft and tender-looking lips. Luke stood up abruptly from the table, becoming embarrassed by his own thoughts. Noticing the Duke's actions, Nadia began to tremble, as she thought that he was angry because she ate a lot. Wiping the cream off his wife's face, Luke apologized and justified his actions by saying that he suddenly felt sleepy. Nadia understood that the Duke had a lot to do every day, so his behavior was natural for her. Nadia got up from the table and walked over to Luke. The Duke didn't understand his wife's actions, until she reached out and called him into bed, and Luke's pulse began to quicken. He was clearly not ready for such a phrase. His thoughts would start to confuse him again that night. Luke tried to calm down, since he had already decided everything for himself, but it was not so easy. He remembered that he had agreed to even just one kiss that would last a lifetime, so I tried not to dwell on it and imagine a calm ocean. Opening his eyes and looking to the side, a slight blush appeared on the gentleman's cheeks. He looked at his beautiful wife, who was already lying next to him in just her nightgown. So his meditation ended after 3 seconds, and everything started all over again. Luke said that Nadia didn't bother him at all. On the contrary, he liked that she was so cheerful. Nadia was pleased to hear this, because it seemed to her that Luke was telling the truth. All this time, the Duke was thinking about how to contain his dirty thoughts, and also suggested that it would be better to tie himself up. And since his wife was wearing only a piece of silk, Luke tried not to look at Nadia. After all, if he looks at her, he will be shameless and may do something stupid. Nadia looked at the Duke with an innocent look and did not understand why he was behaving like this. Luke closed his eyes, trying not to look at his wife and holding back his dirty thoughts. And the heroine looked at the Duke and felt some kind of feeling of emptiness. She supposed that perhaps it was because she had a partner for the first time. But for some reason, Nadia couldn't get these strange thoughts out of her head. A couple should sleep in the same room, hugging each other. That's what her parents told her. The brother and sister said that they would tell everything when Nadia had a fiancé, but she was always told that a lady should not think about such things. And even her friends thought so, even though they showed concern for her. No one talked to her about married life, so she didn't know anything. Standing up, she kept thinking about why this strange feeling wouldn't leave her. Looking at the sleeping Luke, she wanted to sort out her feelings, so, bending forward slightly, hanging right over Luke's face, Nadia wanted to kiss him. At the same time, in the conference room at the Staten estate, the butler was reporting that Miss Anna's order had arrived. Anna asked if this was the right size, to which the butler replied positively, but he was not sure whether it was okay to show something like this to the Duchess. The maid understood that it was difficult to resist, because they had already decided everything, because there was no other way to explain to her all the intricacies of married life. Waking up, Nadia felt something warm, as if she was hugging something. The surface was hard and soft at the same time. She felt such a pleasant feeling. Looking up, she saw that it was Luke in front of her, so she wondered. When she started screaming, she didn't expect that the hard and pleasant pillow would turn out to be Luke. Noticing his wife's reaction, Luke apologized because he thought he had scared her. Nadia explained that she was not surprised to see Luke, but she wondered if her husband had been looking at her while she was sleeping. Luke realized that he had been caught, so he felt ashamed about it. But Nadia was more interested in whether she had accidentally hit him in his sleep. The Duke admitted that nothing like that happened, and he also said that he slept very well. He slept so soundly that he didn't even want to wake Nadia, Duke Staten claimed. Nadia began to worry because she thought that Luke was late for work because of her. Luke started to get up in a strange way, as if it was very difficult for him. Seeing her husband getting out of bed with difficulty, Nadia thought that it was hard to support her weight on his chest. So she crawled up to him and asked if the Duke was all right. But Luke felt as if his back had been shot. He couldn't move, so he stood still. Nadia started to cry, continuing to think about her excess weight. But Luke turned around and convinced her that everything was not like that at all. In fact, the Duke could not sleep with Nadia because he was afraid to touch her. Luke apologized because he had to go, so they wouldn't be able to have breakfast together. But Nadia wasn't worried. She understood everything. Holding Luke's hand, she asked him not to forget to eat and hoped that the Duke was in good spirits today. Embarrassed, the Duke could only timidly answer one word: rest. As he left the room, he stood near the door for a long time and thought. He hoped that Nadia did not know the real reason why the Duke was not sleeping. Luke couldn't sleep all night because Nadia was there, and he was trying to control his animal instincts. He felt the moment she approached and wondered if Nadia would be surprised if the Duke opened his eyes. This moment was simply unforgettable for the Duke, as it was the first time he felt it. The sweetness of her lips, even though it was only her forehead, it was already more like intimacy. After this kiss, Nadia lay happily on the bed for some time and laughed, and the Duke could barely restrain his dirty thoughts, because after this moment, it became much more difficult to do so. Walking down the hallway, Luke was still very happy because his wife was happy. The boundaries between them disappeared, and they gradually became closer. The Duke did not want to frighten Nadia and make her stay away for no reason. However, the man could not help but notice how seductive Nadia was. Out of such despair, Duke Staten began to bang his head against the wall in front of the servants. He thought that he might have to live like this all the time, which couldn't help but frighten him. At this time, a sunny day at the Staten estate made everyone happy. The head maid approached Nadia and introduced herself. She had come to tell her news. that the commander of the knights and the head butler want to visit the Duchess. Nadia was hesitant at first, but then she remembered that she had firmly decided not to judge people by their appearance, so she agreed. But the lady also informed Anna that first, she would like to finish all the work in the kitchen. The Duchess asked what time it was, and the head maid pointed to the clock on the mantelpiece. Nadia was surprised by this, as she had not noticed the clock above the fireplace before. The Duchess looked at them intently and examined the married couple. A couple kissing and enjoying each other's arms. Nadia stood up abruptly, showed surprise on her face, and turned to Anna. Miss Anna, with a smile on her face, asked what a mistress was. Although the lady saw the watch, Anna could not explain everything, and Nadia was going to take a walk, wanting to breathe some fresh air. Standing at the door, the head maid suggested that they go for a walk together. After all, she just wanted to show what had recently been brought to the Staten estate. Nadia was very surprised, so much so that there were no words at that moment. Although the statue is covered in paint, we can see the couple in a very interesting pose that Nadia could not look at. Anna explained that this was a sculpture based on a popular novel. But the statue was not just static, it was moving, which frightened Nadia even more. The Duchess did not understand why or how, but she was very interested. Taking the key in her hands, she dared to set the sculpture into action. And this action amazed her so much that she began to sweat. Anne wanted the Duchess to appreciate this work of art. Nadia was amazed, because she couldn't even imagine that this was part of the Staten culture. Overwhelmed with emotion, she began to hiccup again, so she moved aside and sat down on the floor. The maid asked if the mistress was okay, to which Nadia said that she felt nauseous. Coming closer, Anna realized that perhaps it was too early to show this to the lady. After all, judging by her appearance, one could tell that the girl was very surprised by the watch and the statue. But Nadia found it strange that the statue's face reminded her of the Duke. Nadia imagined Luke hugging her and her closing her eyes, burying her nose in his shoulder. She even started to hiccup from embarrassment. But then Anna, putting her hand on her shoulder, suggested that they take a break. The head maid reminded the girl that she wanted to go to the kitchen and bake a dessert. Nadia, having taken the cookies out of the oven and was about to decorate them with cream, sighed heavily. The girl even cried, because she was thinking about Luke all the time, and these thoughts made her feel awkward. Nadia understood that it was because of the watch and the sculpture that Anna showed her, because the face of the sculpture looked like the face of her husband. Having drawn a bear-shaped face on a cookie with cream, Nadia realized that she couldn't stop thinking about him, because the statue had Luke's face. She didn't understand why this scene didn't work. She didn't have a head. A scene of kissing young people depicted in a picture in a clock. Nadia wondered if the servants had placed all these things around the house on purpose. Blushing, the girl thought she would be pleased if Luke kissed her like that. Nadia, standing with a pastry bag in her hands, heard her name being called. The maids brought the dishes she had ordered to the kitchen and saw the Duchess. She hid behind the table, but told the girls that she had dropped something so that they would not think anything wrong. The maids asked if the lady was okay, because they had seen her fall. And then they said that they had heard that the book, The Life of the Duchess, had already been delivered, and they just wanted to look at it. The Duchess thought that this was the book that Mia read every day, and when she asked to read it, she always said that she would read it when she grew up. Nadia asked the girls if they really liked the novel so much, to which they replied that it was a very popular novel for adults. She was shocked that a holy and chaste man was reading a novel for adults. Nadia asked the maids to lend her a book. The girls were surprised by this request, and then they looked at each other, and looking at the Duchess, said that if she fainted while reading, it would be bad. They began to explain to Nadia that this book was Frank, but then Anna came in and said that the captain of the knights and the butler were already ready. And then she added that the lady needed to get ready, because she needed to formally greet them, and the maids said they would help. In fact, even before the wedding, the Staten estate was completely prepared for it. This was so as not to appear poor and provincial in the eyes of the new Duchess from the capital. Having put on the dress and done her hair, the girl smiled and told Anna that it was very beautiful. The head maid thought that she was so simple and kind, and Nadia asked if this dress was really hers. Anna confirmed and said that she looked amazing, and the girl was embarrassed. She rarely wore such dresses, and it was unusual for her. The head maid advised her to get used to it, because from that day on, she would wear them more often. And then she asked the Duke, who entered the room, to confirm her words. At that moment, the girl remembered the picture on the clock and decided not to think about her husband until she cleared everything up for herself. Luke turned to Nadia and said that he had come to accompany her. He wanted to offer to wait for her if she was still going, but the girl said that she was ready. Nadia smiled warmly at him and said that she was glad that he came, even though he was probably busy. The Duke, embarrassed by her words, blushed and could not utter a word. The girl wondered why he was silent and what she should do. And then Luke said that Nadia looked great, which surprised the girl. And he continued to talk about how she was so beautiful, and he couldn't take his eyes off her, and he didn't know how to describe to her what he felt. The Duke, approaching the girl and looking into her eyes, asked if she would give him her hand. The maids watched the young people with interest. Anna was surprised that this was some kind of miracle, because Luke called the girl beautiful, and I thought that before, he was exactly like a beast. Nadia, not expecting this, picked up her skirts, and saying it was too late, rushed to the door. And she added, calling Luke to follow her, that everyone must have been waiting for a long time. The man looked after her in bewilderment, and thought that Nadia was avoiding him, and perhaps because of what happened that night. He followed her down the corridor and wondered if his wife had caught him secretly thinking about her. And Nadia mentally asked Luke for forgiveness for the cold, because every time she saw his face, she remembered the watch and that statue. She thought about how Luke had complimented her a lot. The girl would have liked to hug him very much, but she was confused. Nadia looked at her reflection in the glass and thought that while she was dressed like that, she was remembering bad things. She remembered how her friend scolded her for wearing the same dress on her birthday, and now everyone would compare her to it. Reina then told Nadia that she was trying to become the central figure of her evening and did not let the girl explain everything. Her friend that day pushed her hard and told her that she was pretending to be innocent to get attention. And then she remembered how Reina said that she hated Nadia and didn't even hear her husband approach. And Luke, putting his hand on her shoulder, asked if everything was okay, because she didn't look well, to which the girl replied that she was okay. And then she added that she was just a little nervous, because they were important people to her, and she would only be able to see them now. The man hugged her and looked at Nadia, saying that she didn't need to worry, and he added that just as he liked her, so everyone would like her. Before entering the dining room, where everyone was already sitting, she said, "Break a leg." Entering, Nadia wished everyone a good day, and the Duke noticed that they were already there. Nadia was frightened by the commander's terrible appearance and his unkind gaze. Mentally telling herself that there was no need to be afraid, the girl introduced herself, saying that this was not the first time they had met, and that she was glad to meet him. The commander looked at them and thought that their first meeting was a long time ago, but now he looked like an adult and was very handsome. And then the man greeted the Duchess and said that his name was Jerry Noor, and he was the leader of the Knights, the Black Bears. The girl smiled warmly and said that she was glad to meet him, and looking at the plates, she saw her cookies and thought that Anna had brought them. The second man stood up and bowed, then said that they were already acquainted. He was Grant Jones, the butler of the Staten House. The third man said he was his lordship's advisor. Alan gasped and apologized for not introducing himself to her for so long. The Duke replied that they were glad to see everyone, and at that time Anna, who looked into the dining room, saw that everyone had arrived and said to start tea. To begin with, she invited everyone to try dessert. The commander asked Anna why she brought cookies, since none of them like sweets, and the head maid leaned over to him and asked threateningly if he didn't like cookies, even if the lady had been baking them all morning. And she added that they were decorated with cream, and he should care. And Nadia apologized. She didn't know that they didn't like sweets. The commander looked at the darkened Duke and said in fear that he was just joking, and that the cookies were excellent. And he actually loves cookies. Luke asked him not to make such a noise, because his wife might get scared. The Duke took the cookies in his hands, thanked the nanny for her care, and told Nadia that her cookies were wonderful. Alan Gasp said they turned out great, and Anna said they had a lovely shape. Nadia lowered her head, because she realized that they definitely didn't like sweets, and I thought that they were eating it anyway because she cooked it. The Duke, noticing Nadia's condition, asked with concern what was wrong with her, and then he added that, as he thought, it was all because of Gary, and he apologized and said that he didn't mean anything like that. When Nadia raised her head and said that it was not about that, all the men were surprised. Tears rolled down the girl's cheeks, but she said that she was grateful and happy because they were trying to comfort her. She thought it was good that they were all very kind. The Staten estate was not yet completely familiar to her, but everyone was very friendly. Nadia cuddled up to her husband and thought that she was very happy. The Duke looked into his wife's tear-stained eyes and asked what she was doing. She suddenly wondered why Luke was talking like that and hugging her, and he continued that it would be better for the two of them to step away for a while, to a quieter place. When they went into another room, the Duke asked Nadia if she had calmed down a little, and then he added that she shouldn't worry about what happened at tea time and suggested that they take a break. When the girl did not respond to his words, Luke leaned over and saw that she was unwell. The Duke apologized seeing this, and Nadia thought that he was very sweet and what was wrong with her. The girl remembered the statue and could not believe that she thought of her husband in such a way, and suddenly she felt a man's strong hands on her waist. And then Luke picked up his wife in his arms, which surprised her greatly. The Duke apologized and said that she had done a good job and carried her to the sofa. And then Luke asked if the servants had prepared a gift for her. They said she was surprised by their sincerity. The Duke continued. The girl thanked Luke, but she also felt very ashamed in front of him. She remembered the picture on the clock again and realized that she liked it very much, and apologized again. Luke became very upset and thought that he didn't know something, because he didn't understand what his wife was apologizing for. And then he thought that he had never comforted a crying woman. The Duke saw people crying because they were afraid of him, but he did not have to calm them down. Luke was very worried that he might do something wrong and hurt her. The girl, crying, apologized again and said that she had ruined everything. The man thought he needed to be brave and hugged Nadia, then said she was charming. He held the girl tightly to his chest and calmed her down like a small child. Nadia did not expect this from her husband and looked at him intently. Then Luke moved away from the girl, but still holding her by the shoulders, said that everything was fine. She called her husband by name and wanted to ask something. The Duke, thinking that Nadia was too close, became afraid that his nose would bleed again. And smiling at the girl, the man decided to change the subject. Putting his hand on her neck, Luke said he had a gift for her. He wanted to give it to her after tea, but he didn't know if she would like it, to which the girl replied that she would definitely like it. Luke was surprised and said that she hadn't even seen him and what she would do if she didn't like him, to which Nadia sincerely replied that she would definitely like it because he chose it for her. Luke and Nadia looked into each other's eyes, and their cheeks slowly became covered with a blush. Here the Duke, clutching the armrest of the sofa, said that he needed to change clothes, and the girl decided to put on something comfortable too. Nadia smiled warmly at her husband and said that she would wait for him. Luke clenched his teeth and smiled, thinking that he had to go. Otherwise, if they continued to be so close, he would kiss her. The maids helping the girl change her clothes asked if she had had a good rest. Nadia was embarrassed and answered that it was fine, and then asked them if everyone was uncomfortable because of her. Anna replied that this was not so, and asked if she liked the people who accompanied the Duke, to which the girl replied that they seemed very nice to her. And then Nadia said that she would like to know more about Staten, which surprised the headmaid. Looking at the portrait of the Duke, the girl added that she would live here for the rest of her life, and it would be difficult for her if she did not know about this place, and she also wanted to help Luke and the others. Anna responded to these words by saying that it was a wonderful idea, and added that she had prepared a gift for her. The headmaid suggested that she read her gift for now, since finding books to study would take time. Nadia saw that Anna was handing her a book, The Life of the Countess, and she was very happy. She thought that she could read it now, because she was already an adult, and she was interested in how good this book was for adults. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door, and Luke, saying it was him, asked permission to enter. Nadia was very happy and invited him to enter the room. The man entered, and saying that he had come to accompany her, extended his hand to the girl. And then he added that his lady looked great in riding clothes, and that Anna hadn't made a mistake with the size, which greatly embarrassed Nadia. As he left the room, Luke said that he, her maids, had told him that his wife was very fond of horse riding. The girl confirmed this and said that she trained regularly in the capital. Luke was glad to hear this, and then asked to look at his wife, towards the park. Jade was standing there, holding a white horse by the bridle. Nadia asked in surprise if this horse was for her. The man looked at the girl and confirmed that it was his gift. Nadia was very happy that her husband remembered what she liked. While Luke blushed silently, Jade told the girl that it was her horse, and then he added that he was very friendly and well-mannered, and offered her a ride with his lordship. Luke asked Jade to bring his horse, but the man refused, citing business, and then he suggested that they ride on the same horse, as a husband and wife do. The cunning Jade added that his master could not leave his wife alone. Luke looked at Nadia and asked if she would mind taking the ride. The sun was shining brightly, the grass and trees were green, and a man and a woman were riding together on a white horse. Luke asked Nadia if it was comfortable for her, because he had heard that they used steps in the capital. The girl looked at him and replied that it was better and more comfortable, so it was easier to jump. And then she began to tell me that, in fact, in the capital, she was unable to ride a horse a couple of times. After all, the lady was told that it was dangerous, and her parents didn't like the idea. Nadia, with a sparkle of delight in her eyes, looked at her husband, and then she added that she had always dreamed of riding like that. Nadia smiled sincerely at Luke, saying that she was grateful to him. The man, looking at the girl, said that she should not thank him, and he wanted to apologize to her. Nadia was very surprised, because she thought that he had nothing to apologize for. Luke told the girl that she had actually been brought to the estate by force. She had to leave everything, her family, her friends. The Duke continued to say. Nadia, after these words, looked at her husband in surprise, and then she said that she married him, to which Luke noted that she didn't want that. Pressing the girl tighter, the man decided to justify himself. Looking at Nadia and blushing, Luke said that he fell in love with her at first sight, and therefore proposed. He added that he never thought he would use his status or surname. The Duke did not know whether this would bother her, and the girl, all this time, looked at him. And then Nadia asked him if he loved her, and with bewilderment, she asked her husband whether they had met before. Luke smiled and confirmed that they had met, then added that the first time he saw her, he immediately fell in love. The Duke said that she didn't remember him, so Nadia decided to find out when they had met. The man, covered in cold sweat, thought that he could not tell this, and answered the girl that it was not important. And then Luke said that he wanted to ask his wife for forgiveness, for forcing her to marry him. Nadia told her husband that at first she was surprised and scared, because she didn't know what kind of person he was, and the estate was large and unfamiliar. And then she remembered that she fell ill as soon as she arrived at the palace. Nadia added that she had a fever and had no one to turn to, and she cried. To which Luke, looking at his wife, said that he had been there the whole time. And the girl, smiling warmly at him, replied that this is how it should be, because any husband worries about his wife. Nadia said that she was very grateful to Luke, because at that time she thought that she had no one. But then she was glad to find out that this was not so. The horse slowly stepped forward with its hooves, carrying the young people, and the girl thought that the process of realization was a little surprising and even scary. And then, touching Luke's cheek with her hand, Nadia said that she was happy and lucky to have met him. To her husband's questioning look, the girl answered, because he is a sweet and kind person. And smiling warmly, she thought that she never thought Luke was like this. After all, the mysterious proposal of marriage that she unexpectedly received was from the Duke, nicknamed the Beast. Nadia thought that this was equivalent to being sold and asked her relatives to be merciful. She was afraid of strangers, and so she avoided Luke. But her expectations were not met. The Duke turned out to be a good man, and he proposed to her because he fell in love. Nadia, stroking Luke's cheek, still looked at him tenderly, and then she quietly whispered that she, too, had fallen in love. Their lips were so close that it seemed like they were about to kiss. But then Luke suddenly grabbed Nadia by the cheeks with both hands. The girl was very surprised by this incomprehensible action of her husband. The Duke, looking at her, said that it was already late and suggested that they go back. To her questioning look, he added that dinner was soon and everyone was waiting for them. In fact, Luke understood that Nadia was drawn to him herself, and he had no reason to push her away. And the man realized that if he continued in the same spirit, his lower body would remind him of itself. Luke and Nadia quickly returned home, and the man thought that he shouldn't have said anything like that to that bastard. Returning, the Duke burst into the office where Jade was sitting and calmly drinking tea. Jade, seeing Luke at the door, was surprised that he had returned, to which the man offered to talk to him. The servant was scared and already wanted to hide under the table, but still, first asked if it was true that he wanted to beat someone for a simple game. Jade asked if the date had worked out, then said he just wanted to help, not be a hindrance. Luke sat down on the sofa and stretched out his legs, wearily saying that he didn't have the strength to be angry with him. And then he added that everything went well, he apologized because he thought about it constantly, and Nadia said that the farm was beautiful. Jade jumped up and asked what was the matter then, if the Duchess liked everything too. Luke became angry and shouted that his wife thought he was kind. Luke talked about how Nadia looked at him with innocent and beautiful eyes, and Jade imagined moments where the master wanted to beat him. And the Duke continued that, instead of blaming him, she said that he was a good man because he was good to his wife. Luke cried out in anger that this was not true and that he had dirty thoughts about Nadia. And he decided that something like this needed to be prevented in the future. And then the Duke ordered to give him the letter that was lying on the table, and he would get rid of it. Jade was horrified by the Duke's desire and grabbed his head. And then he protected the letter from Luke with his chest when he wanted to take it himself, and, crying, said that he wanted to cross everything out. Jade hinted to the man that his wife would not want him to get hurt, and there had to be another way out. He, imagining Luke and Nadia together, suggested that the Duke take a walk in the fresh air, and then he would return healthy in body and spirit. The man thought for a moment, and then remembered that the time for training in the mountains would soon come, and this was a difficult and long journey. But he was ready to do anything to avoid harming his wife. Luke praised Jade for giving good advice, and asked if he started preparing now. When would it be possible to leave? At this time, in the bedroom of the Staten estate, Nadia sat comfortably on the bed and picked up a book. Putting on her glasses, she realized that she never thought she would be reading her favorite book. Moving from her bed to the windowsill, she thought that reading was going rather slowly, because in fact, she liked horse riding and baking more. Nadia remembered that she always admired her older sister, who spent all her free time reading while she looked after her children. She was also interested in whether they had grown at least a little, since she hadn't seen them for 2 whole months. The girl decided that when she finished reading, she would write a letter home, because Luke really was good. The book she was reading described the relationship between a man and a woman. She was very surprised and blushed, and then thought that it was strange when she got to the explicit scenes. In the evening, the maids knocked on her room door and said that they had come to help her get ready for bed. When the Duchess did not answer them, the girls decided to enter themselves. They saw that the lady was lying face down on the bed, and the book was lying on the floor, and they decided that she had fainted. But then Nadia suddenly jumped up and sat on the bed, greeting the girls. When the maids asked if she was okay, the Duchess replied that she was simply feeling dizzy. Nadia sat there all red with embarrassment, because she understood what adult novels are and how husband and wife sleep in each other's arms. She was worried about what Luke thought of her and decided to ask the girls about it without saying it concerned her. Embarrassed, she asked them what they would think if their wife or husband were completely pure when they got married. The maids looked at each other and thought that she was definitely talking about herself, and replied that they didn't know, and that it depended on the person. Nadia, covering her face with her hands, said that she was so ignorant and just silently waited for something, and she was so ashamed. The maids reassured the Duchess, saying that everything depended on the other person and it was not necessary to have physical contact. And then they added that if she couldn't just ignore it, then why shouldn't she take the initiative next time? Nadia sat and thought that if the book was to be believed, they had never been a real couple, and the maids wished her good night and got ready to leave. The girl thought shyly that she wanted to try something, anything that isn't a goodnight kiss from your parents or sister. She remembered her husband, and she wanted to receive such a kiss from him and see his reaction. Nadia wondered if it would be better for them, and what someone else's lips would feel like. The Duchess called out to the maids who had come to the door and asked if she could ask them for a favor. Embarrassed, Nadia asked the girls to tell her how she could show initiative. With her head down, the girl asked them to explain what it meant to be closer. Nadia sat in her smart shirt and thought how good it was that they helped her, and also that she addressed them correctly, because the girls advised her to dress nicely and then look at her husband with desire, biting her lip. The maids looked at their mistress and thought that the Duke would be amazed by her. Nadia sat and didn't know what to do now, and was starting to get nervous. She blushed with embarrassment, imagining that if Luke came, today they would have their first kiss. The girl realized that she was completely embarrassed and decided to choose a pose in which to wait for him. And then, I decided to lie down on the bed and wait for him in that position. Nadia thought that when Luke came, she would definitely make the first move. With these thoughts, the Duchess did not notice how she fell asleep. When she woke up, she realized that it was already morning and her whole arm was numb. Wondering where Luke was and if he had already left the bedroom, Nadia looked out into the hallway. The head maid, seeing the Duchess, wished her good morning. Nadia asked her if she knew where the Duke was, to which she replied that he had left for training that night. The girl was very surprised and asked if these were the same exercises that were talked about in the capital, and remembered how her brother said that the Knights of Staten should go to the mountains for training. He read the book, The Crown Prince's Knowledge of the Knights of Staten, and added that it was intense training, and all because inexperienced knights lost their lives in battle. Nadia, remembering this, said that these were dangerous exercises, and asked Anna why he didn't tell her anything. The head maid reassured the lady by saying that there was no need to worry, because it was not that dangerous there, and rumors always exaggerate. And then, supporting the girl by the elbow, she added that he would return the day after tomorrow. Nadia decided to think about the good and spend this time to better prepare and surprise her husband. 3 days had passed, and there was still no news from Luke. Nadia prepared and waited for him every evening. She dreamed of their first kiss. She sat on the bed and thought that he had recently finished horse riding training, or maybe she had done something wrong. The Duchess kept looking out the window and realized that she already missed her husband. In the evening, standing by the window, she heard a strange sound and looked out of it. The girl saw a squad of knights moving along the path to the mansion. Nadia ran to the exit to meet them, ignoring the maid's words that it was dangerous. Joyfully, she ran out and saw Jade, said hello to him, and asked where Luke was. The man said that he would now explain everything to her, but first, he took off his cloak and put it on the Duchess. The girl was embarrassed, because she came out in a nightgown because she ran to meet them in her joy. The Duchess thanked Jade for giving her the cloak. And then the man, not knowing how to begin, told the lady that he had something to tell her. Jade said that because of these exercises, only they are back now. Listening to him, Nadia turned pale and realized that her husband had not returned with them. Jade sadly talked about how the knights wanted to return on the second day. After all, Luke was very worried about the Duchess being there alone. But on the way home, an unpleasant situation arose. A messenger caught up with them and reported that the new knights who had joined at the beginning of the year had stumbled. Luke, having said that the downpour would now affect the others, immediately went to help the newcomers. It was only thanks to the Duke that they were able to save all the newcomers. But when the last knight remained, the Lord fell into the abyss. Nadia was very scared for her husband when she heard these words. Jade asked the lady to calm down, assuring that the gentleman would cope. And then he added that the Duke knew the area like the back of his hand, and the rain had already died down. Nadia looked at the knights and thought that they themselves were in a panic, and that was bad. And then she asked if anyone was looking for him. Jade replied that they would now gather a search party, because it was dangerous to stay there then. So they returned. Nadia, lowering her head, said that now she wanted to go with them, because she had to find Luke. And then I thought, can she do it? Because she's nothing but trouble. Her brothers always said that she was like a child and asked her to leave everything to them, because she was still too young. And then, deciding that now was not the time, she looked resolutely at Sir Nor and Sir Alain and asked them to be sure to find the Duke. Dropping to one knee before the Duchess, they said they would return with him, and then they added that even at the cost of their lives, they would find him. The maid's sisters watched from around the corner as their mistress stood at the window and looked out. They knew that the Duchess stood at the window all day and realized that she was very worried about the Duke. The maids thought that it could be honestly said that in the forest, even wild animals were afraid to meet the master, and falling into the abyss was nothing to him at all. At this time, the knights were quietly talking about how they were sure that the Duke himself would arrive here tomorrow, and maybe even earlier. It was just that the weather was bad now. Nadia, hearing some sound behind her, turned around and saw her maids. The girls approached the lady and asked if everything was okay with her, because she had turned very pale. The Duchess sadly admitted that she wanted to go in search of her husband with the knights, but was afraid that she would cause more problems. The maids hugged their mistress and said that she would be more useful because she was an excellent horse rider. The girls said that the gentleman might be seriously injured, but once he meets his beloved, he will recover in no time. They added that they knew that she was very worried about the Duke, and he was just as worried about her. Nadia, with a sad smile, remembered what a caring husband she had. She realized that he was ready to do anything for her, and if he was waiting for her, then she should hurry to him. The Duchess, with a determined step, went out into the courtyard to the knights and said that she wanted to join the search. Nadia reminded Jade of what he had said about her horse, that she knew the area well and had been trained by Luke, meaning she would probably be able to find him. In response, Jade said that the journey would be difficult for her because it was a very tough trip for ladies. The Duchess was saddened to hear the answer, and the maids approached Sir Alan and asked him to listen to them. They told him that he was not at all worried about the Duke and simply left him alone, to which the man replied that he was protecting the newcomers. The maids said that he already knew that the Duke was coming here, and if Jade brought his beloved to him, it would be their most touching reunion. The girls hinted that it would be better to find the master as soon as possible, because the mistress prepares for his arrival every evening. Nadia told Jade that she would then wait for them at home, to which the man exclaimed that he had changed his mind. And then, taking the girl by the hand, he said that her help would be useful to them and that she would be able to find the Duke, because he also missed them. And he added that, with them, she would be completely safe on the way. Jade, at the end of his impassioned speech, asked the lady if she would join in the search for the Duke. Sir Nor asked Sir Alan whether the Duke's wife was going with them, and then he added that this was no place for a lady because it was unsafe. Jade sheepishly said that it was too late to change anything since he had agreed, and then added that there were two of them and they could handle it. And he noticed that since the Duchess was going with them, today they would have to pretend that they were looking for the master. Nadia changed her clothes and went out into the yard where the men were waiting for her. She called out to them, and then she apologized for making them wait for her and said that they could go. The Duchess added decisively that they needed to find her husband as soon as possible. Jade smiled. He didn't expect such determination from the lady and told Jerry to look at how serious the girl was, and he added that he shouldn't do anything stupid and that they would find the Duke today. Sir Alan, turning to the Duchess, who was riding behind him, said that it was better not to attract unnecessary attention, and the other knights would inspect the next section. The man added seriously that rumors about the Duke's disappearance could not be allowed. He explained that the Statons had no heir, nor was there a direct heir, and the very fact of his disappearance will cause concern in the territory. Jade finished speaking to the worried Duchess. At this time, he thought that the gentleman was strong, and there was no need to even look for him, and Nadia thought that she should protect Luke. Sir Nor added that she needed to be careful, and that it was their duty to find the Duke. She can return home at any time, to which Nadia replied that she will try to find him, because he is her husband. Jade, who was eavesdropping on the conversation, was very surprised that the Duchess called Luke her husband, because a month ago he could not even imagine such a thing. In his thoughts, the man turned to the Duke and said that his wife was very worried about him. Suddenly, Nadia's horse stopped, and she wondered why this happened. The girl thought that the horse was behaving as if they had found a person, and the knights, seeing that she was standing, asked if something had happened. Nadia showed the men the object that lay near the hooves of her horse. It turned out to be a button that was on her husband's clothes. Jade was surprised that the Duke was so close, and then he thought that the training grounds were not that far from this place, and he should have returned home. And then he decided that most likely, because of the heavy rain, the whole road was washed away, and the Duke went the wrong way. Then, looking anxiously at the others, he exclaimed that they had to move forward. Nadia and the commander looked at Jade, who said that the Duke had not returned to the castle. And this means that perhaps the gentleman went deep into the forest, he concluded. They had been driving for quite some time, and the sun was already beginning to set when Gary asked Jaden to stop. He said that they had to go back, because they had gone too far and might run into the Ames people. The girl was surprised to hear this name, and Jade suggested driving a little further, because the Duke could be in great danger. In response, Gary said that he was also very worried about the Duke. And then, looking around anxiously, he added that they had better leave here. Jade told the Duchess that they needed to go back, and then take reinforcements with them to continue the search. And he added that Gary was right, and first we needed to contact the other knights. But unfortunately, the enemies were already watching them from behind the trees, who realized that these were definitely knights from Staten, and they were surprised by what they were doing here. Here, Nadia stopped, and when the knights asked what had happened, she said that something had moved in the forest. Jade looked anxiously at where the Duchess thought she saw movement, and then he sharply tilted Nadia forward so that she would dodge the flying arrow. They were very surprised that they were attacked, because these lands were abandoned. Gary looked back and shouted to Jade to cover the lady, because the Ames had set up an ambush here. The knights pulled out the balls and began to protect the Duchess, although they did not understand where the enemies came from. The leader of the Ames, observing the knights, said that he did not expect strong resistance, and when his subordinate asked him what they should do, he said that Staten was their enemy, and then he ordered that the woman be left and the rest killed. Nadia didn't understand what was happening and why they were fighting. She heard that the Ames had long since disappeared from the face of the earth, and then she turned around and saw one of the enemies getting close to her horse. The horse, sensing this, reared up and rushed forward, not looking where he was going. Jade turned around and saw this and was very surprised. He called to the lady, who was holding the reins tightly, to stop the horse. Jade tried to catch up with the lady, but was hindered by the attacking enemies. He shouted after her that there was a dense forest there, but the horse did not stop. It got dark. The horse calmed down and walked slowly through the dark forest. Nadia dozed off from the monotonous movement and from the emotions she had experienced that day. Suddenly, a strong, cold rain began, which immediately wet the girl. Wet and frozen, the girl woke up and didn't understand where she was. The Duchess did not understand how she could return to the knights, and maybe she should look for Luke then. The girl was shaking from the cold and worrying about her husband, because he could be in great danger. Nadia thought that the Duke might also have fallen into the Azem's ambush. Tears rolled down her eyes. The girl didn't know if she would be able to find him now, but if she went back, she would only cause problems. Nadia thought that all she did during the search was get in the way. The girl cried even harder, realizing that instead of helping find Luke, she only added to the problems. And then, wiping away her tears, she decided that now she needed to find a place to spend the night. The Duchess was riding through the forest and suddenly saw a cave nearby. Seeing the light in it, she thought that some thieves or bandits might be hiding there. The girl got off her horse and decided to carefully approach the cave. Nadia couldn't stay in the rain because she was already wet. Having quietly peered into the cave, she screamed in fear. There, by the fire, sat her wounded husband with his eyes closed. On the day of the disappearance, in the northern forest, the knights asked what happened and whether the Duke was okay, to which they received the answer that they survived only thanks to him. The Duke stood on the ledge, holding onto the rock with one hand and holding the newcomer with the other, telling him not to let go. Looking at the knight, he realized that he was in a panic and everything could collapse due to their weight. The Duke held Lawrence with all his might and thought that he couldn't allow other knights to get in here. Luke decided that he had to save him and, squeezing his hand tighter, threw him out of the abyss and up. Shouting for the others to hold the newcomer, he felt the ledge beneath his foot begin to crumble. Luke heard the others calling him, but at that moment he was already falling down. Having fallen, the Duke lay for some time completely motionless on the ground. But at the same time, Luke thought that he had managed to pull out the newcomer, and that was good. The knights shouted to him from above and understood that in such a downpour, they would not find him. Luke, standing up, realized that he had dislocated his shoulder, but his thoughts were about the fact that Nadia was left alone. The Duke thought that she would definitely be worried, and that he couldn't leave her alone like this now. Remembering his wife, he understood that he needed to return home before Nadia was told the truth. Luke wanted to hurry, but he realized that he had never been in this forest. Lost in thought, the Duke decided to remember his childhood. He remembered walking with his grandfather, and decided that he would be able to return before dawn. Luke was happy that he was able to save people, and thought that Nadia would be proud of him. A little later, the Duke was no longer so happy. He was tired and wet. Luke realized that he didn't remember anything, and that his grandfather had never shown him the right way home, but taught him to find the way himself. After some time, everything became even worse, because the rain did not stop. The Duke came across a small cave and decided to wait out the rain in it, but he kept thinking about his wife. He thought sadly that while he was here, she was left alone again. Luke lit a fire in the cave to keep warm, and mentally scolded himself for being a terrible husband. The Duke was so lost in his thoughts that he didn't notice how he passed out. When he opened his eyes after some time, he thought that he was still sleeping. After all, his wife was standing in front of him, looking at him with concern and crying. Luke decided that this was a dream about his beloved wife, and he told her that she must have been very scared when she found out that he had left. He hugged Nadia and apologized, and then said that he missed her very much. The Duke's eyes widened in surprise when the girl replied that she had also missed him terribly. Nadia cried in his arms and said that she was very glad that he woke up. And then Luke realized that this was not a dream, but reality. Nadia smiled at her husband through her tears and said that she came here to save him. The Duke blushed very deeply. He did not expect to see her here. But in a dream, after all, you can say what you feel. The girl said that when she was told that he had fallen into the abyss, she could not sit and do nothing. Hearing that Jade and Jerry had taken her on a search, the man was surprised and frowned. After all, he ordered them to guard her. But they, on the contrary, took her with them to a dangerous place, to which the girl replied that she asked for it herself. And then she added that, because of her, they are now in trouble. Because while they were looking for Luke, they wandered deep into the forest and were attacked by bandits. The knights did everything to protect Nadia, but the horse she was riding got scared and ran away. Luke thought that most likely it was the Ames, and at that time he reassured his wife, because these knights were the best in Staten. Hugging her around the neck, the man said that they would return to them in the morning and suggested that they rest. Nadia sheepishly asked her husband if she could take off her riding uniform, since she was all wet. The Duke agreed, because the main thing for him was that she was comfortable, and the girl began to unbutton the buttons. Luke was very embarrassed when he saw that Nadia was wearing only a shirt under her uniform. It didn't immediately dawn on him that in addition to his uniform, all the clothes underneath were also wet. The Duke blushed and pressed himself against the wall of the cave, seeing his wife in just a short nightgown. The girl noticed that it was cool in the cave, and Luke immediately volunteered to go get firewood, which surprised Nadia, because there was firewood there. Looking at her tired husband, the girl said that they had been separated for a very long time. And when Luke leaned toward her, she said she really wanted to hug him. The firewood crackled merrily in the fire, illuminating the small space of the cave. Nadia sat in her husband's arms and said that if something hurt him, he should tell her right away. To which the man replied that everything was fine, and he just had a scratch. And at that time, he was thinking why he went to these exercises, because it could drive him crazy. Nadia suddenly noticed that Luke was also completely wet and suggested that he take off his clothes. She added that otherwise he might catch a cold, to which the man readily agreed. The girl, with a question in her eyes, looked at her husband, not understanding his reaction. And then, when he had almost taken off his uniform, I saw the wound on his stomach. Nadia looked closely at his wound, amazed that there was so much blood, and Luke said that everything was fine. Smiling warmly at his wife, he said it was just a small scratch and was almost healed, and he added that this was almost a reward for saving an entire life. Nadia, lowering her head, asked Luke if he really thought this was a reward, and then, still despite him, she asked how such a wound could be a reward. Luke began to explain to his wife that the newcomers were in danger because of the downpour. And then he asked the girl not to worry so much, because he was fine. Nadia raised her head, tears streaming from her eyes, and her hands clutched the hem of her shirt. The Duke, seeing this, knelt down next to her, and, taking her face in his hands, apologized for making her worry. He said that he was raised by his grandfather, and from childhood, he was nicknamed the Beast, and Luke did not think that Nadia would be so worried about him. The Duchess, burying her face in her husband's chest, asked what he meant by saving a man's life. She was very sorry that she didn't even praise her husband for his feat. Nadia hugged him tightly and said, crying, that she was very worried. The girl apologized for making a mistake and almost went crazy because of it. Luke, with his nose buried in Nadia's hair, promised not to make her worry anymore, and added that no matter where he was, his life was now in her hands. The Duchess, putting her hand to his neck, said that she believed him nevertheless, and could not help but worry. And then, adding that he was not a beast, but her beloved husband, she kissed him on the lips. Nadia, abruptly moving away from Luke, decided to treat the wound before it got worse. The Duke, still recovering from the kiss, said that it was okay, and that they had nothing to treat it with anyway. But the girl, despite his words, was worried that the wound might become infected. Nadia convinced Luke that everything was fine, and she would find something to treat his wound. Luke, seeing that she had torn off a strip of fabric from the hem of her shirt, closed his eyes and said that she shouldn't do that. He sat with his hands on his face, which had turned crimson, and then asked if she had finished. Opening his eyes, Luke saw that the girl had another shirt on, which Anna had given her. She was worried that the lady was freezing. Luke was glad that the headmaid had prepared everything for her, and Nadia said that it was time to take care of the wound. The man did not agree to this, but Nadia decided that he was seriously injured. The Duke looked at his wife with embarrassment. He did not expect such determination from her. Nadia, looking at him with innocent eyes, said that she really wanted to take care of her husband and asked if he was against it. Luke, blushing deeply, agreed, telling her to do whatever she wanted. Nadia thanked her husband for his trust and promised to be more careful. Luke thought that he had agreed. Despite everything, he looked at his wife, who was bandaging his wound, and thought how small she was next to him. The girl came closer, and Luke felt her breath on his chest. Suddenly, Nadia pressed her ear to Luke's chest, and he didn't understand why she did it. The Duke watched in surprise as his wife closed her eyes and listened to his heart. Luke called her by name, and the girl pulled back, looking at him questioningly. Nadia asked him if she had hurt him, to which the Duke replied that he was simply surprised. The girl apologized and said that when she approached him, his heart seemed to beat very loudly. Luke replied that he didn't know what it was either, but she shouldn't apologize, because his body belonged entirely to her. The Duke was surprised at himself. He didn't understand what he was saying at all. They hadn't seen each other for so many days, and now it was as if he was seeing her for the first time. Suddenly, Nadia laughed merrily, which surprised her husband even more. He thought that he had done something wrong, but the girl reassured him, saying that she felt calm with him. Sitting in the cave, opposite each other, Nadia said that when he disappeared, she was in despair and did not know what to do, and she came up with all sorts of terrible things. The Duchess said that she had never seen bandits in her life, and it was very scary, and she was very worried. The Duke asked anxiously if they had attacked her, and the girl replied that one of them had wanted to grab her. There hadn't been any bandits here for a long time, because they were afraid to enter the beast's territory, except for a few, Luke thought. Luke explained to his wife that they were attacked by unusual bandits, and he added that these people were Ames. Nadia looked at him in surprise. The Duke explained that these were the remnants of the duchies that had rebelled against the Empire, and that today no one speaks of them anymore. And then he bitterly added that he would never forget them, because of them, he lost his parents. Nadia looked at her husband in shock. She realized that he was still a child then. Luke, smiling sadly, said that it was not the most pleasant bedtime story. And then, looking at the girl with concern, he added that she was tired and would hardly be able to listen calmly to everything. Nadia, stroking her husband on the cheek and looking into his eyes, said that she wanted to know everything. She asked Luke about what happened in his childhood and where he grew up. The Duke began to talk about how he was born in the capital and lived there with his parents until he was 6 years old. But when the Ames attacked their lands, the people of Staten suffered the greatest losses in their history. Then his father returned home, and the rebellion ended. They thought it was all over. But one night, little Luke woke up from the screams of servants trying to stop his father. He heard that the captured Ames had kidnapped his mother and saw how the knights were persuading his father to wait for reinforcements from the emperor. But he did not agree, because when support came, it would be too late. Little Luke saw his father go to save his mother, who was in danger, and then he was told that they were found dead, in each other's arms, and from that day on, he lost his parents and lived with his grandfather. Luke added that his grandfather always said that he liked living alone, and the man thought that he was immortal. Having finished the story, the Duke looked at Nadia and was surprised, because bitter tears were rolling down her cheeks. He jumped up to the girl and put his hands on her shoulders in alarm, and the girl said that it was so sad. Nadia was surprised that her husband told her everything so calmly. After all, when all this happened, he was very little. He was only 6 years old. Hugging his wife, Luke consoled the girl by saying that it had been a long time ago and asked her not to cry. But Nadia could not calm down. Burying her face in her husband's chest, she cried and thought about the small, lonely hatch. She would have loved to be next to him at that moment. After all, it is very difficult for a child to experience such grief. Nadia hugged Luke tightly, continuing to cry and feel sorry for him. She sympathetically said that she couldn't even imagine how he lived all this time. And the man thought at that moment that he didn't like self-pity. But he realized that his wife knew how to empathize properly. Luke wanted to somehow support her, calm her down, and without letting go of her embrace, he said that he was nearby. The Duke did not know how to sympathize properly, and that was all he could say. He was very afraid of somehow scaring or hurting her. Luke was ashamed to show his wife this side of himself. Looking into her eyes, he said that Nadia was very kind, and he still couldn't believe that she was with him. Holding the girl by the neck, he said that from the very first meeting and forever, with her. Leaning towards her face, he gently touched the girl's lips and kissed her. Pulling away from her lips, he whispered that she was his beautiful dream. Nadia was pleasantly surprised by his actions and took his hand. And then, looking at him, she said that she thought so too. They sat holding hands, and suddenly, Luke turned his head away from her. He blushed and apologized to the girl for kissing her. And then he admitted that it was because of her that he left for these exercises. Luke explained that when she was around, he acted strangely, and so he decided to get some fresh air. He reminded Nadia of how she had fainted on their wedding night, and then Luke apologized, which scared her because he had no intention of making her feel that way. And that is why, this time, the Duke decided that it would be better for him to escape. Nadia smiled at her husband and said that he didn't have to put up with this. And then, looking into Luke's eyes, she became very embarrassed, and reaching for his ear, she said that he wasn't the only one who had strange thoughts. Nadia said that she sat and waited for him every night, and she was ready to get closer. Sitting on top of him and placing her hands on Luke's chest, the girl said that what he wanted was finally coming true, and then asked if he wanted it. And then Nadia added that their recent kiss was too simple and suggested that they try something different. Luke looked into his wife's eyes, which were very close, and then the man decided to ask what she meant. But Nadia didn't let him do this. She kissed him again. Kissing her husband, she thought about how warm his lips were. Nadia thought Luke's body was rougher, but his lips were so soft. The kiss stopped only long enough to catch his breath. Kissing, the young people hugged each other tighter and tighter, and it was no longer Nadia who kissed her husband, but Luke who kissed his wife with increasing confidence. The girl now understood what a real kiss felt like. Remembering her brother, she realized that her kiss with Luke today was completely different from the goodnight kisses. Nadia thought that the kiss felt somehow strange, but very pleasant. But suddenly, Luke stopped kissing her and, kneeling down, apologized to the girl. He looked into her eyes and said that he got too carried away and was sure that this was not what she wanted. Nadia looked questioningly at the man, while he said that they had better stop, because he didn't want to put her in an awkward position. The Duke thought that the girl was stunned by what had happened, and perhaps she just wanted a light kiss. He looked at his sad and silent wife and thought that he had gotten too carried away. When Luke wanted to apologize once again, Nadia suddenly raised her head. And then, looking at her husband, she asked why he stopped. Nadia asked him why he always held back. And then, lowering her head, she whispered, "Wasn't she good enough for him?" Nadia started to cry and suggested that maybe it was because she was so clumsy and inexperienced. She said that she wanted to try many things with him and for them to truly become husband and wife. And then she added that the Duke doesn't want this, and he's probably tired of her, and she's not good enough. Nadia asked her husband, if this was so, to tell her right now. Luke, looking at the crying girl, said seriously that this was not so, and he was only worried that they probably wanted different things. Luke said sadly that he was afraid that she would start looking at him with fear. He lowered his head, and despite his wife, added that she might begin to look at him with disgust. And then Luke added that he would never want to scare her. Nadia asked in bewilderment why he was worried about this, because she liked their kisses. And she added that if he allowed it, she would kiss him all day. Luke asked in surprise if that meant she wouldn't turn away from him because of that. And then, leaning towards his wife's face, the Duke asked if she was afraid of him. Luke told the girl that he could think of much more than she did. The girl, embarrassed and blushing, looked at the man, and then she said that she read about things happening between a husband and wife that are greater than hugs, in a book that Anna gave her. Luke carefully laid his wife on her back and hovered over her. And Nadia, looking at her husband, said that now she knows about such things. In Luke's head, After these words, the angel was glad that she already knew everything, and the demon, on the contrary, suggested stopping him. He looked at the girl and thought only about what she now knew about such things. Nadia, looking into Luke's eyes, asked him to kiss her. And then, while he was thinking, she said that she wanted to kiss him and did it. Pausing and looking at the embarrassed Luke, the girl thought that this was very nice. At that moment, the Duke himself reached out to his wife and kissed her. He kissed her with all the passion and desire that was building up inside him. Holding the girl with one hand and continuing to kiss her, the Duke helped her sit up. When Luke pulled away from her, Nadia whispered his name. She didn't want him to stop. The man understood her and continued, and the girl thought that he was gentle, even at such moments. Luke is very gentle and doesn't want her to feel even the slightest bit uncomfortable. Nadia, kneeling down and continuing to kiss, wanted to tell her husband that she would never be afraid of him when he was so kind to her. Luke began to kiss his wife's neck with soft kisses, and a moan escaped her mouth. He kissed a path from the girl's ear to her chest. Nadia felt both pleasant and ticklish, and she told her husband about it. Suddenly, Luke heard some sound, and stopping kissing the girl, looked over her shoulder. He hugged the girl and wanted to caress her a little more. But the sound gradually grew louder, and it was the sound of someone's footsteps. The young men looked anxiously towards the entrance of the cave. Luke stood up, worried that they had been tracked. The man was angry that someone dared to barge in on them in such a way, and at such an important moment. The Duke asked Nadia not to worry, because he would finish off those scumbags who wanted to kidnap her. He had already rushed to the entrance to do it with his own hands, and at any cost. But as soon as Luke grabbed the first person who entered by the clothes on his chest, he heard a familiar voice. It was Jade, the one the Duke grabbed, and Jerry followed him into the cave. Sir Alan thought there was a monster there, and asked Luke if it was true that he had eventually turned into a bear. The Duke asked them what they were both doing there, to which the men replied that they were looking for the Duchess. Jade hugged Luke, saying it was a miracle they found him here. And then he wanted to ask if the Duchess was here. But then he saw her. Jade looked and saw that she was without a coat and with disheveled hair, and the girl was glad that everything was okay with them. The men were very surprised by her appearance, and Jerry even blushed. The knights realized that they were in the way, and said that they would come back for them in the morning and take them home. The Duke, shielding his wife with his body, asked what happened to those bandits, to which Jade replied that they had escaped. And then he said, closing his eyes, that they decided not to pursue the bandits, because the safety of the Duchess came first, and added that the knights had set up camp nearby. Nadia, hearing this, said that she was glad that everyone was safe, and now they could rest and return home. After the knights left, Luke apologized for getting so worked up in the cave. To this, Nadia embarrassedly said that she was not against it, and she even liked it. And she added that it embarrassed her a little, and asked her husband if it embarrassed him. And then, looking at her husband with burning eyes, she said that when they returned, they would continue where they left off. A carriage drawn by 2 horses was driving through an abandoned forest. Nadia and Luke were riding in it, and the man was thinking that they would soon arrive at the castle. He wanted to ask the girl what she meant when she talked about a sequel. The young people sat next to each other and held hands. Luke understood that neither in the cave nor now could he say a word. Suddenly, Nadia turned to her husband and looked at him questioningly. She saw that his face had turned red and asked if he was feeling well, to which the man replied that he was fine and it was just stuffy in the carriage. Nadia, putting her hand to his forehead, said that they couldn't miss such important things because he disappeared for a couple of days. Blushing even more, Luke repeated that he was fine, and if he felt unwell, he would call a doctor. And then he reminded the girl that he promised her to take care of himself. Nadia laughed happily. She was glad that he remembered this. To this, Luke exclaimed that he could not forget, because he belonged entirely to her, no matter what. He thought about how beautiful Nadia was when she looked at him, and then noticed that they had arrived. The maids hurried down the steps to the carriage to meet them. Nadia, getting out of the carriage, said that now they should take care of themselves. The girl, without turning around, added that they should meet in the bedroom later. Luke's face and ears turned red from his wife's words. Jade, while bandaging the Duke, asked him how long he was going to sit like that, and asked him to come to his senses. Sir Alan was worried about the wound on his stomach that needed to be treated, and Luke sat there with a stupid smile and didn't react at all. And then Luke said that he would not remove the bandage that his wife had done, but he had already cured everything else. Jade scolded the gentleman, saying that the bandage was not even made correctly, and asking how much longer he would wear it. The Duke bit the knight on the hand, not allowing him to remove the bandage, and saying that he would be cured by Nadia's love. And Jade asked him to stop behaving like an animal. Sir Alan, breaking away from the Duke, stood up with an air of importance. And then he sternly said that if the Duchess was dear to him, then Luke should not have acted like that in the cave. And he added that Nadia did everything to save him, and this is how he repaid her. Jade looked sternly at Luke and concluded that this was inappropriate behavior for a duke. Gary, at this point, asked Sir Alan about the fact that he doesn't have 9 lives, and doesn't he remember the last time Luke lifted him into the air? And looking at the Duke, he also advised him to calm down. Luke, embarrassed, told the knights that this time it was Nadia who started it. He admitted that he had been reckless in not taking care of her, but he could not do so because she was so sweet. Hearing that the Duchess had made the first step, the knights burst into tears of happiness and rushed to congratulate the Duke. And then they added that Luke would finally not have to spend his nights feeling awkward, to which the Duke asked why they didn't stop his wife when she was in danger. Gary replied that they were trying to stop her, because it was a dangerous journey for an aristocrat like her. And he added, in secret, that his wife was the one who worried about Luke the most, and it was she who provided the most support. The friends hugged each other and said that it was only thanks to her that they found him, that she was not as heartless as he thought. The Duke knew it was true, because she said she had no choice but to join the search, because she was worried about him. Luke thought more and more about Nadia's feelings and became more and more embarrassed, and told Sirs Alan and Nora that they should also rest, and he would change the bandage himself. It was night outside, and the Duke remembered that the girl had said that she did not think of him as a monster, but he did not know how long her kindness would last. And then Luke remembered how the other girls screamed in horror that they didn't want to marry him and were very afraid of him. As his happiness grew, so did his anxiety. The man realized as he entered his bedroom. Nadia was lying in bed, but hearing the sound, she raised her head and asked if her husband had come. Seeing him, she was delighted and asked if he had recovered, to which the man answered positively and inquired about the girl's well-being. Pressing herself against his broad chest, the girl said that she was okay too. Luke said that it seemed like his wife was tired, because when he lay down, she laid her head on his chest and closed her eyes. He hugged the sleeping girl and thought that someday he was waiting for something like this, for him to feel so good in silence and peace as now. Luke lay there thinking that he should leave, as he usually did. Without realizing it, the man almost fell asleep. Suddenly, he felt the gentle touch of the girl's hand on his chest. Luke wondered if he was imagining it or if it was real. At this time, Nadia sat on the bed next to her husband, who she thought was sleeping, and then she gently ran her hand over his cheek. When she leaned towards her husband's face, he suddenly opened his eyes and realized that he had not imagined it. Nadia was very embarrassed and asked if she had woken him up, to which the Duke replied that everything was fine because he could not sleep. The girl blushed and asked Luke if he really knew all this time what she was doing. Luke admitted, holding the girl's hand, that he didn't want to stop her. The man hugged the girl and, looking into her eyes, told her that she shouldn't do this. He added that Nadia may be doing this out of simple curiosity, but for him it is a temptation. After all, just one word from her, and he begins to worry, and being next to her, he does not recognize himself. Kissing her hand, Luke added that if she continued to do this, he didn't think he could protect her. Nadia asked her husband what he was trying to protect her from, to which Luke replied that it was from himself, because he could become a threat to her at any moment. So he asked his wife not to tempt him anymore. The girl grabbed Luke's face with her hands and said that she was the first to pester him. Nadia, bringing her face close to his, said that it was not nice to touch someone sleeping, and then she added that she wanted to try something else with him, but he seemed tired. Her heart was beating so fast that she couldn't remain idle, and looking at him sleeping, Nadia couldn't help herself. "I smile at my husband." She said that maybe she is tempting him. Luke, at these words, blushed with embarrassment, and she said that she knew that he was looking for her. Nadia remembered everything he said in the cave, but then she never answered his question about whether she was afraid of him. The girl, looking into her husband's eyes, said that she was not afraid of him and would never be afraid. Then, holding Luke by the shoulders, she smiled shyly, and then she said that she really liked him. Luke, looking into the girl's eyes, whispered that he liked her too, and then, reaching for the girl's lips, he kissed her tenderly. The bedroom was lit only by the moonlight, and the young people were kissing selflessly. Luke carefully laid the girl on her back and hovered over her. Nadia looked at him and ran her hand over his chest. And then, embarrassed, she asked if he liked her. Luke, looking at his wife with desire, replied that he had said that he had fallen in love with her at first sight, and he suggested it because she couldn't get out of his mind. Luke wiped away a tear that had appeared from the corner of Nadia's eye and said that she was his first love. Morning came, blue clouds floated across the sky, and the sun shone straight into the bedroom window. Nadia woke up in her bed and thought that she couldn't move. She remembered Luke carrying her here, saying that if he had no business with the Knights, he would have stayed with her forever. Nadia remembered that her husband had said so many embarrassing words that she could no longer deny that he was a beast. Suddenly, the maids knocked on the door of the room. They asked if she was awake and wanted to help her choose an outfit. Nadia allowed them to enter. The girls brought the books she had asked for yesterday. There were only a few of them, since there weren't that many in the Ames house. Nadia replied that everything was fine, and the maid looked at her mistress in surprise. There were many red spots on the Duchess's body, and the girl thanked Cindy and Wendy. The maids blushed, and one of them asked the mistress what these spots were. Nadia looked at her body in surprise, and wondered if she could have been bitten by mosquitoes that night. With shining eyes, one of the girls shouted that it was not because of the mosquitoes, and she wanted to add that these were hickeys, but then the second one hit her on the head with a book. Suddenly, the door to the room opened sharply, and the headmaid entered. She scolded the maids for not helping their mistress, but disturbing her. Nadia told Anna that she was fine, and she was sure the girls were just worried about her. The headmaid, seeing the stains on Milady's body, was very surprised and embarrassed. Nadia, thinking that Anna was also worried about them, said that she didn't feel any pain and that she was probably bitten by mosquitoes. To which the headmaid replied that these were not mosquitoes, but some kind of animal, and thought of the master. Looking over the girl, Anna thought it looked as if Luke had gotten what he wanted, but she didn't think he had been rude to his little, innocent wife. Thinking that she had raised a beast, Anna suggested to Nadia that she hide the spots and said that the gentleman had also been behaving strangely. While helping the girl get herself together, she said that he had gone off to train with the Knights. Nadia asked Anna if she could see Luke, which surprised her greatly. The girl added that she wanted to help him and asked if the headmaid knew that the Duke had a kind heart. She added that it breaks her heart every time people fear him, and she wants to stay by his side and show everyone what Luke really is. Anna thought that the gentleman was actually an evil bear and agreed. She suggested that Nadia go to the training field and added that Luke would be glad to see her. At this time, on the training field, the Knights asked the Duke to have mercy on them. They were tired of training and looked at him in horror, saying that he was no longer human. Jade and Jerry discussed how the Duke wanted to train them in case of an ambush like last time. At this time, Luke stood with his sword in his hands and asked if there was no one who wanted to challenge him. And then, looking at the sitting and lying Knights, he turned to Jerry. Luke smirked and told him to stop playing the possum and get up, and not to ask him to go easy on him, because the Knight might run into those bullies again. He added that they leave him no choice, and warned that underwater training will take place this week. Gary was horrified, and Luke then suggested settling the issue with a duel. Taking his stand, the Duke told the captain to show everything he could do. Jerry, standing opposite, did not understand what had come over the Duke today, but he knew that he would not emerge victorious from this fight. Luke, while fighting, thought about how he needed to give it his all, and then lose consciousness from exhaustion. Suddenly, he heard a familiar voice calling his name. The Duchess was running towards him, and he, distracted, did not notice how Gary's sword ended up at his neck. He looked at the girl, and the Knight was shocked that he had won. Nadia cried from what she saw, and Luke was confused, and even the sword fell out of his hand. The Duke calmed his wife and asked her not to cry, because he was not wounded, to which the girl said that she heard a terrible noise. And Luke explained that they weren't fighting with real swords, but with the ones they use for training, and he was fine. To which the girl objected, saying that it looked as if his wound was about to swell. The Knight asked Jade who it was, and said that they were seeing the Duchess in person for the first time, and they also heard that the Duke was becoming different when he was around her. Looking at the Duke and his wife, they decided that the rumors were not lying. At this time, Luke, who was happy to see his wife, asked her what brought her here. The girl, holding her hand on her husband's chest, admitted that it was nothing urgent. She just missed him. The Duke was about to glance at her, but now he can't stop, and she apologized for interrupting their training. Luke, smiling happily, told his wife that she hadn't interrupted anything. Jade covered his face with his hand. He never thought that the master would stand in front of the knights with such an expression on his face. Nadia apologized to everyone and introduced herself to the knights. And then she added that they looked exhausted, so training was over for today. The knights thought that the lady was their savior, and Luke said that he would like her to come to him every day. All the men thought she was the savior of the Staten estate, and the girl thought Luke was interrupting his training because he was concerned about his people. The Duke sheepishly agreed with his wife's conclusions. The knights listened in shock as Nadia told her husband that he was very attentive. Luke's whole demeanor showed that the guys shouldn't say anything extra. So, raising their fingers, the guards confirmed that Luke was the embodiment of kindness itself. The guys could breathe a sigh of relief and leave, because their commander-in-chief was completely and utterly occupied with his love. It was getting close to lunchtime, so the Duke asked if Nadia would like to join him. He said that he needed to eat, and it didn't matter whether he was busy or not, so he asked to wait for him, since he was covered in dust. Nadia quickly agreed to wait for her husband. Kissing him on the cheek, she made Luke blush. The girl also said that she was going to write a letter to her family to dispel their bad impression of her husband, because now she sees Luke from a completely different side, gentle and timid. The Duke liked the idea, so he suggested writing a letter together, to which the girl immediately agreed. Putting their palms together, they understood that their marriage would cause many wrong impressions on the part of Nadia's family. But if they can express in a letter what they feel for each other, Nadia's family will be able to look at Luke in a completely different light. Evening came. Nadia's family had already received a letter from the girl who had gotten married a couple of months ago. When they started reading it, they were horrified. What they saw shocked them. The Duchy of Lamanstrode, the capital of an empire that, as always, had a sense of luxury and nobility. The high society people noticed something strange, so they did not take their eyes off the man. They were amazed that members of the Baron's family were present at such an elegant ball. One of the men noted that the Lancaster family was unlike any other. After all, they sold their youngest daughter to a monster, and now they want the attitude towards them to change. The Lancasters are wolves in sheep's clothing, but they are not as simple as they seem. The girl screamed loudly, "Father!" causing the older man to turn around. The father was very surprised, because his daughter, Ilya, was supposed to be at the book club at that time. But now it didn't matter, because Ilya reported that Nadia had sent them a letter. The girl wrote the letter with love and care, asking how her family was doing. She also wrote that 4 months had passed since her wedding, and during this time, Nadia had learned a lot about Luke. Reading Nadia's letter, Luke could not contain his feelings. He was pleased to read such tender words about himself. Nadia tried with all her heart to express her attitude towards her husband in the letter. And also, the girl wanted to make it clear to her relatives that Luke truly and sincerely loved her. Therefore, the parents had nothing more to worry about, as she was truly happy. Nadia's mother felt unwell and was covered in sweat as she lay on her bed. Relatives did not understand Nadia's sincerity. They thought that she wrote the letter to calm her parents. After all, she was the same when their family received the marriage proposal. Filled with fear, they could not utter a word. But Nadia spoke first. In tears, the girl tried to calm her parents down, as she didn't want them to suffer. The mother was against this, but she understood that their family could not refuse the Duke. Looking at her children, the mother blamed herself for what happened to their family. The children suffered. They could not watch their parents waste away after reading the letter. The girl did not know what to do and turned to her brother for help. As soon as she looked at the Staten family crest, the older sister immediately remembered Nadia in her wedding dress. Crying, she realized that she couldn't bring herself to write a reply. Anderson reassured his sister because he seemed to know what they needed to do. He hadn't spoken about it before because he thought it was too risky, but Anderson had been thinking about this plan for a long time. He thought about how they could meet Nadia, at least catch a glimpse of her. Duke Staten, head of the Nobel estate in the empire and master of the duchy, protecting its borders. He has incredible power, so if he does something wrong, the Lancaster family will fall. It was for this reason that they had to remain inactive and let Nadia go. But the girl's father could not believe that the Duke would send a letter in which he would write that he loved Nadia to death. The head of the Lancaster family had no doubt that this was a direct threat to his family. Anderson entered his father's office and approached him to tell him his plan. Coming closer, the guy asked what his father was doing, to which the man replied that he was trying to write a response to Nadia. After all, he didn't know where to start. It seemed to him that his daughter was mired in some kind of hell. Anderson knew his father was worried and felt guilty for not being able to do anything, so he tried to calm him down in a confident tone. The son spoke of hope, but when his father heard these words, he immediately stood up from the table. Having broken the frame with Nadia's photograph, the father did not believe that they had any hope left. After all, they could not resist the one who had earned the recognition of the future ruler. Anderson announced that he had to meet with His Majesty, which greatly surprised his father. But the son insisted that he would beg the prince to summon the Duke to the capital. Clutching the letter in his hand, the man did not understand how they could trust the written words. Lowering his head, the brother wanted to hope that his sister was alive and well, and if this was not the case, then Anderson decided that their family needed to leave the empire. After all, this will be the only way to protect Nadia from this monster. Jed, standing in front of the master, all in sweat, asked the Duke to stop. The butler wanted to know how much longer the Duke was going to try on clothes. It seemed as if he had lost track of time. But Luke was preparing for a date with Nadia, so he chose his outfit carefully. It was difficult for the Duke to choose. He thought about how he would look in the eyes of the girl. And Jade noticed that from the day Nadia appeared in the duchy, everything around had changed. It was all clearly for the best, but it seemed like something was wrong. The butler claimed that Luke had been completely different from himself since Nadia stopped training. He also said that the Duke always turns into an angel when he sees his wife. Luke claimed that it was not his fault, since Nadia said that he was sensitive. But it was true, because now the Duke was truly happy. Jade held his head and tried to calm himself down, because that was exactly what he wanted. Because it's much better than the Duke's constant threats to harm himself. After finishing his preparations, Luke knocked on the door and asked if he could enter the room. Opening the doors with a smile on his face, the man said that today was a wonderful day. But Nadia didn't think so. She was sitting on the bed in tears, her head covered with a blanket. Luke was shocked by what he saw. He didn't understand what was going on, so he assumed that perhaps Nadia was sick. The girl said that she was fine and did not need any doctors, and she also asked not to worry about her. The Duke did not know how to react to this and what to do in such a situation. Turning her towards him, he touched the girl's face and said that he couldn't help but worry about her. He claimed that Nadia could tell him what was bothering her, and then Luke would be able to solve any of her problems. With tears in her eyes, Nadia said her husband's name, preparing to tell what was going on. A month ago, the girl sent a letter to her family. She always received a response, but no matter how long she waited, no matter how many times she questioned the servants, her family did not send any news. She pressed herself against Luke's chest and said that perhaps something had happened to them, and that was why she was so worried. While calming his wife, Luke asked Nadia not to worry, because he would find out what was going on. He assured Nadia that her family was safe and that everything was fine with them. The Crown Prince sat at his desk and talked about the Duke and his new wife. Anderson said he would find a way to fix everything, and the Crown Prince was at the heart of his plan. He knelt down and was ready to sacrifice everything just to save his sister. Standing before the prince, he begged him to summon the Duke to the capital. But the prince could not make such decisions so easily, so he wanted to know what was going on. Anderson came to the palace to show paintings, not to put on such a show. But the eldest son of the Lancasters begged to arrange a meeting for the sake of his younger sister. The prince rose from the table, as he understood that this matter required his intervention. After all, not long ago, he personally arranged the wedding of Nadia Lancaster and Luke Staten, the unfortunate bride who married the Duke of Beast against her will. Standing up, the prince asked whether Lancaster really wanted to help the Duchess of Staten, but the Crown Prince did not understand what exactly he should help the Duchess with. Because he believed that the Lancastrian heir was too late to object, Anderson knew he was at a disadvantage, so he said his sister sacrificed herself for their family. They were unable to stop her, but every day, family members worry about her. Anderson bowed his head and said he felt guilty about how things turned out, and he hoped that His Highness understood this, because many rumors had spread. The Crown Prince was struck by the fact that the Lancastrian heir was much more decisive than he had thought, because he was only the son of a baron and had no right to demand anything from the heir to the throne. This could be regarded as a betrayal of the empire. The prince had the right to punish him right now. He also knew that he played an important role in this wedding, but even with the condition that Luke took the prince's joke seriously and proposed, he thought the Lancasters accepted him because of their pride. Approaching Anderson, the prince said that he understood why he was worried about his sister. Before he could finish speaking, watching this picture, the Crown Prince of the viewing was able to utter words. He was amazed at how sincerely Anderson continued to beg while on his knees. He asked to be given the opportunity to make sure that his sister was okay. All in tears, he begged His Majesty for help. Anderson was ready to accept any punishment. The prince could not have guessed, since the whole time the heir of Lancaster looked sullen, that the man in front of him doesn't even know about such a word as self-love. Approaching Anderson, the prince claimed to understand the situation the Lancaster family was in, but he asked them not to worry, because they didn't even know how much the Duke differed from the rumors. Holding out the handkerchief, the Crown Prince said that Luke had been so hasty with his proposal because he had fallen in love with her at first sight. And although the Duke is straightforward, he never had any bad intentions regarding the marriage. While handing over the handkerchief, the prince claimed that he was sure that Nadia was now living happily. Accepting the handkerchief from the prince, Anderson asked again if his sister was really happy. The Crown Prince had no doubt about it, and the more he looked at the Lancaster heir, the more surprised he became. Anderson's face is so cute and harmless, like a little animal. The prince did not pay such attention during the wedding, but he had no doubt that if Nadia was even a little bit like him, well, this is his chance to find the perfect model for his paintings. In the past, Leonardo could not draw anything worthwhile because he was looking for his muse. But now he had a chance to see Duchess Staten in person and get a closer look at her face. So Leonardo decided to fulfill Anderson's request, which surprised the guy greatly. The prince also reported that he wanted to meet with the Duchess of Staten again. Anderson did not believe that such a thing was real, because he did not even hope that the prince would fulfill the baron's request. A joyful Anderson was pleased by this, and claimed that he would never forget the Crown Prince's kindness. But Leonardo asked not to say that, because he had his own benefit in this. Holding Anderson's hand, Leonardo was struck by how much Lancaster loved his sister. Anderson claimed that nothing could make him happier than knowing his sister was okay. He also said that he had been thinking about this for a long time and wondering what if it turned out not to be so. Leonardo didn't understand what Lancaster meant by this, so he decided to clarify. Approaching His Highness, he spoke about what would happen if his fears were confirmed when he saw his sister. It was pouring rain on the lands of Duke Staten, and clouds filled the sky. Luke, all wet, entered the office and immediately asked Jed what happened. After all, he had heard that a letter had arrived from the capital, but the head butler had reported that there was nothing from the Lancasters. Only, Prince Leonard wrote, which Luke was clearly not happy about. Reading the letter from the prince, Luke realized that he was immediately summoned to the capital. Nadia quietly entered the room and accidentally overheard Luke talking about asking the butler to keep an eye on letters from Nadia's family. Entering the Duke's office, Nadia asked if Luke was there, causing the men to immediately turn around and look at the Duchess. Entering the office, Nadia apologized for the sudden intrusion. She didn't want to interfere, but there was something important that Nadia wanted to say. Everything that concerned his wife came first for Luke, so he was ready to listen. Holding a cup of tea in her hands, Nadia said that it seemed to her that she had been thinking about this for an eternity. She said that she wanted to go to the capital, and these words shocked the man. All dejected, Nadia said that she wanted to visit her family. Now was the right time. Luke focused on these words, wondering if his wife had ever had to sacrifice anything before. Perhaps he naively thought that everything was fine and forgot himself in his own happiness. Luke began to think a lot, but Nadia, noticing this, kissed her husband on the cheek and dispelled all his bad thoughts. The Duke leaned towards her, so she thought she should kiss him. The man apologized for overreacting, as he was completely lost in his thoughts. This was all because Nadia said that she wanted to return to the capital. He thought it was because of him, which surprised Nadia greatly, since she didn't mean it that way. Reaching out to her husband, Nadia said that she was not returning to the capital, She just wanted to dispel bad rumors about her husband and visit her family, because she was very worried, because her parents never responded to her letter. So, she suggested that they go to their place together and visit, which Luke didn't expect. The girl understood that the Duke had a lot of things to do, but she would be glad if Luke could go with her. All red, she said that she wanted her husband to always be by her side. Luke replied that he would be happy to visit the capital with Nadia, especially since he had just received an invitation from the prince. Plus, it was a good chance to introduce myself to Nadia's parents. Jade noticed that the Duke and Duchess were still talking, so they assumed that they would indeed be heading to the capital. Then first, you need to write a response to the prince so that their appearance in the capital does not come as a surprise. After all, the Duke is going to the capital of the empire for the first time with the Duchess of Staten. A week later, the head butler knocked on the Duke's office, announcing that they had finished selecting the knights. Jade selected the most suitable candidates to accompany him, and Gary will find out more about the bandits who attacked the Duchess. Hearing no answer, Jade became curious and entered the office. Seeing Luke sprawled on the table, Jade didn't understand what was going on. But the chief butler's cries woke up the Duke, who, judging by the bags under his eyes, had been busy with business all night. Jade realized that the Duke had not slept all night again, as he had been preparing all night for the trip. Luke had never been so worried before, and went to the capital as if for a walk. And now the Duke approaches his work very responsibly and carefully prepares for the trip. But it wasn't just the upcoming trip that Luke turned to Jade. Luke asked the head butler to imagine that he had a younger sister, and suddenly, some aristocrat proposes to her and steals her. What would the butler do then? Luke wondered. Jade reacted very violently to this, slamming his palms on the table. After all, if that had happened, Jade would have taught him a lesson, he claimed. Realizing that all of this was an insult to the master, the butler immediately began to sweat. Trying to wriggle out of it, Jade immediately softened and began to justify his words and actions. But Luke knew it was all true, and it only made it harder for him. Remembering how it was before, the Duke imagined himself as a beast who kidnapped a little girl. But later, Nadia turned this wild beast into a cute and docile little animal. In this way, Jade imagined that Luke would be able to show his good side in front of Nadia's parents. Even though Luke has changed, it will take time for his wife's parents to accept him. At the same time, something amazing was happening in Nadia's chambers. The maids were amazed by the Duchess's image. They had never seen her in such outfits before. The first image was dark scarlet and emphasized the girl's figure. The second image was very cute and attracted attention. Nadia was glad that the maids appreciated her taste and supported her. She thanked Anna, who was able to prepare so many outfits. Looking away, she admitted that the Duke had personally selected some of the looks. After these words, a few seconds later, the Duke entered the room. The Duke asked how things were going, to which the girl replied, "Excellent." She also admitted that she was not used to such luxurious outfits. The girl was wondering if the dress she had just put on suited her. Luke was so enchanted that he immediately fell to his knees and was unable to say a word. Nadia didn't know how to react to this, and the Duke began to talk about how amazing she looked. She was so beautiful that he couldn't take his eyes off her. The girl was so shocked by these words that her heart began to beat faster. But she couldn't stand such an atmosphere, so she asked to wait a minute. Holding the Duke's face with both hands, Nadia was worried, because it seemed that Luke had a fever. The maids understood why the Duke's body temperature had risen, but they found it amusing to watch this scene. Holding him to her chest, Nadia insisted that Luke should take his medicine and rest today. Turning his head towards the headmaid, Luke asked for help, because he could barely contain himself. But Anna decided not to help the Duke, so she decided to leave along with the other maids. Luke was shaking all over from an excess of feelings. It was hard for him to control himself. And so the days passed in Staten's estate until departure to the capital of the empire. At last, they were ready and set out on their journey, accompanied by many people. Nadia watched the changing weather in the duchy with interest. Because it was always cold on the estate, she didn't notice how summer turned to autumn. Only now did she begin to realize that they were actually going to the capital. It was Luke's first time going to the capital dressed like this. He couldn't lose face in front of his beloved's parents. Noticing that Nadia was looking at him intently, Luke began to feel embarrassed. He asked if there was something wrong with his face, which surprised the girl greatly. Nadia answered negatively, and clutching her head, admitted that all this time she had been thinking about how she first met the Duke. After all, Luke said that they met before the wedding. She didn't remember that meeting, so even if Luke spoke to her first, Nadia probably remained silent. The girl thought, even despite his position, Luke can look so cold. While Nadia was distracted by her thoughts, she did not notice how her husband quietly crept up to her and kissed her. He also talked about how beautiful Nadia was, which made the girl's head spin. She asked them not to do that again because they didn't close the curtains. Luke understood that Nadia was not yet accustomed to sudden displays of affection. Then, he decided to ask if he could kiss her if she drew the curtains. The girl could not resist, and instead of answering, she approached her husband. Luke held on to the walls of the carriage, trying to contain his inner beast. After such a tender kiss, Nadia bowed her head, as she wanted to say something to Luke. She was worried that the carriage might tip over, which made Luke wonder if he was really that heavy. The girl immediately began to make excuses, because she didn't mean anything like that. Luke laughed, because at that moment, his wife looked like a cute hamster. Nadia realized that her husband was teasing her, which is why she began to loudly complain. That's why she said Luke was angry, because yesterday she tried to help him get better. For a long time I couldn't fall asleep because I was worried about my husband. Maybe it was in vain. Nadia asked herself this question. Noticing that Luke was starting to get worried, she decided not to torment her husband and say that it was all a joke. While the heroes were cooing sweetly, the carriage ran into a rock, causing Nadia to jump. And, unexpectedly, she found herself right on Luke, which the Duke did not expect at all. He held her tightly to himself so that the girl would not accidentally get hurt. In this situation, the Duke wondered if Nadia was okay. The girl timidly answered that everything was fine, but she understood that it was all thanks to Luke. After all, he was able to catch her in time and prevent her from hitting something. The Duke was glad that his wife was okay, but he said that if Nadia was ill, he could ask to stop the carriage. Clinging to the Duke, Nadia insisted that everything was fine and also noted that the curtains had closed. She admitted that Luke's arms were so warm and pleasant that she wanted to stay in that position. Luke stared at her, his breathing and heartbeat quickening. He also said that he wanted to continue what happened yesterday, so they joined in a passionate kiss. He didn't want Nadia to be uncomfortable, so the girl suggested doing it her way. The day was drawing to an end. The sun was already close to the horizon. Suddenly, Jade was informed that the Duke was asking to stop the carriage. He didn't understand what was happening, because the nearest village was still far away. Speaking to his lordship, the chief butler inquired why the carriage had been stopped and whether something had happened. But Luke asked to save the questions for later, and also said that Anna needed to be called. The Duke also ordered that others be informed that the carriage had stopped because it had hit a rock. He asked to behave as usual so that no one would suspect anything. Standing in front of the carriage entrance, Luke listened as Jade expressed surprise that the Duchess had fainted. He ordered to find a doctor as soon as possible, so we need to look in the nearest settlements. Luke asked not to worry about it, and also to make sure that the knights did not find out anything. Anna did not understand anything, but the Duke continued to insist on his own and asked to simply enter the carriage and make sure that Nadia was okay. The head maid was surprised that the Duke was so calm, because he usually created a stir if something like this happened. But opening the carriage door, Anna asked herself only one question. What had his lordship done with the Duchess? Nadia was all sweaty and covered with a jacket. It seemed like she could barely breathe. Seeing her mistress in such a state, Anna was horrified, because she did not understand what the Duke had done. Now, the head maid understood why the Duke wanted to hide everything from the others. Anna said that she would take care of the Duchess herself, so she asked Jade to step aside for a second. She insisted that it was better for him not to look, so she sent the butler to do something. Luke didn't suspect anything, but Anna was furious, so she turned to the master. While giving him a slap, she asked if the Duke had really gone mad. She beat him because last time Luke bit the Duchess like a mosquito. This time she was lying unconscious. She did not understand whether he was a man or an animal. Clutching her head, Anna did not understand how the Duke could bring Nadia to such a state. Luke tried to justify himself by saying that he could explain everything later, but Anna didn't need an explanation. Anna kept thinking that before she gave her life to the Duchess, she had to make a man out of Luke. Looking at the mistress, the head maid warned Luke that they would not be able to do such things while they were in the capital. Rumors about their visit are already on everyone's lips in the capital, and they are not the best. But Luke insisted that he would not allow anyone to insult his wife. Anna understood that no one would dare to say anything personally to the Duke, but she talked about how this could affect Nadia's family. And all that will be left for Luke to do is fall to his knees and beg for their forgiveness if he doesn't stop acting like an animal. Anna already had a headache from the gentleman's behavior. The problems were becoming more and more. The Duchess is too naive, and the Duke has lived in a detached manner all this time. After some time, Nadia came to her senses. All this time, Luke was watching her. When she woke up, she immediately asked what time it was, to which Luke replied that the sun had just set. He asked Nadia to continue sleeping because he would wake her up as soon as they arrived in the village. Nadia claimed that she was fine, as she felt much better after sleeping. Looking at her palms, she noticed how dark it was outside, so she wondered if she had slept that long. The last thing Nadia remembered was definitely her and Luke kissing tenderly. Realizing this, she began to feel very embarrassed and stopped thinking about such things. Timidly, she asked Luke if she had fainted. The Duke apologized because he thought he should have stopped, but Nadia didn't think so. She admitted that she enjoyed everything they did together. That's why she suggested doing it again, and this time she was much more enthusiastic. The Duke laughed and said that he, too, liked everything they did, but he said that he didn't want to rush yet, because Nadia might overwork herself before arriving in the capital. Kissing her palm, he wanted Nadia to meet her relatives in good health. And they have an eternity ahead of them. These words made the girl embarrassed. She knew Luke was right. They were husband and wife after all. But still, if it was difficult to restrain ourselves, she suggested just kissing. This brought a smile to the Duke's face, as he was glad to hear something like this from Nadia. So night came. The sky was strewn with stars. A light breeze refreshed this picture. 2 weeks later, in the capital of the empire, Leonardo was told something important. We just received news that Duke Staten has arrived on the outskirts of the capital. Leonardo was also informed that the Duke had arrived with 3 carriages, accompanied by 20 knights. Celia, the princess of the empire, spoke of what she had heard about the knights of the Staten Duchy. The prince understood that Celia judged them by their leader, but Leonardo did not believe that Luke was going to start a rebellion. He also spoke about the fact that Duke Staten could become the groom of the princess of the empire. Celia didn't like the fact that her brother constantly reminded her of this. She didn't even want to hear anything about the Duke. After all, the Duke never hid his beard, and his face always looked sinister. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the capital, Luke burst into the house, sweating, shouting the name of the headmaid. Luke was worried about Nadia. He brought a lot of medicine, but Anna reported that the Duchess simply had a cold. Yesterday, when they got to the capital, Luke thought that everything would be fine, but Nadia could barely stand on her feet. The Duchess seemed to have tried hard to hide it, but the carriage journey seemed to have left her very tired. Nadia kept thinking that if she had known that this would happen, she would have said she had a headache. Then she wouldn't have lost consciousness. A little more, and she would be able to see her family in person. Nadia wanted to personally make sure that everything was okay with them. Thinking about her family, tears appeared on her face. She could not contain her feelings and emotions. The Duchess came to her senses and was already sitting on the bed. Seeing this, Luke asked how she was feeling. Carrying a glass of water, the Duke asked Nadia not to get up, because he understood that she was still very weak. He came to put her to bed. But first of all, Nadia needed to take her medicine. The girl cried, thanking Luke. She claimed that she usually has no health problems. Luke wanted to support his wife, so he took her by the shoulders, telling her that he knew how strong she was. He admitted that he regretted a lot, talking about the moment when Nadia first arrived at the castle. The Duke felt he should have said at least one kind word before proposing marriage. Even though Luke changed his behavior, he realized that he could not protect Nadia from illness. The Duchess was afraid that Luke might get infected, but he didn't care, because the main thing for him was that his wife was happy. He also remembered that Nadia had said that husband and wife should sleep together. That's why Luke, even though he wasn't used to it, always slept with Nadia. Waking up and opening one eye, the Duke noticed that Nadia was not nearby. So he stood up and began to look around to find his wife. Even though Nadia looked better, he was worried and thought that she needed to rest a little more. Noticing that Luke had woken up, Nadia immediately ran up to her husband and hugged him because she felt much better. In fact, her fever had gotten worse during the night, so she thought they would have to go back. She felt so bad that she couldn't even close her eyes. But then, looking at her sleeping husband, she was able to relax and fall asleep. Nadia claimed that it was all because Luke hugged her all night. Noticing Anna enter the room, Luke began to feel very embarrassed because he understood that she had heard everything. Anna was also embarrassed and said that she had come only to find out how the Duchess was feeling. After all, if Nadia feels well enough, then they can continue on their way. They also had to send in the visitation request that Luke had been preparing since the day he left. This letter notifies the noble family that other nobles who are deeply connected to them wish to visit them. The maid was glad to see that her mistress had recovered, as she would now be able to reunite with her family. Venti and Cinti were delighted to visit the capital, and they had also grown accustomed to the Staten family's love of all things luxurious. And now, having studied the fashion of the capital, they will be able to dress Nadia like a real duchess. While lifting the mistress's hair, one of the maids noticed red spots on Nadia's neck. At this, their eyes immediately widened, and surprised, they began to scream. The maid did not notice these marks immediately, since her mistress's hair covered them. Closing her eyes, Anna wondered if the Duke had behaved like an animal again. Anna came to report that the Duke was just looking for servants who could be sent to the city. Nadia didn't understand anything, but she saw how Cinti and Venti quickly left the room. A lot of time passed, so Anna thought that the traces had already disappeared. But the traces of the carriage ride were still visible, which only made Nadia's appearance more beautiful. Unfortunately, Anna was not happy about this, since she had to correct the consequences of the Duke's ardent behavior. The maid was wondering if the mistress liked the dress she was currently wearing, since Anna thought that red would suit Nadia better. Nadia fingered the hem of her dress and looked at it, asking if it really didn't suit her. It was her mother's favorite color, so she immediately remembered her family, whom she had not seen for ages. Anna realized that she had to protect her mistress's confidence, so she began to serenade her about how beautiful she looked in that dress. But the maid also suggested covering her shoulders and neck with a red shawl. That wasn't all, as Anna also decided to add mittens and a scarf. Finally, Nadia got ready and went out to Luke, who was impatiently waiting for his beloved. Walking towards Luke, Nadia apologized for keeping him waiting. All wrapped up, Nadia came out to Luke. The Duke was amazed by the image of the Duchess and compared her to a penguin. Even though Nadia looked cute in this outfit, Luke wondered if she was hot. The girl explained that Anna said that the lady's health was much more important. Realizing that now was not the best time to say too much, Luke looked away. The man said that he had prepared a couple of gifts for Nadia while he was waiting for her. Looking at his wife, Luke kept thinking that Nadia was very worried, but he hoped that she wasn't too worried. Taking her husband's hand, Nadia talked about how good her parents were, as well as her brother and sister. And if Luke was nervous, Nadia asked her to imagine that he was talking to her. When the Duke smiled, the girl always saw how kind and sincere he was. These words touched the young man so much that a blush appeared on his cheeks. And also, the Duke said that he would try to look kinder, as Nadia said. The girl sat at the table, her hands folded in front of her face. She was thinking languidly. She didn't know what to do at such a moment, and there was no word from her father or Anderson. At this rate, she'll have to face the monster herself. This thought frightened her very much, so she shuddered at every rustle. After some time, the carriage was already approaching the mansion of Baron Lancaster. As Luke stepped out of the carriage, he offered his hand to Nadia, showing his love and care. Nadia was incredibly happy to finally arrive in her native lands. The girl noted that her house was exactly the same as when she left home, but for some reason, she had a feeling that something was wrong. Her older sister came out to greet the guests. The girl was confused. Noticing her sister, Nadia loudly shouted her name. And then she ran to her, hugging her. Nadia cried bitterly, as did Ilya. Trembling, Ilya worried about her sister, because she thought she had gone through so much to get here. At first, Ilya wanted to say how Nadia had lost a lot of weight, but she realized that this was not true. Feeling her sister's body, Ilya did not understand why Nadia looked completely normal. The girl asked whether Nadia had arrived alone or with someone, but Nadia immediately decided to announce that she had arrived with the Duke, so she immediately introduced him. Taking off her scarf and cape, the girl wondered where her mother was, but at that moment, all the red spots on her body were revealed. When Ilya saw these traces, her wall of consciousness began to crack at the seams. But when Nadia heard that her mother was in her bedroom, the girl was shocked by this news. Hugging Nadia, Ilya reported that at such a moment, the Lancaster estate was unable to receive guests. Looking at his lordship, she apologized for not being able to receive them now. Also, Elijah said that they would greet him properly next time. That's why this time, Ilya asked to return without Nadia. It's a bright day at the Lancaster estate, because today, Nadia has returned. The mother immediately got back on her feet with the appearance of her daughter. The girl was glad to see her mother in full health. The brother and sister watched as their mother looked at their sister. They could not believe that they were seeing a girl. Nadia cried and said that everything was fine with her, but she was most worried about her mother. She also talked about how well she was living in the Duke's house. Everyone there treated her well. Anderson couldn't hold back his tears. He thought that Nadia was saying that on purpose. He knew that Nadia only saw the good in people, so he asked her not to defend them. But she was not defending them at all, asking her brother to pay attention to her beautiful dress. The brother could not look at Nadia without pity, because he thought that all this was not true. Nadia still continued to talk about what a caring husband she had. After all, she wanted her relatives to accept and see the Duke from the same side as she did. But suddenly, she heard her brother continue to not believe her, which caused her expression to change. They continued to talk about how terrible it was to live with such a man. All of Nadia's attempts were in vain. Ilya continued to scream and say how terrible the Duke was. Bowing her head, Nadia did not know what to say to her relatives at such a moment. And also, she thought that Luke simply didn't know how to say it when he arrived at the Lancaster estate. Mother asked not to shout at Ilya, because the shouts frightened Nadia. Father thought it was good that Nadia returned. Because of this, Mother's condition improved. The girl was already preparing food and holding some kind of strange bottle in her hand. It was intended for children who suffer from insomnia, and its name was Good Night. Nadia didn't understand why Vivian would cook the food herself, since usually the servants did that. But the reason for this was that all the servants were now on vacation. Then Nadia understood why the estate was so empty. Holding out his hand, the brother invited Nadia into the dining room and also asked her to tell him as much as possible about Duke Staten. Extending her hand in response, Nadia agreed. Nadia understood that it didn't matter what she said now. She needed to wait until her family calmed down. And then she can explain to them what kind of person Luke really is. She continued to believe that everything would work out and had no idea what her family had prepared for her. Luke continued to spend the evening alone, taking care of business. Jade said that he had the last box in his hands. They specifically visited all the stores so that nothing like this would remain. The head butler wondered if this was not enough to make the Duchess's family change their minds. Anna wondered why this happened. They were kicked out before they showed their gifts. The head maid believed that this would not have happened if his lordship had at least smiled. The woman continued to lecture the Duke, believing that his behavior was wrong. Especially now that Luke had shaved off his bare beard, he could at least smile. Nadia talked about how, when Luke smiles, he looks completely different. And the maid thought that what was the point of a pretty face if you didn't use it? But the Duke was wrong when he saw Ilya Nadia, since there was obvious hostility in her face. As soon as she looked at him, when he imagined Nadia looking at him like that, Luke's blood ran cold. But he knew he couldn't tell anyone about it. At this time, Jade asked when the Duchess would return. Luke knew he would have to go back for her, but it was obvious to him that he had prepared too few gifts for the Lancaster family. Jade, looking at this huge mountain of gifts, could not believe that there were not enough of them. Luke decided that he would have to watch the Lancaster estate and wait until he was ready to visit them again. Jade and Anna condemned the Duke for such thoughts, because he is not some kind of kidnapper. Luke tried to justify himself, saying that he was not a kidnapper. He just wanted to protect his wife's family. He noticed that their security system was weak. The walls could be climbed over, and the main door was easy to break down. Luke thought it was better to get rid of the minor threats while his body was sick. Jade suggested that they split into groups and patrol the estate until the Duchess returned. But the Duke asked not to worry about anything, because he decided that he would personally make sure that Nadia was safe. So night came. Luke, together with Jade, armed with a sword, set off on his way. Hidden in the night under their cloaks, they watched the estate, which was located on the outskirts of the capital. The Lancaster estate, although located on the outskirts of the capital, is not inside a dangerous area. Jade knew the Duke was worried about the ambush, but they couldn't follow them all the way to the capital. So the head butler thought about telling the Duke that it was useless to go that far. But looking at the gentleman, Jade doubted that Luke would listen to him at such a moment. Noticing that the wind was cool, Luke wondered if Nadia was warmly covered. All this time, the Duke thought about his beloved, because he wanted to be near her. Jade said it was time to return, since the Duke was convinced that Nadia was okay. He also noted that they themselves looked suspicious, so he didn't know what they would do when the guards caught them. But Luke, clenching his fist, couldn't remain calm when he was so far from Nadia. Suddenly, noticing something, Luke immediately called Jade to him. Because he imagined something, Jade immediately approached the Duke to find out what he saw there. Looking at the estate from afar, Jade didn't notice anything unusual, but Luke saw everything and shouted that the carriage was approaching the estate. One carriage drives up to the courtyard of the estate, and two others on the other side. So Luke immediately ordered to tell the fifth group to run here. And since Jade was in no hurry, Luke began to growl at the butler and threaten him. Realizing that it was better to immediately carry out the order, Jade immediately rushed towards the fifth group. Turning back, he noticed that Luke wasn't following him, which Jade found strange. After all, his lordship would certainly have wanted to participate, but Luke exceeded all expectations by planning to jump off the wall. Jade tried to stop the Duke, but it was too late. Luke was already jumping. He couldn't help himself because his wife's safety depended on it. Luke pulled out his sword and stuck it into the wall, saving himself from falling. Thus, the Duke broke his sword, but landed safely on the ground. This time, he was going to personally deal with the bastards who were going to harm Nadia. After what they did to his parents, they now decided to come for his wife. He couldn't lose another person he loved so much. But Luke saw how the sleeping Nadia was being dragged into the carriage, and he was already there. That's why he immediately started shouting for the kidnappers to stop. With his screams, he frightened the people who kidnapped Nadia. He was serious in his intentions and was ready to tear them to pieces. One of the kidnappers began to hiccup, and the second kidnapper, frightened, began to run away. They were about to escape through the back gate, but Luke couldn't let them go. The kidnappers believed that the Duke would not be able to catch up with the horses on foot, but suddenly, they realized how much they had been expected. After all, Luke was almost able to catch up with them, even on horseback. Clenching his fist, Luke watched as the kidnappers walked away with his wife. Jade barely managed to catch up with the Duke, who was already asking for his horse to be provided to him. Also, the head butler said that he was told that the prince had planned all of this. The man in the carriage that Luke noticed was Prince Leonard. Sitting in the carriage, the crown prince was pleased that his plan had succeeded. But he was told that he needed to hide urgently, as some bandits had attacked them. It was Luke who stormed into the carriage of the imperial prince in anger. Leonard did not recognize him at first, and was struck by the killer at that moment. He couldn't believe it, and also noticed the uniform of the state and duchy on the bandit. Leonard said that he was ready to turn a blind eye to the knight's rudeness if he brought the Duke to him, and he understood that perhaps the knight was doing this because of the Duchess. The veins on Luke's face appeared. All the veins tensed up. He couldn't believe that the prince was somehow connected with the kidnappers. Leonard was amazed, because he heard a familiar voice and immediately understood everything. And after he saw those gray eyes and the beast's behavior, everything fell into place. But he could not believe that this beautiful man was Duke Staten. Luke wanted to hear the reason why the prince had infiltrated the Lancasters. Waving his hands in front of his face, Leonard didn't know how to explain himself to the Duke. He also noticed that after Luke shaved his beard, he began to look like his childhood self. So, out of old habit, the prince began to stroke the Duke's head. The positive prince wondered why Luke decided to shave his beard. But Luke was not so happy about the meeting. Anger filled him. It seemed that he was ready to kill the prince at that moment. Grabbing Leonardo by the hand, he left the whole performance. After all this time, the Duke tolerated his antics out of so-called loyalty. But this won't happen now, no matter what. The prince was informed that they had managed to calm the horses. Jade was hesitant, since Luke wanted to take the prince's horses. But an irritated Luke replied that now was not the time to worry about such things. Leonardo watched this picture with interest. He could not believe that Luke would be ready to sacrifice everything for Nadia. The Knights of the Empire apologized to the prince and also said that they would immediately call for reinforcements. But Leonardo refused the Knights' offer, as he explained that they were not robbers. The prince wanted to tell Luke that he had started all this at the request of the eldest son of Lancaster, but Luke left without even letting me say a word. At that moment, Leonardo realized how important his woman was to Luke. And it looks like there was a big misunderstanding on both sides. Anderson could no longer hear the sound of horses, so he began to think he had escaped. Nothing like this had ever happened before, so he was very worried. Holding his head, he did not understand why the thieves decided to attack today. In any case, he thanked God that his family was in perfect order. The father was glad, because they managed to escape from these scoundrels. But because of them, they had to drive the carriage very abruptly. Anderson knew something might have happened to Nadia, so he got off his horse and went to check on her. But he was sure that as long as Nadia was under Vivian's care, everything was fine with her. Opening the carriage door, Anderson immediately asked if everything was okay. Vivian replied that everything was fine. But most of all, she was worried about the children who were riding in front. The only thing that scared Anderson was that Nadia was sleeping too long. It seemed the sleeping pills were too strong. Vivian couldn't believe it, because even their children were drinking this sleeping pill. She was generally afraid that this sleeping pill would not work on Nadia. But, fortunately, the road seemed to have tired her out, and she slept soundly, seeing wonderful dreams. Holding his wife's hand, Anderson apologized for having to drag Vivian into this. The woman reassured her husband, because they had already discussed this and came to a conclusion. It's been 12 years since their wedding, and all this time, Vivian has watched Nadia grow up. Nadia was not just her husband's sister, she was like a sister to her. Therefore, she could not help but worry about her, which is why she decided to participate in this event. She wanted to do everything to protect her, but suddenly they heard sounds. Anderson immediately started screaming, trying to find out from his father what happened and why he moved so abruptly. But the father asked him to close the carriage door and stay inside, which surprised the man. The head of the Lancaster family realized that the robbers had been chasing them all this time, so he couldn't stay put, trying to protect his family. The father continued on his way. None of them understood why this was happening right now, at such an important moment, but all his thoughts disappeared when a huge fist smashed through the wall of the carriage. Luke, with crazy eyes, looked into this gap and said that he was finally able to catch them. Anderson, covering Nadia, was horrified. Fear was visible in his eyes, but Luke was not going to back down, because he wanted Nadia back, and he was ready for anything. The Lancaster eldest son did not believe that the carriage could break down so easily. He was also scared by the fact that this big guy named his little sister. Vivian did not understand what kind of measured beast this was, and why he called Nadia's name. Anderson assumed that perhaps this robber knows that Nadia is a duchess, so he wants to take her and then demand a ransom, or someone has long had a grudge against the Lancasters. Vivian refused to believe it. It seemed impossible to her. After all, she knew about the Lancasters even before she married Anderson and knew what good people they were. Anderson didn't know what to do at that moment. The carriage continued to shake. It became dangerous to continue on her way, and suddenly she stopped abruptly. It became surprisingly quiet, so Anderson asked his father what had happened. He was shaking because he was afraid that something had gone wrong again. From the moment the engagement proposal came from the Staten house, they could do nothing but watch Nadia sacrifice herself. But Anderson couldn't give up everything so easily. He promised himself that he would be strong and that he would be able to protect his family. He decided to go out and scout out the situation, so he told Vivian about it. Looking at Nadia, he asked his wife to hide in the carriage and not get out. Vivian was horrified, because she understood that she might never see her husband again. Opening the carriage door, Anderson peered out cautiously to see what was going on. He saw nothing, but he listened and realized that the sound was coming from above. Anderson was shocked by what he saw, because he saw a man holding his father. Luke's gaze was terrifying. He was ready to please anyone who did something like this to his wife. The girl's father asked to let him go. He literally began to beg for mercy. But Luke didn't hear anything. He needed information, and then he would let the man die quickly. The man did not understand what the robber was talking about, because this was his territory. He was also interested in how much money they had promised to this scoundrel, who had dared to pursue them. Luke realized that the man didn't get it, so he decided to let go of the cloak he was holding. He decided to show the stranger what he was dealing with. The man understood that he was about to be hit, so he closed his eyes. Anderson noticed that Nadia had gotten out of the carriage, so he tried to stop her. Nadia looked at this picture in horror and asked Luke to stop. Looking at her husband, she did not understand why he was doing this. Luke, looking at Nadia, stopped abruptly And he also realized that he was holding her father, so he abruptly let go of the man. And at that moment, Anderson hugged Nadia. Luke realized that the situation had become complicated and completely incomprehensible to him. Jumping off the carriage, he immediately knelt down in front of his wife. Rising from his knees, Luke approached Anderson like a beast, asking him to take his hands off her right now. Anderson was very scared and understood what could await him now, so he closed his eyes. And Luke kept asking questions. He wanted to know what the man was trying to achieve. But Jade stopped the Duke in time, because he understood that this was enough. Luke couldn't calm down, so he jerked his hand sharply and freed himself from the butler's grip. Jade stopped the gentleman and asked him to give him a chance to explain everything. The butler reported what the prince had told him, because after his departure, the House of Lancaster turned to him for help. Luke was extremely surprised to hear this, as he did not expect it. Jade reported that the people in front of the Duke were not kidnappers, but members of the Lancaster family. Father, getting down from the roof of the carriage, said that all this was nonsense. They were just returning home. Luke finally understood everything, and the realization of what he had done made him feel ashamed, but he still didn't understand what the Lancaster family members were planning to do. Now, looking into people's faces, he began to remember Nadia's words, that Luke can easily recognize her brother and other family members. After all, they look similar. And realizing this, Luke was stunned by what was happening. Luke began to understand what he had done. He blamed himself for what had happened. Jade grabbed his head, because he already understood what questions they would ask him. He thought that he needed to run away first, while they were all distracted. Ilya arrived at the scene and wondered why Anderson was staying there, since they had agreed to meet somewhere else. She waited too long and began to worry, so she decided to go looking. She also noticed that the Duke she had met during the day was standing in front of them. Anderson asked if Elijah knew the man standing in front of them. Then, the girl said that Duke Staten, Nadia's husband, was standing in front of them. At this point, the family members began to whisper among themselves, as it seemed the Duke was putting pressure on them. Hearing what her brother and sister were talking about, Nadia opened her eyes. Hearing the word run, she began to ask herself questions, because she did not understand what her relatives were talking about. Hugging their sister, Anderson and Ilya said that all this was for Nadia. Vivian, getting out of the carriage, did not understand what was happening. Hearing the word bruises, she asked if Nadia was hurt. Ilya was talking about the red spots on the girl's neck, but Vivian understood right away that these were just hickeys, which greatly surprised the family members. Everyone was confused, but Vivian couldn't help but notice that even Anderson was leaving them. And if Elijah calls this cruelty, then Anderson is simply a tyrant. Hearing this, the guards of the Staten Duchy could hardly restrain themselves from laughing. Pressing their palms to their faces, they realized that there had been a misunderstanding. Ilya couldn't believe that these marks were just hickeys from passionate kisses. It turns out that these are not traces of violence, but simply traces of strong love. The Duke tried to hide from shame, but Vivian noticed it immediately, and the embarrassed father, who had been climbing down from the roof of the carriage until now, began to hiccup. Is the Duke angry because the Lancasters have bad thoughts about him? Luke headed towards the carriage, deciding to help Nadia's father get off. He also decided to apologize for mistaking his father for a kidnapper. And until his father's anger went away, he asked to beat him, so Luke said, bowing his head. Nadia watched as Luke sincerely tried to apologize to her father. She could not contain her feelings and emotions, as she understood what her husband was experiencing at such a moment. So she started walking towards Luke. Her brother and sister tried to stop her, but they failed. And Luke kept talking about how his father could beat him until his anger left him. But Nadia couldn't allow this, so she stopped Luke. Suddenly, she opened her eyes and realized that she was in a familiar place. Stretching her hand upward, she looked at her ring, which was on her ring finger. Nadia sat up abruptly and realized that she was in her bedroom. Turning her head to the side, she saw the man who was sleeping with her. Luke also opened his eyes and asked if Nadia had called him. Tears of happiness flowed. It seemed like it was all a bad dream. Clinging to her husband, she was glad that it had all been just a dream. Nadia talked about a dream where Luke grabbed her father by the collar, but the Duke understood that it was not a dream, so he felt a sense of shame. And the girl continued to talk about the dream, which seemed real. She was happy to realize that it was all just an ordinary dream. Lying on the bed, Nadia was not sure when it began and when it ended. She only remembered seeing her parents and Luke in her dream. Luke knelt down and bowed his head, which made Nadia start to ask questions. The Duke knew well how dear her family was to Nadia. Last night, she passed out, and they were in such a hurry to get to the estate that Luke didn't even have time to apologize, which made him think long and languidly. He wanted Nadia's family to get angry at him again and beat him up, so Luke could take the weight off his soul. Moving away from the window, the Duchess asked Luke how he knew she was in trouble. While waiting for an answer, the girl looked at the man with innocent eyes, and Luke asked if Nadia really wanted to know about this. Nadia confidently said yes, and suggested that perhaps Luke had been following her. The Duke remained silent, which made the girl realize that he was spying. At that moment, a thought flashed through the girl's head, that perhaps it was because Luke didn't trust her. Getting up from the table, Luke realized that she needed to explain, since this was all more of a misunderstanding. Trying to hug Nadia, he said that it wasn't about that. Luke wanted to explain that it was all because he was so worried about her. The Duke admitted that he actually wanted to return as soon as he was sure that she was all right. Nadia was embarrassed by such words. She could not believe that the Duke valued her so much. Luke also talked about how much he missed Nadia. The Duke tried to be honest and ended up admitting that he had been following her. And if Nadia says that Luke is disgusting to her, he will never be able to forgive himself. But the girl, with a smile on her face, asked to look at her. Luke stopped her, because he thought she was still angry with him. Hugging her husband, the Duchess admitted that she was very angry. Luke didn't know how to make amends, and these words only made the girl laugh. Nadia knew that Luke had only good intentions. She could never think otherwise, and he tried so hard to save her because he thought Nadia had been kidnapped. Luke was ashamed of his behavior, but he was embarrassed by how well Nadia knew him. The Duke was already prepared for the worst, but he could not believe that his wife was so kind. He wondered how many more times she would make him fall in love with her again. Luke started to speak, but the girl noticed something in the room, so she looked away. She asked if the letter was the Million family crest. Apparently, while she was not at home, letters arrived from them, so Nadia immediately rushed to read them. Luke remembered how Nadia had spoken about her friends from Viscount Million's family, so he wondered if Nadia had spoken about friends from the capital. Luke noticed that his wife clearly missed her friends as much as her family. He thought she needed some time alone right now, so he decided to sneak outside. So, quietly, he decided to leave the room, deciding to sort out his business. And these were things that Nadia shouldn't have known about. Everyone in the kingdom was discussing one very interesting piece of news, that the knights of the Duchy of Staten are buying up everything they see in the shops. They all began to think that the Duke had decided to take up some new business, and Jade wondered if Luke was overdoing it. The head butler didn't understand what the point of buying everything was, if the Duke didn't know what they liked anyway. But Luke felt he had no choice. He wanted to make a good impression. Jade insisted on his own, saying that the Duke simply did not know what to choose. And when the butler began to mention the prince's name, Luke's face completely changed. But Jade believed that Leonardo had helped them clear things up last night. Suddenly, a prince appeared, who could no longer listen to people talking about him behind his back. He believed that he had been helping the Duke all night, even lending him his horses. And that's why I thought I deserved gratitude. But Luke didn't think so. A terrible grimace appeared on his face, which spoke of how much he wanted to kill the prince. All this went on for a long time. Luke was driving the prince away, and Leonardo did not want to leave. The girl wondered who Leonardo was talking to, so she assumed it was Duke Staten. Celia, the princess of the empire, could not believe these words. After all, a silent and gloomy man is always at the center of various rumors. She will never forget how her father tried to set her up with that terrible man. Fearing for her life, she then screamed that she would never marry someone like him. Therefore, she wanted to get away from this place as soon as possible. But the brother noticed that Celia was already leaving, so he stopped her. Leonardo wanted Celia to stay for a short time, as he wanted to introduce her to Duke Staten. Hiding behind her fan, she believed that the Duke had already left, since she saw only his knights. But Leonardo believed that Celia was obliged to see the Duke, and would be very surprised. After all, this black-haired knight is none other than Duke Staten. Celia was truly amazed. She couldn't believe her eyes. As before, she saw this man, only with a huge beard. Coming closer, she once again clarified whether it was indeed Duke Staten in front of her, because Celia couldn't believe that she almost got married to such a wonderful man. With a light hand and neat handwriting, Nadia wrote a reply to her friends. She finished it, smiling, hoping that this was enough for an answer. While looking for sealing wax, she admitted to herself that she had been waiting for the letter for a very long time. But unfortunately, no one except James wrote to her. Looking at the letter, she kept thinking about how Raina was doing. Remembering their fight at the girl's birthday party, she wouldn't be surprised if Raina didn't want to see her anymore. Nadia suggested wearing 2 identical dresses for a girl's birthday. Raina didn't listen to Nadia at that moment and agreed with everyone. She was so carried away by the man that she didn't even notice what she had agreed to. And Nadia kept thinking that Raina was going to get married at the end of this year, and perhaps they would never see each other again. So she wanted this birthday to be special. And when Nadia came to the girl's birthday party in exactly the same dress, she herself didn't understand what she had done. Many people discussed this incident that day, asking many questions. And only Nadia was naively happy that she and the traitor had the same outfits. Many people started approaching Nadia, praising her outfit, because she didn't often dress like this. And Raina heard many people praising Nadia for having the same look as hers. The girl could not stand such humiliation, so she turned to Nadia, secluded in some closet, so dusty that Nadia began to sneeze. Raina began to furiously scold the heroine for her outfit, but Nadia thought that Raina didn't mind, since they also wore the same outfits on her birthday. Raina assumed that Nadia was trying to get revenge on her in this way. She did not understand Nadia's good intentions at all, which brought tears to her eyes. Remembering everything that happened between her friends, Nadia finished her business with sadness on her face. Looking at the decoration from the small box, she could not even imagine that she would offend her friend so much. Many memories united them, because they had been friends since childhood, and she still remembered how Raina was the first to call her a friend. Looking at the brooch, Nadia remembered that she wanted to remind Raina of their childhood. But suddenly, the maid's voice distracted Nadia from her thoughts. Wendy came to help the lady get ready quickly. The maid reported that a guest from the House of Millions had come to see her, which surprised Nadia greatly. Therefore, she immediately asked to convey that she would be coming down soon. Having quickly gotten ready, Nadia was in a great hurry, so she literally ran up the stairs. But Nadia was so happy to have a guest in their House of Millions that she didn't hear the servants at all, who asked her not to hurry so much. Nadia thought that it was Raina who came to see her, but all her hopes were dashed when she saw the man. James was handing his clothes to the servant, and hearing the clatter of heels, turned his head. Viscount James was overjoyed to see his old friend, who had recently gotten married. And Nadia, looking at James, seemed disappointed, as she expected something else. The man came closer and hugged the girl, not believing that in front of him was in fact his childhood friend. He missed the girl so much that she couldn't even imagine. James wondered if Nadia was not quite back, but Nadia replied that she was here temporarily, since she now belonged to the Staten House. She also said that as soon as her husband needed her, she would immediately return to the estate. The Duchess was still glad that James came to visit her, as she missed him too. James was overjoyed to see his childhood friend. It seemed that this was all he needed to be happy. He also admitted that he arrived at the mansion as soon as he heard the news that Nadia had arrived in the capital, but for some reason the house was empty, so he left a letter. Looking around, Nadia noticed that there was practically no one in the house now. Perhaps everyone had gone to clean up that mess. James asked if Nadia was alone now, to which the girl replied that it seemed so. It was for this reason that James suggested the girl take a walk. He decided to keep Nadia company, just like in the good old days. Nadia, sitting in the carriage with James, felt somehow very awkward. She thought that before this didn't bother her, but now even a light touch of the hand bothers her. The girl thought that it was probably because they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Noticing that Nadia was looking at him intently, the man thought that he had something on his face and asked the girl about it, to which she answered negatively. And then the girl asked the Viscount how Raina was doing and if everything was okay with her. James took Nadia by the chin, looked at her, and said that she always asks about his sister first. After adjusting her hair, he asked the girl why she didn't ask how he was doing. James, seeing Nadia's confused look, laughed and said that he was joking and that Raina was doing well. And then he added that his sister was not in the capital at the moment, at which time the carriage stopped and the servant said that they had arrived. Nadia, opening her green eyes wide, was pleasantly surprised because she recognized this place. It was her favorite perfume, and James added that it was their favorite place. And then he said that a few months ago, they would have stopped here to share our favorite scents with each other, James said, holding out his hand to her. Nadia, holding his hand, quietly got out of the carriage and said that she remembered this. Holding his hand, the girl thought that then he would go with her, just like now. And suddenly, the Duchess suddenly realized why she was feeling so uncomfortable right now. Remembering Luke, she realized that he was afraid to touch her again, but James took her hand without even asking. The girl hadn't noticed this before and wondered if all the men in the capital were like this. Nadia looked out the window and saw two people talking there. James, noticing that the girl was silent, asked what happened. And then, seeing where she was looking, the Viscount asked if she had seen someone she knew. Nadia smiled happily and said that she knew the man in the window. She said that it was her husband, Duke Staten, which unpleasantly surprised James. And then she added that she also came to the city to see him. But then Nadia looked closer and fell silent awkwardly, her cheeks slowly turning red. After all, the girl did not understand what kind of beautiful woman was standing next to her husband. Nadia decided to ask the Viscount about this beautiful woman standing next to her husband. James told the saddened girl that it was Princess Celia. Nadia was surprised, and the Viscount explained that they had crossed paths a couple of times at business meetings and that he knew her. And then he added that before she seemed incredibly cold to him, but it seems she knows how to smile. Princess Celia, at this time, stood opposite the Duke and smiled at him. James noticed that people were saying that Her Highness and the Duke were childhood friends. The girl smiled and said that Luke said that his only friend in the capital was the prince. And then I thought that he was one of the 5 imperial dukes, and naturally he would be close to the rest of the family. James asked Nadia if he should interrupt their conversation, to which the girl sadly replied that it was not necessary. Suddenly there was something personal there. Then the man suggested leaving them alone and going for a walk in the park. Nadia asked if he was talking about the park where they had picnics. The Viscount confirmed this and added that it was incredibly beautiful there now. And then, looking at the girl, he said that he would like to admire this view with her. Nadia, looking at her husband talking to the princess, thought that he probably missed his friends in the capital, and she decided that the best thing she could do now was not to interfere. Maybe they are in the midst of a pleasant conversation right now, the girl thought. At this time, Celia told Luke that when she learned of his return to the capital, she was so happy she couldn't even close her eyes. To this, the Duke advised her to see a doctor, and Jade thought that the gentleman had never been distinguished by politeness in the company of the royal family. And if it's not scary with Leonard, because they are friends, then you can't treat the princess with such disdain. And deciding that if this were to happen, they would have big problems. At this time, Celia asked Luke how long he would be here. The Duke, folding his arms across his chest and closing his eyes, thought about how to answer this question. Seeing Jade waving at him with a hint that he shouldn't lie to the royal family, he responded positively. The princess, grabbing Luke's hand with her own, joyfully exclaimed that it was wonderful. And then she asked him if he knew that La Treviliere was about to begin. Luke frowned as he listened to her talk about how she needed more knights to accompany her. The Duke remembered that La Treviliere was the largest and most flamboyant of all the imperial celebrations that mark the end of the year. And with 2 weeks of dueling matches during the day and beautiful balls at night, the risk of someone from the nobility or the royal family being killed increases. The princess, smiling, told the Duke that she wanted him to accompany her because then no one would be able to touch her. Looking at Luke, she asked him if he would be her guardian, and she added that it would be good if he started serving right now. Luke, removing his hand from the princess's hand, apologized to her, and then, bowing, he said that he was married and therefore could not accompany other women except his wife. At that moment, the Duke remembered his beautiful and naive Nadia, and then took his leave. After the Duke left, Celia's brother said it was very awkward. He couldn't believe that she would ask Luke for such a thing, and she didn't even know that he was married. And then, smiling, the prince added that he imagined the Duke's face when she suggested it, and noted that she had not shown any interest in him before, at which the girl angrily asked her brother to shut up. Celia said that she had reasons to dislike Luke before, because she had never seen such a sullen, beast-like person in her life. To this, the prince said that nothing had changed now. The Duke had simply shaved his beard. Celia exclaimed that if she had known that he was really so handsome, she would have made him hers. And then the princess added that his wife was no obstacle for her, which surprised her brother. The prince began to push his sister so that she would climb into the carriage faster. And already inside, he said that such things should not be said in public, otherwise she will create problems. The prince reminded Celia that she would soon become Queen of Molfti, and then he sternly added that she would be getting married next year, and that she needed to watch her behavior. Upon arriving at the palace, Celia asked her brother what was wrong with being with whoever she wanted, and she added that he knew from birth that he would be emperor, and she has been receiving unsolicited proposals of engagement all her life, and her brother has no idea what it's like. And then, Celia asked the prince what would happen if she married Duke Staten before she became queen, and imagining Luke hugging her, she added that it was better to choose the husband you want, and not a complete stranger. And in doing so, she will lure the House of Staten entirely and completely to the side of the royal family. The princess hinted to her brother that this would be good for both herself and their family, to which the prince replied that she had probably forgotten that Luke was already married to the youngest daughter of Baron Lancaster. He admitted that his sister was indeed interested in the Duke, but what would she do with his wife? The girl grinned maliciously and replied that the emperor himself would take care of that. After all, she is not a princess of another country, and not even the daughter of a rich merchant. Laughing, Celia noted with disdain that she was dealing with the offspring of some insignificant baron, and no one in their right mind would risk their life to stand up for someone who was hardly more than a commoner. The princess added. James looked at Nadia, who was standing near the tree, and began to take off his coat. The man asked the girl what she was thinking about, and then, throwing his cloak over her shoulders, he asked her if she was cold, because the breeze had become stronger. Nadia replied that everything was fine, and she was just looking at this tree, which reminded her of old times. James also remembered this and said that he remembered how they used to come here to play as children, and the girl added that this was their childhood. The man sadly added that, in fact, his childhood was not initially happy, because when he was little, his family was seriously set up, and he hid under this tree because he was afraid that people would talk about them and point fingers. James remembered sitting and crying alone under that tree, and Nadia, at that moment, was the only one who was kind to him. James added that he had pleasant memories only because of her, and when he was with her, every moment was a joy. Touching her cheek with his hand, the Viscount said that he owed her an unpayable debt, which he must pay for the rest of his life. Nadia, stepping back from him, laughed nervously and said that he didn't owe her anything, because they were friends. And then she took off her coat and returned it to James, saying that she was not cold. Sitting on the ground and lowering her head, the girl said that she had to apologize to them, because the three of them were best friends and separated because she offended Reina. Nadia really regretted this quarrel, which happened before her wedding. Smiling sadly, she added that she really wanted to invite them to the wedding. James, sitting down next to her, replied that he had been there, which greatly surprised the girl. And the man, looking at her, repeated that on that day he was at her wedding. Nadia asked in surprise how he managed to do this, because at that time, James was supposed to be on a business trip to Molfti. The man recalled that while he was on a business trip, he was asked if he had heard the news. James then asked his interlocutor if something had happened in the Empire, to which he replied that everything was fine there. And he added that he had heard that the Viscount was close to the Lancaster family, and the news that their youngest daughter had reached marriageable age somehow attracted Duke Staten. The man added that she would marry the Duke in 3 days. James was shocked by such news. Nadia, at that moment, asked the man when exactly he returned, because she did not remember the millions being on the guest list. She added that even if Molfti and Statona were not far from each other, it would be by ship, since it was not possible to quickly cross the border. And clenching her hand into a fist, she asked why, after such a difficult journey, he came and didn't even say hello. James replied that his sister had received her offer around the same time. He explained that I was heading to the estate of Kalaman, her fiancé, when I suddenly learned about Nadia's wedding and stopped along the way. James added that during the wedding, the girl did not look too happy, and in the end, it all ended before he had time to make a decision. Nadia, clapping her friend on the shoulder, said that Kalamana had been courting Reina for a long time, since she got married at the same time as her. She remembered that when they were both little, they made a promise to each other, The girls wanted to be each other's bridesmaids, but in the end, they didn't even attend each other's weddings. Embarrassed, the girl added that she was glad James had come, even though she didn't look well. To these words of the Duchess, her friend replied that this was not true. He remembered the wedding day, where there were many guests and Nadia with her groom, and he told the girl that she was simply beautiful that day. James added that he would never be able to forget this until his death. And then, getting up, he said that it was time for him to go, because he was going to meet the Marquise at noon. He thanked Nadia for spending time with him, and the girl thought that the Viscount, as always, was busy with business. Nadia said that there was no need to thank him, because she also wanted to see him. James turned and said that now she was a duchess and would attract attention in the capital wherever she went. She can also attract envious and dissatisfied people. And holding out his hand to her, James added that if that happened, she could always rely on him. Getting down on one knee in front of Nadia, the man said that he would always be on her side. Meanwhile, back at the Lancaster home, father and son discussed how they had tried to repair much of the damage that had been done. The Baron, turning to his son, said that he had already returned the carriage provided by the prince and told the servants to return to work. The son responded to this by saying that he was glad that they were able to eliminate all the consequences without leaving a trace. And he added that he was worried about Ilya, because she was crying and blaming herself for everything. To this, the Baron, entering the room, told his daughter that she did not need to reproach herself and that the Duke did not seem as merciless as they imagined him to be. To which the girl angrily exclaimed that he could not be sure of this, because they were subject to the whims of the rich and powerful. She added that the local nobility would beat the child unconscious if he dared to dirty their dress or drive away the maid who had just given birth. Ilya said with bitterness that their family had only one foot in high society, and they dared to insult the Duke himself. Thinking that he might burst in right now, they heard a sound. The Baron asked Anderson, who was looking out the window, what that sound was. The man replied that the Staten cards were entering, and they were carrying a bunch of stuff with them. Baron Lancaster and Anderson ran out of the mansion to meet the Duke. They apologized, asked what it was, and offered to help unload the things. Luke responded that everything was fine, which greatly surprised both father and son. The Duke, kneeling before the Baron and opening the jewel box, smiled and said that he had brought them some gifts. Luke hoped that they would like them, but the Baron, in shock, did not understand why they needed gifts. And then, seeing how much the Duke had brought, he thought that it was not a little, but a lot. The Baron invited the Duke to go inside and said that there was no need to kneel before him. The Duke, however, jumped up and addressed him respectfully as Sir and agreed. Then, Luke said that the Baron was now the head of the family and he was his personal subordinate and asked to do with him whatever he wanted. Nadia's father clutched his heart and felt a little unwell after these words. And the Duke, looking at this, thought that this was the answer and that he really liked the gifts so much. Turning around, he quietly called out to Jade and said that he was right about the gifts. The knight, standing next to Nadia, who had approached, only sighed and shook his head wearily. And then he added that the Duchess had also just returned. Luke was very happy to see her, which once again surprised her family. Nadia's brother watched the conversation between his sister and her husband with bewilderment on his face. Luke said that he didn't want to bother her and left quietly, and he also went to the city to buy gifts, to which the girl replied that Jade had already told her everything. Anderson, turning to the Duke, said that since everyone was here, they should start preparing for dinner and asked them to wait in the living room. Nadia wanted to help them, but her brother stopped the girl. He said that he could not allow the Duchess to work in the kitchen, which greatly upset the girl. And her father added that he knew what she wanted to say, but few people would like it, he added. And he asked them to take a rest in the living room. Nadia pressed herself against Luke in disappointment and agreed. The girl was sitting on the sofa, and her husband was looking at the furnishings in the living room. Nadia sighed sadly and thought that for the first time in her life, she didn't recognize her own home. Looking at her photographs, she realized that when she was alone, she didn't think about the fact that she was no longer Lancaster. But Nadia could not even imagine that she would realize this. Thanks to her family, Luke, seeing that the girl was sad, approached her. When he sat down next to her, the girl apologized for being in the clouds, to which her husband said that she had nothing to apologize for. Nadia asked her husband that he must be bored alone, To which Luke replied with a smile that sometimes she treats him like a small child who cannot be left alone. The girl, blushing, replied that she knew that he was older than her, but he was also much more sensitive than he seemed, so she felt she had to protect him, and then asked if it bothered him, to which Luke replied no. Nadia looked at the smiling Luke and thought that he seemed to be in a good mood. She suggested that it might be because of the meeting with the princess, and then she said that she saw that her husband was glad to have returned to the capital. She added that he looked happier than before, to which Luke replied that it was because they were at her house. Nadia was surprised, because everything here was modest and there was nothing to even look at, and the Duke replied that the point was something else, that she lived here. Luke imagined her walking down this corridor they had passed through and sitting on this same couch. He looked and imagined the girl as a child running around this house, and he saw that side of her that was still unknown to him. And then, looking sheepishly at his wife, Luke added that all this made him smile. Nadia was very embarrassed by his words, and her cheeks turned very red. Luke, seeing this, took her by the shoulders and asked with concern if everything was okay with her. Taking her by the cheeks, he told Nadia that her whole face had turned red. Nadia answered her worried husband that everything was fine. She just felt hot. And Luke, also blushing, pressed his forehead to the girl's forehead and said that it was because it was very hot here. Calling her by name, he said that winter would come very soon. And then he couldn't resist and very tenderly began to kiss his wife. After the kiss, the girl looked at her husband with embarrassment, and Luke looked with the desire to kiss his wife again and again. Taking the girl's hand with one hand and leaning the other on the sofa, he hung over her. Nadia found herself in a semi-recumbent position, leaning back on the sofa. She opened her eyes and told Luke that he kept looking at her as if he wanted to eat her. The man, his knees propped up on the sofa, didn't even deny it, taking her by the chin and bringing his face close to hers. The Duke said that it was because she was looking at him like that. Nadia bit his finger slightly, and Luke responded that it was very difficult for him to restrain himself. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door, and the young people suddenly pulled away from each other, and a child's voice asked if her aunt was there and if she could come in. After permission was given, Fiona, Elijah's daughter, entered the living room and reproached her aunt for not telling her that she was already there. She added that they had arrived several days ago, but they only told her today. Nadia laughed at this and said that all this time they were here, under the same roof. The girl was surprised and at first did not believe it. Coming closer, Fiona pointed her finger at the Duke and asked that it must be him. She called Luke a villain who took Nadia from them to eat her, and then, turning away, she wondered if it might have been an animal, thereby putting her aunt in an awkward position. The Duke, standing up, told the girl that he had not intended to burst anyone, and then he added that he could not deny that he took Nadia from them. Fiona asked her aunt if it was true that this man was a beast. She wanted to see how scary he was, but apparently her grandfather was wrong, because Luke, in her opinion, looked more like a bookworm. The Duke asked why her grandfather called him scary, to which the girl replied that he had practiced many times in front of the mirror to pronounce his name, because when he looks at a man, he thinks that a bear will eat him. Luke realized with dismay that, as he had thought, the Baron was afraid of him, and Fiona continued that her grandfather had ordered them to be called to dinner. The girl boasted that she was sweet, because she came to call them herself, so that her grandfather would not know if she spoke to him. Luke stood there looking upset, and Nadia told Fiona that she was very kind. The Duke, sitting at the table, was lost in thought, looking at his plate, and did not even immediately hear his wife calling him. When he finally noticed that Nadia was calling him, he saw that she was looking at him with concern, and everyone was sitting silently and not touching their food. The girl asked if he was full, since he had only eaten a few pieces of bread, and Luke replied that he was just taking a short break, since everything was delicious. The girl responded that Anderson was a very good cook, and he smiled and said that if more was needed, the Duke should tell him about it. And then, looking at his sister, he said that she also needed to eat, to which she turned away and said that she had already eaten. Nadia thought that they never talked about the kidnapping, and she wanted to show that she was still angry. Luke thought that he couldn't do anything when everyone was so scared and offered to help the Baron cut the meat. Everyone sat as if they couldn't wait for this dinner to end. He thought that he might return to Staten instead of a room, But then Anderson asked him how long they intended to stay in the capital. When Luke replied that they were going to stay until the day the empire was founded, Nadia was very surprised. She looked at her husband and said that winter was coming soon, and whether it was worth leaving the estate for so long. The Duke, looking at his wife, replied that his people were not fools, and that without him, nothing would collapse. And he added that she had people to see here, and she could spend time with her parents. But her parents were clearly not happy about this, and they were very scared when Luke said that he was joining them. The Duke asked with a smile if he would cause them any inconvenience. The Baron regretfully said that he had nowhere to put his guest, to which Luke replied that the servants' room would do if there was a bed there. Nadia's parents made headlines when the Duke said he could stay in the stables if there was nowhere else to sleep. The girl was outraged that her husband thought that her parents might allow him to sleep in the stable, and then Nadia whispered in his ear that there was no need to lock himself in a small room. And blushing deeply, she suggested to her husband that they go to bed hugging each other in her room. It had long since gotten dark outside, and the clock on the mantelpiece showed 12 o'clock. Luke lay under the blanket in Nadia's room and ordered himself to calm down. He thought that yesterday he had already slept here with Nadia, so why was his heart beating like crazy? Luke remembered that the girl was going to talk to her sister and decided that until she arrived, he needed to somehow calm down. He lay with his eyes closed, all red, and asked himself to come to his senses. And suddenly, it occurred to him that his wife might also be thinking about what had happened in the living room, and maybe she wants to pick up where they left off, just like he wants. Then, the Duke heard someone approach the door and knock. Having allowed entry, Luke took the rose in his teeth and sat up on the bed, thinking that Nadia had arrived. But it was not the wife who entered the room, but Jade, who, shocked by the sight of the gentleman, dropped the documents. He covered his eyes with his hands and asked them to describe what it was like to see their boss, with a rose in his mouth. On a scale of 1 to 10, Jade asked why Luke was like that, to which the man angrily said that he didn't know it would be him, and that he shouldn't barge into a room where a couple was so late. The knight, collecting the documents from the floor, replied that Luke himself had allowed him to enter. Jade added that he had brought several letters from the royal family for him, and said that they had asked that the Duke read them all now. Luke thought it was Leonard writing to him, asking him to come because he had nothing to do, but the envelope was addressed to Princess Celia. He remembered the flirting girl and was very surprised by what she wrote to him. And then Luke asked Jaden if these letters were personal or official, to which he replied that they were most likely personal. Then the Duke went to the fireplace and burned the princess's letters, which shocked the knight. And he added that if she needs him, then let her officially invite him, and it is not proper for a married man to receive letters from a princess. At this time, Nadia entered the room and said that she hoped that she had not interrupted some important conversation. The Duke, delighted by her arrival, approached the girl and said that there was nothing more important to him than her. And then he asked how she and her sister had talked. Ilya wanted to tell about what was happening in the marriage, but Nadia whispered that she already knew, so when her husband asked, she answered that they had chatted a little. Nadia asked Luke if he missed her, but she thought that her sister's questions were very tiring. The girl began to undress and noticed that the room was warmer than usual. She asked Luke if he had burned anything, but the man, blushing and covering his face with his hands, only said her name. And when he said that, if she wanted to change, he would go out and call the maid, Nadia turned around embarrassedly. She apologized to her husband and added that old habits had returned to the old room. The Duke, embarrassed and very red, turned his head away and without opening his eyes, said that she did not need to apologize. And then he quietly added that it was the obscenities in his head, despite the fact that they were in her house. And her parents are sleeping right next to each other. The man finished speaking. Nadia calmed him down by saying that everything was fine, because when she went into the room, everyone was already asleep. And then she added that it was already very late, and they could continue their conversation in bed. Meanwhile, in her chambers, Celia sat with a dissatisfied face, and next to her stood wine in 2 glasses. The princess was angry, because in her opinion, Duke Staten should have already read her letters. Nadia carefully cut off the meat that was lying on her plate with a knife. Anderson approached her and asked if she was okay. He noticed that his sister had barely touched her food, to which the girl replied that she was a little tired. Watching Luke, wearing an apron, offer to help her brother, she thought it was just an excuse, She remembered that last night, Luke took care of her when she was tired and even cleaned everything up. Nadia, embarrassed and ashamed, banged her head on the table. The Duke saw this and, jumping up to her in fear, asked what had happened to her. Nadia blushed even more, and looking at him, she thought that the very sight of her husband evoked strange thoughts. And then the thought entered her head that maybe she was a real pervert. At this time, Jade burst into the dining room, shouting for the Duke. He told the gentleman what had happened at night in the palace, and added that Her Highness had been attacked. Nadia wondered in her mind if they were talking about the beauty who had spoken to Luke. The Duke calmly replied to Jade that there was no need to fuss so much, since the royal family had encountered this before. Well, the knight, having calmed down, added that he had no idea how this happened. Jade frowned and told Luke that it seemed like His Majesty thought it was his fault. House Staten is completely subservient to the Empire, and the Duke's predecessor, nicknamed the Blade of the Empire, served it faithfully. Luke, arriving at the palace and kneeling, remembered that he had decided to follow in his footsteps. He was irritated and did not understand what the royal family was planning. The princess, at this time, was telling her father that unfortunately her guard had been ill the previous night. She added sadly that she knew she needed help and called Luke. Leonard listened with a displeased look as his sister talked about how she and the Duke had almost gotten married and were therefore very close, and she was sure that he would help. With tears in her eyes, Celia added that she would never have thought that Luke would ignore the princess's letters. His Majesty, turning to the Duke, ordered him to explain how this had happened. Emperor Modria asked Luke sternly why he ignored the princess's calls. The Duke responded to this by saying that the letters were of a personal nature, and that if these calls had been official, he would have carried them out. And he added that since he was now married, he didn't think it was appropriate for him to meet girls for personal reasons. The Emperor responded to this by saying that even if his daughter had approached him unofficially, this did not change the fact that because of him, she was in danger. Celia's father noted that until that day, the Duke had served faithfully, and he would not punish him, and ordered that the princess be protected from that moment on. Luke repeated that he was already married, and added that His Majesty asked him to accompany the girl when he had a wife. And then he asked the Emperor to reconsider his decision, and he added that he could not leave his lady alone. At this time, the princess, covering herself with a fan, looked at him in surprise, and Prince Leonard, standing on the other side of the throne, looked at his father with bewilderment. The Emperor, angry and clutching the armrests of the throne, noted that Celia would soon become Empress of Molfti, and he asked him to protect his only daughter, and then added, would the Duke dare to reject his request at such a difficult moment? The Emperor jumped up from his throne, clenching his fists in anger, and shouted at Staten to do as he was told, and he added that he was obliged to, if he was truly a loyal Duke of the Empire. When Luke was already sitting in the carriage and was about to leave, a servant knocked on the window. He said that His Highness would like to see him, and at that moment the prince approached the carriage. Sitting opposite Luke in the carriage, he said that it was hard for him to accept this, but even he was powerless now. The prince added that his sister had personally begged her father, and she was also the only daughter who was about to leave, and the entire empire had its eye on her. Leonard noticed that the times were indeed not calm, and His Majesty trusted Luke more than anyone else, so he asked her to accompany him. Looking at the gloomy Duke, the prince said that his father did not expect him to guard her until the wedding, because the Duke was a busy man, to indulge her childish whims. Leonard added that Celia would leave as soon as La Treviliere was over, and he himself thought that his conscience would strangle him. After all, he didn't think that his sister would run to his father and offer Luke as a guard, and he would agree. The prince thought that His Majesty was clearly thinking that it would be better for Staten to become part of the royal family than for Celia to leave, and the Duke, who still had no children, and the marriage could be dissolved. It's getting darker and darker, Luke said he'd ask someone to sort it out, and he added that if he captured those who dared to attack Her Highness, he would torture them, and with this he even frightened the prince. The Duke angrily exclaimed that they could simply go and kill them, and if they gave him a couple of days, he would search the entire empire, but he would find and kill them. The prince, in fear, asked Luke to stop and calm down, and then he added that this is not the problem, and that this is an order from His Majesty. Leonard asked what the problem was, because he thought everyone had already agreed to everything. Luke, looking out the window, said that he would miss her. The prince looked at the Duke with incomprehension, and the question of who he was talking about was visible in his eyes. Luke, folding his arms across his chest, looked at the prince and said that he would not see Nadia all day. And then he explained that even if he was next to Celia, all his thoughts would be about his wife, and he would be a bad guard. At this time, Nadia, with a small watering can in her hands, was watering the flowers in the garden. Suddenly, she felt someone's gaze on her back and turned around. The girl saw her husband, who was standing nearby, leaning his back against a tree, and called him. She said that Jade told her about the Emperor's order to accompany Her Majesty. Luke apologized, and Nadia said that there was no need to apologize because he was not punished, and that was already good. Despite her husband, she continued that she was not very familiar with how the nobility and the royal family worked, but she knew that it was an honorable position. Nadia added that she also needed to prepare for La Treviliere and suggested that they focus on their duties. Luke walked up to his wife and hugged her from behind, asking her again about how they should focus on their duties. The girl did not expect such swift and gentle actions from her husband, and even the watering can fell out of her hands. And Luke, embarrassed, asked Nadia if she was sure she would be okay without him. The girl became sad. She did not know how to answer her husband's questions correctly. And then she exclaimed bitterly that she was not at all sure that she would be okay without him. Luke looked questioningly at his wife, and she turned to him and called him a fool. And then Nadia continued that she also cannot live without him and wants to be with him. Luke looked at his wife in surprise, and she sadly added that she could not forbid him from doing his job. Here the girl burst into tears, and the Duke was very sorry that this happened. And Nadia continued to say that she couldn't do anything because he would still have to go, even if she tried to stop him. Luke, pressing the girl to his chest, said that if she told him, he would stay. Nadia asked him not to say stupid things, because it was an order from His Majesty. But the Duke assured Nadia that he was not just saying this, and if she told the truth, he would not go anywhere. And he added that he would find a good reason not to accompany the princess. With these words, he greatly surprised the girl. Luke confirmed that this was the Emperor's order, and that House Staten was loyal to the Empire. Holding Nadia by the shoulders, the man said, "How can they send a person who is dying to serve?" The girl looked seriously at her husband and said that this was not a very wise decision. She added that she thought he was more mature and sensitive, but it looks like she was wrong. And then, lowering her head, Nadia said embarrassedly that her husband was lustful and very stubborn. Looking at him, she added that the Duke was behaving like a reckless child. Luke smiled at the girl and said that he didn't even know that he was so childish. Nadia was embarrassed and said that she didn't mean it, but her husband knew it. Leaning toward his wife, he whispered in her ear that he was glad she still did not despise him. Nadia, embarrassed and blushing, confirmed this and added that she herself was like a child. Luke, however, responded that she was not old enough, but was no longer a child. And then, saying that he loved her, he leaned towards her lips and kissed her. The Duke, after the kiss, asked his wife if she was satisfied with her lustful, stubborn, and immature husband. And he added that if everything is normal, then can he remain like this? Lying in bed, the man, hovering over his wife, asked if everything was okay, and if she was tired, then let her tell him. The girl, holding her hand in the Duke's, answered shyly that she was not tired. And then, she timidly asked if he was okay, to which Luke sheepishly replied that she could see that he was okay. Looking deeply into her husband's eyes, Nadia said that if he was happy, then she was too. Luke was reminiscing about the pleasant memories of the night before as he stood guard at the princess's door until Jade called him. Looking at the blushing gentleman, he asked why he was in the clouds. Covering his face with his hand, Jade said that he would not elaborate on the reason, but the Duke needed to learn to control himself. Luke cursed in frustration, and the knight added that they were, after all, in the palace. Then the Duke asked Jade what time it was, to which he replied that it was 3 minutes past 1, and that this was the 14th time he had asked the time. The knight asked the master to be patient, because they had nowhere to rush to now, and Luke was angry that the princess had called them and had not shown up for 3 hours. Jade reassured Luke by saying that she was a princess, and there was nothing they could do about it. And the Duke replied that his time was precious, and his wife was probably lonely right now. He remembered how in the morning he wanted to hit his hand with a hammer to break it, but then Nadia came in, and when he said he would just break his arm, she said she would never forgive him for that. Luke remembered the way she looked at him with her beautiful eyes. The grim Duke told Jade, who was standing next to him, that he missed Nadia very much, and he decided that he needed to go back, to which the surprised knight could only ask about right now or something. As Jade tried to stop the master from leaving, the princess's voice was heard apologizing to Luke. Celia stood, accompanied by her maids, telling him that he could not leave. And then she smiled happily and added that he was obliged to accompany her. Luke didn't even turn towards the princess and Jade. He had to greet her for both of them. The knight looked at the gentleman who had turned away and asked Her Majesty if she was ready. Celia, passing by a blushing Jade, threw out that it was even boring. And then, going up to Luke, she asked if he was angry that she had made him wait. To which the Duke moved away from Celia and asked her to keep her distance. Smiling slyly, the girl replied that this was impossible because he had to accompany her. And then, laughing, she added that the Duke would have to walk next to her. Jade looked at the princess with confusion because he didn't know what she was trying to achieve. Celia followed Luke and thought that he was exactly her type, such a reserved knight. She had already decided for him that he would be hers, and much more interesting when the goal is achieved with difficulty. The princess couldn't stop smiling because she thought that before the party even started, he would already fall in love. But this smile was insidious because Celia had already calculated everything and made sure that everything was the way she wanted. They came to a room where there were many jewels, and Celia asked Luke what would suit her. And then, smiling, she asked whether emeralds or sapphires would suit her outfit better. The Duke, at this time, holding the servant by the chest, was surprised. Is there really a difference between them? He didn't care what the princess was talking about. The Duke was asking for a favor, who, to his regret, only wanted to look at Her Highness. After dismissing the crying servant, Luke asked if any walks were part of her official schedule, to which Celia answered in the affirmative. The princess quoted, "Duke Staten is obliged to guard the princess during the performance of her duties. After she enters her chambers, he ceases to be responsible for her." And then, she suggested telling her if she had offended him. The Duke looked questioningly at the princess. He did not understand what she was talking about. Then, Celia explained that she was talking about the time she avoided him. In response, Luke folded his arms across his chest and said he didn't care. The princess, looking down, said that she knew it. That was why he was so cold. And then she added that in his youth, the Duke had been gloomy, and that this melancholy frightened her because she was young and inexperienced. She knew it was a bit late, but she wanted to apologize to him. And then, making her eyes sweet, she looked at the man and asked if he would forgive her. Luke, not giving in to the girl's charms, rudely repeated that he didn't care. When she apologized to the man, the noblewomen passing by saw this and discussed the Duke and the fact that he had returned to the capital, noticeably better looking. And then the girls assumed that it happened because of Her Highness. One of the girls added that she thought they were not on good terms, but apparently the rumors were false, and at that time, Celia thanked Luke. Smiling sweetly, the princess said that there would soon be a tea break, and she suggested to the Duke that they go to a cafe together, since the weather outside was wonderful. Celia added that she needed some fresh air and wanted to take a walk with him. Looking at Luke, she smiled slyly and said that he couldn't refuse her, because it was part of the official call. Viscount Million stood next to the man who was telling him that this autumn would be short. And then he added that he should call him Count, because he was about to receive a new title. James smiled at this and replied that it was too early yet, as he still had some things to do. To this, the interlocutor said that it was a great pity, and if the plan with Mulfty had worked, he would already be a count. He heard that the Viscount had left the day before the deal, taking nothing with him, and he added that the topic was sensitive. But James thought that Mulfty was in such a hurry. Suddenly, they saw how all the people were rushing somewhere and wanted to see something before it was too late. One of the girls next to the Viscount said that she wanted to watch the date between Duke Staten and Her Highness. The men were very surprised by what they heard from the people passing by. And then they saw the princess standing under an umbrella, accompanied by Duke Staten. Celia pretended to stumble, and Luke had to catch her. And she, at this time, lowered her umbrella so that people would think that they were dating. But this was strange, because the Duke was married to the youngest daughter of Baron Lancaster. James was shocked by what he saw. He was worried about Nadia at that moment. Celia, standing under an umbrella and looking at the first snow, said that there is a sign that two who meet the first snow together will be happy. She added that she doesn't really believe in omens, but with him, it's so romantic here. Turning to look at Luke, she asked shyly if he felt the same, but when she saw the Duke, she was very surprised, because he was standing all in the snow, and the umbrella hid only her. The angry girl asked what it was, and how long he had been standing like that. She wondered if he was deliberately avoiding her, and if he didn't yet know what would happen if he crossed her path. And at that time, she asked him carefully if he was okay, since his clothes were all covered in snow. Deciding that it was time to move on to the second step, gentle touches, she wanted to shake the snow off the Duke, but Luke pulled back from her outstretched hand so that she would not touch him. In the place of the Duke, Celia suddenly imagined a black cat who did not want to be petted. The princess was very angry because this scoundrel dared to treat the princess as a terrible curse, and she had never been insulted like that. Thinking that he would behave like this in front of others, she decided that she had enough and took the umbrella from Luke. Celia slipped on purpose while taking the umbrella from the Duke. Since the Duke was not going to do anything, the princess decided to cheat and act in the old-fashioned way. Luke had to grab Celia by the waist to keep her from falling. He asked if she was okay, and Her Majesty lowered her umbrella so that people would not see what was really going on. Everyone who saw this thought that Duke Staten hugged the princess, and some even suggested that they kissed. Everyone was talking about the rumors that had been going around last year about Luke and Celia not liking each other. And James was the one who saw the umbrella moment. He turned around and left, and people continued to gossip about the veracity of the rumors and attributed to them the fact that they had been destined for each other since childhood. At this time, Nadia noticed that it was already quite late, and her father was still at home. He usually left at lunchtime and returned only the next day. To this, the man, smiling, replied that it was just a coincidence that there was less work, and since the whole family was together, he wanted to spend more time together. Nadia thought sadly that she knew it was a lie, because he came back as soon as Luke left. She could not continue to be angry with them for the kidnapping, because the girl knew that they did it out of love for her. Nadia loved them too. At this time, her mother offered her a cake, which interrupted her thoughts. All the time, while they did not allow her to do anything, the girl began to think that she was useless. She thanked her mother and said that she would go for a walk. Nadia really needed to take a walk and be alone to think. The first snow fell slowly, and the girl walked, and sad thoughts overcame her. Nadia wanted to throw something on herself, so as not to freeze, but while thinking, she imperceptibly put on Luke's cape. Catching a snowflake with her hands, the girl thought that her husband probably works a lot. Suddenly, a carriage stopped not far from her, and her friend Viscount Million got out of it. She was surprised to see James, but he happily approached her. Nadia asked what brought him here, and if he had business here. James even dropped his hat when he approached the girl. The Viscount became embarrassed and said that this was not why he had come to her house. And then he added that he wanted to see her, which surprised the girl very much. Taking Nadia by the hands, he persistently called her to go with him to the city. The Viscount held the girl's hand tightly and said that he wanted to show her something. Nadia, tearing her hand out of James's hands, apologized to him, and then she said that there were only two of them, and she didn't think it was appropriate for her to appear in the city like that. She explained that it was wrong to go on dates with him when her husband was not there, and she didn't want people to think that they were on a date. Nadia said that before, when she was constantly walking with him, she didn't even think about it. Now she's married, and James is going through hard times, so they both need to be careful for their own good. Viscount Million, holding Nadia by the shoulders, looked gloomily at the girl, and then he added that it was because of her husband. He so persistently asked her to go to the city with him. James didn't want to hurt the girl, and didn't know if he should tell her anything at all. He said that while her husband was at work, Nadia humbly waited for him at home. But the Duke doesn't work at all, but is out on a date with the princess, he added. And also, people called them cruelly separated lovers. And the Viscount, hearing this, hastened to tell her everything. And then he said angrily that the Duke had left her alone while he flirted with the princess, and she was thinking about how people might think of them. And he also asked who Luke was to her then. After that, Nadia was shocked by all these words. Suddenly, a voice was heard nearby, calling Nadia. It was one of the knights guarding the girl. He turned to the lady, saying that he should always accompany her, even if it was just an ordinary walk. And he added that his lordship had ordered that his wife be kept under constant surveillance. And then, seeing a strange man next to his mistress, he asked him who he was. The Viscount introduced himself and said that he was Nadia's friend, and he urgently needed to tell her something, so he came in person. And then, looking at the knight, he added that they were now having a very serious conversation, but Nadia did not let him continue. The girl turned to Harbor and said that he was on time, and asked him to prepare a carriage for her that would take her to the city. The knight was very surprised by the lady's request, and she added that she would go to Luke right now. Grabbing Nadia by the hand, James tried to stop her and asked how she was going to talk to her husband if he was now a princess. Looking at her in surprise, the Viscount said that he understood, because her husband's betrayal had shocked her, but she could not go alone. Nadia answered decisively, looking at the Viscount, that she needed to see her husband herself. She pulled her hand out of James's and said that the Duke had walked with her all the way to the capital. And Luke, who had suffered all his life from rumors about his bestial nature, the girl remembered her husband. Therefore, she cannot allow him to find himself at the center of another scandal. Nadia loudly and with feeling expressed all this to Viscount Million, and she added, turning to Harbor, that they were heading to the city right now. James watched as they turned away and walked away from him, and the knight offered to ride his horse so that it would be faster. The Viscount thought angrily of Duke Staton, that he was a monster who ate children for breakfast and loved to kill people. James clenched his fists and decided that Luke was a bastard for practically kidnapping a stranger and forcing her to marry him. And he is not at all surprised that such a madman fell in love with the princess and became her knight. Returning to the carriage, James thought that Nadia was now determined, but he knew how vulnerable she was at heart. The Viscount remembered how, as a child, she always apologized and blamed herself for everything, and he consoled her when she cried and assured her that he was okay. James was the only one who comforted the girl and was always there for her. The servant opened the door and helped his master into the carriage, and then he asked the gentleman if they would be returning to the estate. At this time, the Viscount thought that if he could turn back time, he would not have allowed Staton to play with Nadia's feelings. After all, James believed that he was the only one who loved the girl all this time and imagined that she would marry him. And still angry, he answered the servant that they would not go to the estate, but would now go to another place. When Nadia and Harbor arrived in the city, the man asked if the lady was okay. The knight only now noticed that her shoes were not suitable for running in the snow. And then he added that he understood her concern for her husband, but most likely the Duke did not care about these rumors. Bearing the burden and honor of being one of the 4 dukes of the empire, he was surrounded by rumors and gossip from childhood. Harbor believed that the gentleman was probably used to this, and therefore the lady should not bother herself. To this, Nadia replied that even if Luke didn't care, the rumors wouldn't go away. She remembered how she wanted to hug little Luke, who had lost his parents after their conversation in the cave. And she added that when she began to live with the Duke, she learned what a kind person he was, and the girl wanted to prove to her husband that all these rumors were not true. Nadia passionately told the knight that from that moment on, she decided that she would do everything to help Luke. Harbor understood the lady's feelings and offered to help look for the master. Suddenly, the girl saw that there were imperial knights standing nearby. Nadia went in their direction, deciding that Luke was there, because there were a lot of people there too. Harbor ran after her, shouting that she shouldn't go alone, and the girl, apologizing, pushed her way through the crowd. She walked and thought about how many people there were and where Luke was. People were talking about whether the Duke had a wife, and someone answered that he was definitely married, and they added with disdain that he was married to the Baron's daughter. And also, the crowd said that the Duke got married only because he and the princess had a misunderstanding. Nadia was perplexed by all these words, and by who could even say such things. She tried to shout that these were false rumors, and that the Duke had married because he liked the Baron's daughter, but no one listened to her. And then everyone started shouting that they needed to look in that direction, and Nadia looked too, and was shocked by what she saw. There stood a beautifully dressed princess, and Luke holding an umbrella over her, and the crowd kept shouting that they looked good, and that they were finally reunited after their breakup. Nadia looked at Luke and the princess, and listened to people talking about how they were already, like, married lovers. The girl returned home and went to her room, where a fire was burning in the fireplace. She was sitting on the bed, her knees pressed to her chest, when Anna knocked on the door and asked permission to enter. The head maid, opening the door, said that the maids were worried about their mistress because she had come in depressed and refused to eat. Seeing Nadia, who whispered that she was okay, Anna was in shock. After all, the girl was sitting in bed, her head wrapped in a blanket, and her eyes were red. Anna, putting her hands on her hips, asked her if this was all because of Luke, since she had heard about what happened from Harbor. She was very angry with the Duke for making the Duchess cry, and he should have returned to the estate when they started using it. Nadia said that this was not true, and her husband was not guilty of anything. The Duchess came to him to help, but in the end, she just stood there like a fool. Nadia thought that everything would be resolved when she approached him, and he explained everything to her. The girl tucked her legs under her and said sadly that at that moment she could not do anything. Nadia continued that it was very naive of her. Anna, who sat down next to her, wanted to say something, but the girl did not let her do this, saying that she had never had to stand up for herself. After all, others, friends, brother or sister, always did it for her. Nadia sadly added that that is why she did not know that she could not solve problems on her own. Anna thought that the lady would not be so upset if she were not still called a poor victim of tragedy. At that time, people condemned the Baron of Lancaster for selling his own daughter, but no one said a word about the Duchess. Anna thought that everything would be different if people knew that the Duchess was living happily and that the Duke was different from the rumors. And honestly, Luke's good looks are the only reason people try to find fault with Nadia. And then, they will all inevitably say that she is not good enough for him. Anna thought that everyone would be jealous that the Baron's daughter had taken the luck they had missed, and she told Nadia that there was one solution. She said that they could go back to the estate, and there, no one would talk behind her back. And as soon as they leave, the rumors will begin to fade. Nadia clenched her hands into fists. This solution did not suit her. Seeing this, Anna added that if the Duchess wanted to stay in the capital, she knew one person who could help her. Nadia was very surprised that there was a person in the capital who could do this. Evening came, and when Luke returned home, he was told that his wife had gone to the Marquise. The maids reported to the master that Nadia had left just before his arrival. Luke was upset, because it was only for Nadia's sake that he was able to go through everything and really wanted to see her. Turning around, the Duke headed for the exit, and Jade asked him in surprise if he was going to go to the Marquise. He added that he understood that the Marchioness was like family to him, but she was very angry when Luke got married and did not invite her, and it would be wrong to show up to her without warning. The Duke, leaving, said that everything was fine and that Grandma had probably already met Nadia, and he would simply tell her that he fell in love at first sight. The Marchioness of Brit is known as a big shot in high society and as a noble woman who is envied only by her reputation. She almost became part of the House of Staten, but it did not happen. Her fiancé, the brother of the previous Duke, died at a young age. Luke, walking to the carriage, asked Jaden if he knew why Nadia suddenly decided to visit her grandmother, or if Anna just wanted to introduce them. The knight, opening the door to the gentleman, replied that he seemed to know what the matter was. Sitting in the carriage, Jade continued that he learned today that rumors are currently circulating in the capital. Luke got angry and, scowling like a bear, told the knight not to hesitate and speak faster. Jade responded to this by saying that people called him, and the princess tragically separated lovers. The Duke was taken aback by such news. He did not understand where these rumors came from, and then he got angry and shouted about who was spreading such nonsense, which scared Jaden. The knight asked Luke to calm down and said that he was more worried that the Duchess had heard these rumors. She certainly did not think that her husband could do such a thing. And then he added that it was only possible that these rumors existed, which upset her greatly. The carriage pulled up to the Marquise's mansion, and the Duke said that he needed to talk to Nadia first. As they exited, they were met by Harbor, who asked if they had finished serving the princess. The Duke angrily asked what he was doing there, since he had ordered the knight to accompany Nadia everywhere, to which the knight replied that he had left as soon as he saw their carriage. Harbor said that if Luke had come to see the Duchess, she was in the inner reception room. And then, following the gentleman, he continued to talk about how strange rumors were circulating in the capital. Luke turned around and asked if he was talking about the rumors about him and the princess. Harbor was surprised that the gentleman already knew about it. And then he added that this was of course a problem, but he was worried about something else. But at the Duke's questioning look, the knight replied that while he was gone, Nadia had been visited by a man named Viscount Million. He said he was a friend of the Duchess, but Harbor doubted it, to which Luke asked if he had been acting suspiciously. The knight replied that not quite, but his instinct told him that something was wrong with this Viscount. Luke wearily asked if he meant to say that he should suspect Nadia's friend because of his intuition. Harbor responded that he didn't like the fact that he put his arm around her shoulders and insisted on talking to her in private. And then he added that, according to the maids, the Viscount had visited before and was waiting for the Duchess at the estate. Luke became angry and darkened, stopping and turning to face the knight. And then, in an angry voice, he asked Harbor what he said the name of this bastard was. Luke never thought he would suspect Nadia's friends, because she said that they were all good people, and he thought so too. The Duke asked the knight again about the Viscount visiting his wife every time he left, and the knight confirmed this. Remembering the princess, Luke got angry and wondered what was wrong with everyone here. He kept thinking that everyone knew that he and Nadia were married, but they were behaving strangely. Luke ordered Harbor to watch the Viscount and keep an eye on Nadia too. He also asked not to leave them alone, and if they asked to leave, to hide and eavesdrop, to which the knight enthusiastically responded that he knew how to hide. Gloomily, Luke thought that since this scoundrel James was his wife's friend, he would not touch him for now. And then, angry as a bear, he decided that he could not rule out hidden intentions on the part of the Viscount, because anyone would fall in love with Nadia at first sight. Walking to the reception area and thinking about his wife, Luke decided that he didn't have time for this, because he wanted to look happy next to his wife. Having entered and seen the girl, the Duke realized that it was impossible to remain indifferent upon seeing her, and Nadia was surprised upon seeing her husband. Harbor's jaw dropped when he saw how his master had changed next to his wife. Luke asked her what brought her here, since he couldn't even get a good look at her face today, and he missed her very much. Suddenly, they heard the Duke being told that he was still the same rude fellow as before. It was the Marchioness who was scolding Luke for having heard about his wedding from other people. And then she added that he barged in on her and didn't even say hello properly. Luke and Nadia bowed in greeting, and the Duke asked how his grandmother was doing. The Marquise glanced at them and replied that she had been living quite well until Anna arrived. And pointing her finger at Nadia, she added, until he brought this to her and asked her to teach Luke's wife. And then she reminded him that Anna knew how much trouble her unruly, boorish grandson had caused her. And Anna brought this useless duckling to her, defenseless, as if she was born yesterday and she doesn't know what to do with her at all. The girl was shocked by these words. But Luke rudely asked his grandmother to watch her language, because his wife had gone all this way, because she hoped that she would help her. To this, the Marquise Brit said that she had only offered assistance to the head maid. After all, Anna rarely asks for help directly, and at first, her request made the woman happy. And looking at Nadia, she added that she didn't know where the senior maid was. She found something like that. The Marquise sternly added that the girl's body language, speech, and even behavior were in no way appropriate for a noblewoman. Nadia stood there sad and with her head down, and the woman asked if Anna really wanted her to tell her that. Luke angrily exclaimed to his grandmother that this was enough, and then added to his wife that she shouldn't listen to her and that they should go back. But Nadia suddenly spoke up. She said, without raising her head, that she knew that she had many shortcomings. The girl looked at the Marquise and added that she often did not know what to say or do, and she also doesn't know what role to play, and saying such a thing would be an excuse. But sometimes ignorance is a vice. Nadia said that she wants to become someone who is worthy of her position, or at least be suitable, the girl exclaimed with feeling, and asked the Marquise to help her, calling her a teacher. The Marchioness of Brit was silent for a moment, and then asked whom she had called the teacher. And after thinking, she added that Nadia was persistent for a person who looked softer than crushed cheese. Nadia, looking the Marquise in the eyes, asked how she could compare a person to crushed cheese, to which the woman asked if she was not right. The Marchioness added that she had heard of the House of Lancaster. They were harmless, and at the same time useless, just like innocent rabbits. She also heard that their youngest daughter was especially slow-witted. Nadia was confused after these words and imagined herself as a pretzel. The Marquise, leaving, added that despite her last name, Nadia still seemed like part of the old family, but the girl shouldn't worry about her words. After all, in this country, There are very few people who have a status higher than the House of Staten, and she is the one Luke is most loyal to. She told this to the Duchess, and added that she could simply live in blissful ignorance, with the Duke's love. The Marquise walked away without turning around, and Nadia rushed after her, asking her to stop. Looking at the woman's back, the girl said that she came here to become someone who would be suitable for the role of a duchess. But that was not the only reason. And then she added that the Marquise could refuse her, but she had to say something in private, and asked to listen to her. Luke stood outside, looking out the window of the mansion where his wife remained, waiting for her. Jade, looking at the gentleman, asked if he was very worried about Nadia, and he added, pointing to the tracks that the Duke had trampled, that even a lost puppy would not have bent around like he did. To this, Luke replied that he was very worried, because his grandmother was a very strict person, and she could continue to put pressure on Nadia. And then he heard footsteps, and turned to see his wife running towards him. When the girl ran to her husband, she happily said that she would come here every day from 2 to 5 o'clock. Luke did not understand what Nadia was talking about, and the girl, hugging him, explained that she was talking about the lessons of the Marquise of Brit. The Duke was very surprised that his wife convinced the Marquise herself, and the girl said again that she would now go to the estate every day. Luke was very happy for Nadia, and hugged her, and said that she was perhaps the only one in the Empire who was able to single-handedly convince the Marquise. Jade and Harbour looked at the gentleman and thought, maybe they should leave them alone. Luke was sorry that they would see each other less now, but at the same time, he was very proud of his wife. Nadia suddenly apologized to her husband for being outside today. She couldn't do anything, and added that now they are together, and she is happy. The Duke asked what Nadia was talking about, and whether she had come to town that morning. And then, pressing her closer to his chest, he asked if she had come to the Marquise because of him. At that moment, Nadia remembered how she stood with her head down in front of the sitting Marquise, and at first was afraid to start speaking. And then, looking into her eyes, the girl said with all her boldness that she hated herself. She remembered the princess and said that she wanted to become a confident and cheerful person, someone who makes no mistakes and says whatever is on her mind. And then, she remembered how she tried to convince people that Luke was very good, but no one believed her. The girl added that this is why she is disappointed in herself every time. Nadia was grateful to those who liked her even like this, so she wanted to do everything they asked of her. And at the same time, the girl was afraid that if she couldn't cope with this, they would immediately hate her. Smiling, Nadia added that, fortunately, Luke always says that he loves her. He often shows it with words and actions. And then, having said that she had no doubt about his feelings, she asked if he knew that she was like this. He would probably be disappointed in her. Nadia looked at her husband with a smile and said that she wanted to become someone who would be more suitable for him. And then she added that she wanted everyone to know right away that she was the Duchess of Staten. And Luke, after listening to the girl, said that although he was now serving the princess, he had no interest in her. And then he added that he would immediately sort out the rumors, to which Nadia replied that she trusted him. She explained that she came there because she was worried about him, and the girl did not want these rumors to bother him. Luke was moved to tears by the fact that his wife was worried about him, and thought that she was just like an angel. The Duke, taking his wife by the hands, said that he didn't care about rumors, and the only thing that was important to him was her. Nadia, looking into her husband's eyes, realized with surprise that he was also worried about her. Then they heard a delicate cough, and turning around, they saw the knights blushing. When the young people got into the carriage, Nadia asked her husband if he had finished his service for the day, to which Luke happily replied that he had finished and would spend the rest of his time with her. The girl noticed that they hadn't been together like this for a long time, and Luke suggested continuing the conversation at the estate. Waking up in the morning and not fully opening her eyes, Nadia felt the weight of the hand that was lying on her chest, and then, with her hand, she felt something fluffy and soft, like a puppy's fur. Her husband was sleeping next to her, sprawled out. He was incredibly handsome at that moment. The girl, realizing that it was Luke, hugged him and thought that she was starting to get used to it. She looked at him and thought that sometimes her husband seemed like a beast, but at times like now, he looked like an angel. Nadia thought sadly, looking at her husband, that she shouldn't disturb the sleeping man, but all the feelings from last night had not yet subsided, and she did not want to leave without a kiss. Quietly, so as not to wake her husband, she leaned towards his face and kissed him lightly. Nadia thought that there was nothing wrong with this, and, quietly saying that she was going, the girl decided to get up. As her feet touched the floor, she heard Luke's voice asking if she was getting up yet. And then Nadia felt her husband's strong arms embrace her from behind, and he leaned towards her shoulders. The girl turned around and indignantly asked whether he was asleep or not, to which the Duke replied that she had woken him up. Luke asked where she was going, to which Nadia replied that she was going to the marquise and would always go at this time. The Duke hugged his wife tighter. He knew how much effort she had put into getting this opportunity, and it was good. And then Luke sheepishly said that they hadn't had a proper date since they came here. He added that it would be wonderful to spend more time with her, and that people would know that they were husband and wife if they walked together in the city. Luke turned around so that he could see the face of his beautiful wife. And then, having asked permission to at least see her off, he already wanted to kiss her. Nadia pulled her face away and covered Luke's lips with her hand. And then she said that if they started kissing, they would spend the whole day together. The girl looked down and added shyly that she also really liked being with him. Nadia told her husband that touching him was too pleasant and she would lose track of time. And then, bringing her face closer to him, she added that she wanted to stand proudly next to him and asked him to give her a little more time, saying that they would see each other later. The girl kissed her husband through her hand, which was lying on his lips. Near the mansion, Fiona's voice was heard, and she was talking about the fact that Mr. Beast and that this was his whole problem. Pointing her finger at Luke, the girl added that he didn't even know how arrogant he was. And even now, there is disbelief written on his face, Fiona said. And the Duke stopped with the box in his hands. He was very surprised by what the girl said again and asked her what it meant. And then he asked what he had done wrong, because Luke had tried to get closer to Nadia's family, because the princess had not yet asked to accompany her. The girl, watching the Duke put down the box with gifts, replied that her mother said that he had to answer the question. Luke, standing in front of Fiona, thought that a week had passed since Nadia began receiving lessons from the marquise and 5 days since the last call from the princess. He also did everything he could to stop the rumors and get closer to Nadia's family, but neither one nor the other could be achieved. And Luke, kneeling before the girl, apologized and asked her to tell him what he needed to fix. Fiona, touching his cheek, replied that everything needed to be corrected, including his gigantic height and frightening face. The girl asked him to look at the house and tell her what he thought of it. Luke replied that the house was warm and clean, like Nadia, to which Fiona exclaimed that that was not what she was asking about. And then she added that the house was small and there was little space in it, and the Duke was very big. Fiona looked at him and said that she already felt cramped, to which Luke replied that during training, he even slept inside a snowdrift, to which the girl exclaimed that not everyone was like him, and that not only Grandma and Grandpa lived in the house, but others as well, and Luke asked if she lived there too. Fiona replied that they lived somewhere else, and added that he had brought a lot into this house. She knew that they were gifts, but she didn't know what to do with them. One day she listened to Ilya talking about gifts, and she had a feeling that if she accepted this, she would suddenly become pathetic. When Luke remarked that he had been told that gifts were usually liked, the girl replied that she definitely liked them, and she added that no one else did, and then asked Luke to pick her up. Sitting in the man's arms, Fiona said her family was very careful, and they would not rest until everything they had received was paid for down to the last crumb. Entering the house and looking out the window, the girl added that her family was already afraid of him, and it was not easy for them now, because they could not repay him in any way. To this, Luke said that he didn't want anything from them, and the girl decided that this couldn't be. Then the man said that he just wanted to get along with them. Fiona pinched the Duke on the cheek and said that was enough, and asked him to give her what he had promised, and the Duke asked the girl what he should do then, to which she replied that nothing needed to be done, but that we needed to take our time and just give them time. And then Fiona added that he should be worried about something else now. Luke was very surprised by this and let her go. And the girl, turning to Luke, said that now she was talking about Aunt Nadia's friends. She asked the Duke if his aunt had introduced her friends to him, and then, taking an album out of the chest of drawers, she added that his wife didn't have that many of them. Fiona said seriously that for her, her aunt's friends are not very good people, but Nadia does not understand this because she is too kind. And then the girl showed him a photograph of Viscount Million and said that this was the one he should be especially careful with. Luke looked very carefully at the photograph of his wife standing with a man. And then, with surprise, he said that this was Viscount James Million. Fiona added that she had heard that they were friends before she was born, and that her aunt considered him just a friend. The girl said she didn't think so, and Luke grew more and more gloomy as he listened to her and looked at the photograph. Jade looked into the living room where Luke and Fiona were, looking for the Duke. He said that the princess had asked his lordship to attend the imperial dinner, since today he would not be accompanying her. He added that technically this was considered an official invitation, to which Luke asked him to tell him that he was leaving. The Duke was determined that he would finish off the princess today. It was a dark night, and the stars were shining in the sky, illuminating the Madria estate in the capital. The princess, sitting in her chambers, greeted Luke with the words that he had come early today. Frowning, the man looked around and asked Celia where dinner was, to which the princess replied with a smile. Did he really believe in this, and everything is as he sees it? And she added that she would not have relieved him of his duties for the sake of some imperial dinner, to which Luke told her that she was now resorting to lies. The princess replied that this was indeed an official invitation, and even her father had allowed it, because she was going to pray for the empire in the chapel all night. And then, clinging to the Duke and hugging him, she said that he would protect her. To this, Luke asked Celia if she remembered that he was married. The girl answered positively and said that it bothered her. The Duke, moving away, said that he did not think his marriage should worry her. To this, the princess suggested that he not beat around the bush, because he knows everything and should not pretend that he does not know, and she added that she gave him 5 days to think it over. Luke, listening to the girl, became increasingly gloomy. Celia, showing off before him, asked the Duke to look at her and said how she looked. And wasn't she beautiful today? And then she said that the Baron's daughters shouldn't even stand next to her. The Duke turned to the princess and said that she constantly avoided or remained silent every time he asked her about the rumors. And then Duke Staten decided to ask Her Highness one more time. He raised his angry gaze to her and asked if it was because of her that these absurd false rumors began. The princess responded to this by asking what would happen if she said that it was because of her. And then, smiling, she added that she did all this just for him. Celia believed that she had freed him from all those people who mocked him, calling him a beast. Although I myself had always thought so before, and thought that the Duke was a rude person. The princess said she spread rumors that he grew up in the suburbs, and that was why he was so ignorant. And then she added that Luke should be grateful, because she even explained the reason why he grew a beard like some kind of savage. Celia twirled around in front of him and said that she had chosen this outfit specifically to show him her beautiful cleavage and shoulders. She also has a thin waist and long, slender legs, the princess added. Celia sat on the bed and said that she looked even better without clothes. But then the princess discovered that she had spoken into the void, because Luke had long since left. Celia was very angry. She looked out of her chambers screaming, "What the hell and where did he go?" Seeing Luke walking down the corridor, she called out the Duke's name and title. And then, following him, she asked where he went, since he was still on duty. Having caught up with the Duke and grabbed his hand, the girl said that his task was to stay with her until dawn. And then I decided to ask. He left because he was worried and had never been in such situations. Celia said that she had nothing else to do, because the Duke did not get her hints, and she did not want to do it either. Luke turned around and angrily asked her again about how she had done all this for him, because this country bumpkin didn't catch Her Highness's hints. Celia confirmed that she had made him finally understand, but she thought to herself that he had run away because he was too worried. She thought that because Luke was so modest, she was unsure, but now it was clear to her that he had fallen in love with her and said that the Duke could have her. Celia added that he had nothing to worry about, because his father had already given permission. The princess decided that the third step had come, when she needed to bear a little skin and act. She regretted that he was already married. But with her, Luke would easily forget about it, and he could not worry, because anyone can make a mistake under the influence of the moment. "Put your hands on Duke Staten's chest," the girl added, so that he would be honest with himself. She asked him to understand that he could now have the woman any man wanted. The princess raised her hand and stroked the Duke, who had been silent all this time, on the cheek. Luke pulled away from Celia and suddenly asked her angrily why she had decided to act in such an indecent manner. He turned away from her, and Celia, in shock, asked what he had just said, to which the man replied that he understood everything